face, that's a 3. Cash. I ain't choose the game, game chose me. I'm a champion, I need some trophies. I can draw the lane, I can shoot the 3. I can run 100 yards, I can throw it deep. I ain't choose the game, game chose me. I'm a champion, I need some trophies. I can draw the lane, I can shoot the 3. I can run 100 yards, I can throw it deep.
Ain't no half stepping. I'm gonna take you back. Spitting facts, you gotta live with that. Who got it? Who want it? No problem. We mob it. Who got it? Who want it? No problem. There were days where I barely had sleep, but I had to work more than competition. I can't live like the opposition. Living everything I dreamed of, doing everything you think of. The way I work, I'm on the brink of doing everything you dreamed of. Only aim for perfection. Ain't no half stepping. I'm gonna take you back. Spitting facts, you gotta live with that. Who got it? Who want it? No problem. We mobbing. In the city, plenty havoc causing. Do or die, it's either all or nothing. Best believe I'm leaving out with something. Anytime I got the crowd jumping, throwing rage, you know they fist pumping. I'm the king of dysfunction. What would you do if you had my life? Work like me, had those stripes. Would you go hard just to have that ice? Lot of dudes still trying to have that price. Either yo, cooking about to add that spice. Nowadays, dudes never had that fight. When the push blue, better burst your pipes.
you gon' do? Who you gon' be? What you came for? Are you gonna bleed? Do you know the game? You gonna take the pain? Make them say your name. Others have tried and they failed. When they got heat, they just bailed. Second place need not apply. Cause everybody knows, everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. One, two, three, four, five. Ra-ta-ta-ta-ta's gon' be mine. Get out the way if you ain't gon' play. I ain't messing around, ain't got all day. Others have tried and they failed. When they got heat, they just bailed. Second place need not apply. Cause everybody knows, everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who? Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner.
It's the arrival. I came in the league, went straight for the title. No time to idle. I'm finna get it, put that on the Bible. This is survival. Gotta treat every move made like the final. One by a mile. Nobody believe it, they all in denial. Hey, look at me, look at me. Still in the show, that's the crook in me. They want me gone with the hook in me. Asking why is he here like I shouldn't be. I've been on grind since Otto. 10,000 hours the motto. They see the bag is coming out and flocking to me like I won the lotto. Dancing with the devil, there's no recital. I'm killing competition, ain't no revival. I shoot it to kill it, I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy when facing my rivals. Snakes in the grass, they getting exposed. I know they be lurking, I'm watching them close. Acting like friends, but really they foes. Saw they be scheming and said adios. Yeah, I gotta get it. By any means. I gotta get it. I gotta get it, the mindset. Hey, back with a vengeance, back on the grinds, back to the business. Hey, God is my witness, they watching my moves like shows they binging. Hey, best keep distance, all of my haters send best of wishes. I get to the bag with the quickness, no I don't need no assistance, no. Yeah, no playing it safe. I said let's get it, you say not today. What can I say? You ain't gon' go for it, get out the way. Yeah, got no time to waste. Can't be with me if you not at my pace. You not at my level, you not in my race. One foot on the gas, I'm pushing the brakes. Dancing with the devil, there's no recital. I'm killing competition, ain't no revival. I shoot it to kill it, I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy when facing my rivals. Snakes in the grass, they getting exposed. I know they be lurking, I'm watching them close. Acting like friends, but really they foes. Saw they be scheming and said adios. Yeah, I gotta get it. By any means. I gotta get it, the mindset. I gotta get it, the mindset. I gotta get it, the mindset.
face.
Yeah, you can't hold me down. Yeah, how you like me now? You want beef, then have a call. Huh, it's like bling blow, ayy. Yeah, you can't hold me down. Yeah, how you like me now? You want beef, then have a call. Huh, it's like bling blow, ayy. Gonna, yeah, gonna, yeah, gonna, yeah, gonna,
living my dreams, tell them when I'm moving upstream, so that when I get in my jeans, I don't wanna give him my ring, can I been blowing up, growing up, hit him with the right hook, left foot, I ain't scared of the man, I'm not shook, I've been running this jungle, that's my book, if you're looking at the king, better think twice, no, they're looking at the ring like it's free ice, wanna know what it is, what it be like, what you really wanna do, what is street life, try to tell them come and follow my flow, but they ain't rather follow my dough, money might rule everything all around me, but me no way can I control, RMG get the name, down with the gang, you may not heard me, just saw me when coming, but you know by my name, I shoot up everything, put on my life on the line, yeah, this cannon got aim, life goes with the wife goes, lights out for the light show, yeah.
Yeah, you can't hold me down. Yeah, how you like me now? You want beef, then have a call. Huh, it's like bling blow, ayy. Gonna, yeah, gonna, yeah, gonna, yeah,
got a name, you should know, CEO, I'm the code, meaning I'm running game, that's a lap like I'm sprinting pro, I keep this all on the wrist, I ain't got no other option, what other shot can I miss, rings round me like I'm boxing, we all wins, what's our ETA, kiss gold, oh that's PDA, watch them fall, boy, watch them cave, with the dubs, that's an empty space, how they handle the kid, that's a question, wait, hold up, hit that step back for a lesson, ayy.
Yeah, you can't hold me down. Yeah, how you like me now? You want beef, then have a call. Huh, it's like bling blow, ayy. Gonna, yeah, gonna, yeah, gonna, yeah, gonna, yeah.
too clean. Interior Krispy Kreme. Roll around with the team. Better get with the regime. I don't do no pretending. Take you to new dimensions. Shawty all in my mentions. Shawty won't give me inches. With a bossy baby, I'll get you frosty, baby. Don't care what it costs me, baby. I'm feeling flossy lately. I got the rock, I got the rock, I got the sauce, I got that drip. Can't f with no drinking my cup, pour some rock, stay getting lit, yeah till I drop. 4 a.m. and I can't feel my face, yeah. Pour me up some more, a bubble, yeah. Nothing new to me, so if you trust me, I can make you love me. Baby, do you love me? You love me. You with me, know you on the right track. Drop a couple bands and get it right back. I'm just dripping black diamonds and Louis. These niggas like ooey. I'm so bad and bougie, it's a movie, yeah. Count my wins so I don't take a loss. Baby, can you handle me like Kyrie with the cross? I don't like no boy and you know I cut you off. Katie with the block, too shady with the ops. I got the rock, I got the rock, I got the sauce, I got that drip. Can't f with no drinking my cup, pour some rock, stay getting lit, yeah till I drop. Oh na na na, 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 oh na na na.
Always stay moving, I don't wait round. Coming for the bar, that's a takedown. There ain't really nothing left to say now. And we got them on their heels, throw the fade now. Yeah, watch how I step. Cause you ain't really wanna like that. Oh, you ain't know I was running like that. I get the ball, I'ma run it right back. I get the ball, I'ma run it right back. I get the ball, I'ma run it right back.
From the block, I'm just running non-stop. We ain't stopping to the top, nah. You ain't standing in the way, giving work in the play. Time to clean them on my plate, yeah. About to feast up, I'ma eat. Run these patterns in my sleep. Want to sell clean sweep, yeah. Ain't nobody can compete. Leave these haters out of reach. They can't touch me with my wings.
Always stay moving, I don't wait round. Coming for the bar, that's a takedown. There ain't really nothing left to say now. And we got them on their heels, throw the fade now. Yeah, watch how I step. Cause you ain't really wanna like that. Oh, you ain't know I was running like that. I get the ball, I'ma run it right back. Watch how I step. Cause you ain't really wanna like that. Oh, you ain't know I was running like that. I get the ball, I'ma run it right back. I get the ball, I'ma run it right back. I get the ball, I'ma run it right back.
Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win.
I need a belt for shoulder, bag and trophy, I need to go. You cannot match the glow, I'm covered, I'm shining from head to toe. Y'all ain't notice, Xilv like POTUS, and I stay open. Hold up, flex getting coldest, crept down the court, walk with the fade. Like, I don't even start for the win, I don't play. Got a coat for the rain, y'all boys brace for the storm. We tsunami informed, and it's best that you stay informed. We run plays without no script, hey, that's light work. Hey, that's light. We make bands just off our shot, but what's your net worth? I cut ties for all my team with all this drip but no canteen. Now y'all boys can but no sardines. We off this wave for all 19. I don't, yeah, got no words, don't say too much. Clock on 5 and it step like clutch. Team G6 and the league stay up. Ayy, gotta hit that flex like a rep, we cut, we
hit the gym, flex. Run me my check. We on your neck. Shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex. Run me my check. We on your neck. Shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. I gotta win it, yeah, I just sprint to the finish. I'm pop on spinach, I cook like I'm frying up chicken. And ain't no debate on the hood, man, they catch it, I ain't even fishing. Yeah, they tryna eat, I fillet up a beat and they yell out to come out and get it. Ooh, yeah, oh, hot, fresh out the skillet. Yeah, busy, I got a whole lot on my plate. Busy, I got a whole lot on my plate. You busy looking on IG, it won't get you nothing but fake love and a whole lot of hate. Look at my life, get you motivated. Came from the bottom below the payment. Shout out to God, man, we finally made it. I know some people that probably hate it. Yeah, I ain't worried about your opinion, I'ma live my life. In the studio in Georgia, finna kill a mic. Quarterbacking money plays, you should take a hike. First down, first down, first down, first down. Running through you about a mile, stiff on you on the ground. Knocking heads off now, and I know you hear that sound. And it don't stop, and it don't stop. And you getting mobbed, sideline pop. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex. Run me my check. We on your neck. Shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win.
Told me I'm the future. Got it from the shore, logged out from my computer. Ay, all my brothers ill advised. Neighborhood was gentrified. Local news talk about it. All of it get vilified. Who gon' stand behind me when the chips fall? Got my mechanic building rockets, we gon' lift off. Rebel from conception, got me searching for connection. My profession, see so many youngins selling out they soul like us concession. Real. Homie, I ain't gotta be worried. Real, make the money back up. Real, ain't nobody pass us. Real, homies about to act up. Real, that is the real. Yeah, real, make the money back up. Real, ain't nobody pass us. Real, homies about to act up. Real, that is the real. Real.
Going and going 100. It's going down at the 300. You hear the sound, you feel the thunder. Dribble that ball like I'm a drummer.
It's getting hot in here, no summer. Whole team going dumb in here, no dumber. Belly aching, got that hunger. If we going OT, I'll go under. Running gun this game without no gunner. But my squad a pack of hunters. All in the family, no Archie Bunker. Chop a team down like a stack of lumber. Run the pipe on them, no plumber. Jersey stripe, you know my number. Check the score, you know the sum up. Another win, we never run up. Been around and on the come up. Putting work sun up to sun up.
I'm going and going 100. It's going down at the 300. You hear the same, feel the thunder. Dribble that ball like I'm a drummer. I'm going and going 100. It's going down at the 300. You hear the same, feel the thunder. Dribble that ball like I'm a drummer.
Still going and going. Energizer. Never beef on the court, but I keep a tenderizer. Case the temper gets short and need a rectifier. But you ain't seen my support, all my troops ride or diers. Lord is my side, yeah, we got that holy fire. We bring it in and every game court look like a fry. Kingdom of God, hail to the empire. Whole team feeling alive, no amplifier.
I'm going and going 100. It's going down at the 300. You hear the same, feel the thunder. Dribble that ball like I'm a drummer. I'm going and going 100. It's going down at the 300. You hear the same, feel the thunder. Dribble that ball like I'm a drummer. Going and going 100. It's going down at the 300. You hear the same, feel the thunder. Dribble that ball like I'm a drummer.
For the love. When they say my name, got the fans going up. Bringing major pain, make it hard for you to stand up. They call me the people champ, you should join the fan club. All I do is work 24, no letting up. Show up in the clutch, you know I had to man up. I made him
Dare to challenge yourself.
Welcome to VCT EMEA Challenges Week 5. Now, I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, Yinsu, where are your moon buns? Yinsu, why have you got a beard? Yinsu, what's with the strange northern accent? I can confirm that Yinsu is not here this weekend, but she will be back very soon. My name's Ian Chambers. I'm going to be hosting this desk for this weekend as we close out our amazing group stage and get set for the playoffs. Now, it would be strange if I was standing at this desk alone, so let me please welcome two huge Valorant big brains to the desk right now. Difficult names to pronounce, but I've got them, both of them. Kaquka.
Perfect.
Welcome to the show.
Do you call them moon buns?
Moon buns.
Is it moon buns? Okay.
What do you call them?
Space buns.
Oh, that's what it's...
Oh, I
call them moon buns. I don't know. Space buns, same
I don't know.
thing.
Yinsu actually taught me that word, so yeah. Very happy to be here.
And Lothar, we've worked together in the past before, and I struggle with your name as well, right?
It's perfect, man. It's perfect. Every single time I just have a new name. That's awesome, you know? But I'm just happy to be here because, you know, Chamber is being picked on every single map, so now we got him also on the desk.
Oh, well, there you go. And what a compliment, because Chamber is quite a handsome devil. I just want to welcome our partner, Zoe. Thank you so much for joining our team. And before we start to look ahead at what's to come here in Week 5, let's take a quick look in the rearview mirror at some of our top clutches from Week 4.
This is making me nervous because it's on halfway. All about to break. And AIM-DLL and Safe up against each other, but time now. The spike did get to halfway. Keep that in the back of your mind, but AIM-DLL needs to play this to the second this time. Tap on the spike is done. Safe.
No.
Valiant attempt. Leo's still in the smoke, though. He's still playing in the ult itself. The tap on the spike, but no commitment, of course. AIM-DLL gets the reveal. He's actually going to find Russ, but look at the lockdown. Safe and Leo still being so diligent towards that spike plant. And now it's just Safe, and he can do no more, but time is going to be a factor. As he looks around to the side, he's got it. 4 is gone. I thought he was done in that, but Safe played it so well. The patience being shown, Mike, was unreal. But it's still Scream. And it's still 1v2. Towards site we go. A tap on the spike. When does he swing? Has a little look now, but I don't think he's noted it's moving, so he's got the fight in his hands. He's seen both of them. He's trying to play the time here. Round we go again. Scream's going to isolate one. Switches out to the pistol. He's not on the field. Where's Scream? What? Now, with it being SSK, there's still some feasibility to this, but they hear the TP, they know what's up. Punish!
30 seconds left.
Big Daddy swing on it. SSK, he's got the 1v1, and it's Soulcast up against him, the little jump spot. And SSK's going to take that time to work down. Tested, but SSK up top. He feels it out, and Soulcast, they're feeling silly after that one. They walk into the stack, and they don't walk out. Larger in charge. Leo is still doing what he can, though. If there's only one man standing, you would want it to be Leo right now, but he needs this more than ever as Pora on the other side. Still going to be a problem. Spots out AIM-DLL, expects to swing from Heaven, but it's not there just yet. Puck's behind the generator, 2 towards Heaven. Can he find these individually? Surely not. Spots 1, takes it. Leo now, given another chance. He takes it. Stop giving Leo chances. He doesn't need the help of the 2 clutch players. Now fighting it out is Leo this time.
No
Unbelievable work.
I just know what that turret says in the communications from Killjoy. It's like, don't peek, let me get the contact first. But then unfortunately didn't shoot once.
Yeah, especially that last play when you're in that 1v3 and Pants is like, there's no way that he actually isolates this kills. And no, but it's Leo. It's lovely to actually see him back in the server lately.
Absolutely. Look, we saw some amazing clutches in Week 4. It was a biggie. We saw some multiple playoff positions confirmed and locked in. Let's start by taking a look back at day 1 of Week 4.
Yeah, exactly. We started off on Friday with that Ascent versus G2. And even though G2 looked amazing on that first map of Split, we're actually seeing it had the worst performance of his career. I think that he was on 49 ADR or something like that. Crazy with a Mixwell on the other side that was defining everything. But after that, Ascent goes on to making changes in their compositions on the last 2 maps, and especially here on Bind. I think this was the 4v2 that gave them the mental win, but it wasn't easy. Still is a win secure for them. And then following up with Team Liquid versus Na'Vi, I do not know how Na'Vi has the strength to go to a 3rd map every single time. The first time also that we saw Liquid without Link and with the incorporation of Dreamas still looked amazing. Shout out to SSK, who ended up with 27 first kills. Complete record for him, but still the win goes to Team Liquid after closing that overtime.
Yeah, I would say that last week, every single day was just amazing to watch. There was something unexpected almost every day.
Let's take a look at day 2, shall we?
Well, day 2, it started off big, you know? Like, it was humongous. Titanic. Yeah,
Whopper. It's a Whopper.
There's a lot of, synonyms that you can use to describe what was happening on the day 2. It was crazy. Big managed to win a 2-0 against MEC. Now you could think like, okay, well that's a huge surprise. No one saw it coming. But when you start thinking about it, MEC is not looking good, and it's a problem. But FPX against OG, there were no surprises here. FPX just dominated, absolutely dominated the match with a 2-0 on second map. There was like little bit of frags happening from OG, but it was like just too little, too late. And it was, if I remember, 13-3, the second map. It was absolutely dominant, and FPX is showcasing that there's a reason why they are top in their group, and also not only that, I feel like they're just a little bit below Fnatic when it comes to power level, but they're a level above everyone else right now.
Yeah, exactly. We also see them play 2 maps that they hadn't played in the past, bringing in some new things, so still the FPX way.
Yeah, so that wraps things up, right?
Nope, we still have day 3.
One more, let's see it.
Exactly, and Sunday started off for us with BBL versus Xilv. And also, it was the day for the first seed, as Xilv securing the win against BBL is what granted them on their group. But it was not an easy one, it was not a comfort one. QT had 11 first kills on that first map, and it didn't make it easy for Xilv to close that one up. Still, the second one, even though Ascent was a win for them, still not convinced. 13-10 for a first seed against a team that is now out. Still have to think about that one. And then closing up the week with Fnatic versus Focus. What else can we say about Fnatic? It is just beautiful the way that they play here on Split. I think that it was just a way for to say they could just go and have fun for it. And actually on Bind, we saw some new compositions, so everything looked good there on the side of Fnatic.
Week 4 was a banger, and this is how the standings are going into our final week of the playoffs. As you can see, Fnatic and Guild Esports well and truly locked in. They get a bye into the second round of the playoff positions. We have a couple of scraps to go for that second place spot, which of course does make a difference to the seeding of the playoffs. But ultimately, Lothar, we really want to be keeping an eye on MEC, Big and Na'Vi here this week.
Well, and Liquid, Na'Vi here and MEC are going to be, of course, Big as well, in a very awkward spot because there's a lot of iterations what's going to happen. And you might think, well, okay, then Group A doesn't really matter, right? But I would say that even though in Group A we already decided who is going through to the playoffs, the last 3 teams, they don't want to go without a win at the end. Like this, the scene is very young, you know, this is like essentially second year of the esports scene. And it's very important for the singular players, for the teams, but also for the respect that you have in the scene to actually have good showings. So I would say that this is actually still a little bit of pressure on those teams that can't qualify anymore.
Yeah, exactly. And it's not only looking at that last chance qualifier and how things are going to work. They're also looking towards next year. And if you want to be picked by one of the orgs that is going to be in the franchise, you want to show that you are the player. Even if you have nothing to lose, you still are going to perform to the max and you're going to play against the best teams. Now, to me, it's still surprising the fact that for some reason, Big, after losing 8 matches in a row on VCT, after 1 win, they still have chances to making it to playoffs. Sorry,
it's crazy, and it just goes to show how big of a win that was. Let's go through a couple of. It was a whopper. Let's talk through what we could see unfold depending on the results we see here over this weekend.
So this is the permutation if Team Liquid is winning. As you can see, Liquid it has the 100% to go through. BBL, of course, is 100% locked out. MEC is in an uncomfortable position of having only 50% going through, while Big has the chance of actually going through to the playoffs. There's also, of course, potential tiebreakers going in, so there's a lot of different potential outs, let's say like that, but Na'Vi is in a very uncomfortable spot. The only way they can go through is only on tiebreakers.
Yeah, exactly. And if we look at what happens here on your screen, if MEC is to win today against Team Liquid, not only they will secure themselves for playoffs, they will also get that second seed, obviously, after winning against Liquid. And it will sum up the entirety, you know, all the teams that we are going to see in playoffs. And we want to keep the dream alive. It's still, you know, I think that MEC has been a little bit of a lackluster. Many people want to see them back on top. But actually, if I am Team Liquid and I have to think of what's coming next, maybe I want to lose today.
Ooh. But look, listen, we don't have any favoritism going here on EMEA, but I just want one-word answers from you both. Do you want MEC to lose? Or...
I just want both teams to play well.
Okay.
I want them to lose just because it rises up the stakes for day 3.
There you go. If these guys haven't hyped you up enough for week 5, this will do it for you.
People should tune in for VCT Week 5 because Fnatic are playing. Duh.
Oh, Mystic's just farming. Mystic's farming. Oh, he's absolutely farming him.
Maybe you will see some nice shorty plays. No one knows.
Out comes the shorty. Put it away, man.
We can promise to the audience that we're gonna have a lot of fun. And we're going to definitely win.
Also, if we win, then you'll see some booster ass.
So what I can promise the viewers is I'm going to knife Monster. I'm going to try knife him twice in their game.
So doing what he can in the back lines and actually overextend. It's gorgeous from Monster. Shot.
Easy peasy. We're playing against G2, like G who?
Guys, if you want to see some one-taps, make sure to tune in on the Week 5. And we have Jumpy on Omen as well, which is a little bit crazy to play against.
Your post-bar position.
No, okay.
Oh, the Iceman. Yampy, the ice-cold Finn.
Hey everyone, we're playing Ascend on Friday. Tune in. It should be a good game.
We're gonna be playing against Focus. I'll be seeing you guys then.
We need your support, guys. Let's go.
And it's the last chance for us to play off, so...
I'll see you on the broadcast against G2 on Sunday. Cut.
Boom. And now, Lothar, you made a dangerous comment earlier on. You said I could ask you to do whatever I want on this show, right? And you'll do it.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think so. I had said that.
Oh, would you be willing to do what Burster did on that clip there with the...
Will I?
Will you do it right now? Hey, that was loud.
That was actually pretty good. Could you repeat that?
Replay.
Oh, that wasn't that loud. Sorry, I'm not surprised. There's a reason why Boser is the one making the move.
Absolutely. All right, let's move on quickly from that and take a look at the schedule for our first play day of Week 5. As you can see, we are kicking off Match 1, Ascend versus FPX. Very important series, plus Match 2 a little bit later on. It's a biggie. Mech versus Team Liquid. So, of course, we're kicking things off at the top there. Ascend versus FPX. And Kaquka, this is a big deal for the playoff bracket as well.
Yes, exactly. We have to look, now that we're in Week 5, it's no point looking at the past. Let's look at the future. On your screen right now, you are seeing what is going to be the bracket for playoffs. So as you see on the top where Guild is waiting, on the previous matchup is going to be the the second seed of Group A. That is what these two teams are fighting for. So the game here is actually not only getting the seed and getting the win, it's actually trying and dodging Fnatic moving on forward.
So the TLDR is, if you're in Group B, you don't want to be second place, and if you're in Group A, you don't want to be third place.
Yes.
So that's how we avoid Fnatic in the second match. Of course, if you win the first one. In general, like, it's always downplayed. Oh, seeding doesn't matter, and so on. You have to play everyone anyway. Like, that is not always true. And as well, we have seen in previous Masters how big of an impact was actually going as a first seed. So now I feel like slowly we're changing the perception in the Valorant scene that seeding is a really important factor in our game.
Whoever said that Week 5 was a write-off, you were wrong. We're going to discuss Ascend in more detail in just a few moments' time. But before we do, it's time for another mic check. Let's listen back to their player comms against G2 last week.
If we actually play like we don't give a we are on the same page.
This is how I will play.
If we don't think we are all playing the same. So my head empty today. Be right back.
Thank you, motivation speech.
It's about being smart, not, I don't know.
I agree.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, let's have some fun in the game of Valorant.
Oh, okay då.
Let's go! Right! Come on!
They're pushing monster, guys.
I'm coming.
Help him.
One HP. Nice heaven.
Time.
Spliffers.
I know that.
He has no time. Rafters heaven.
Let me just play. You hide.
I'm running.
No time. Nice. Nice. Let's go.
I'm holding city.
Plant.
Holding city with you.
Holding elbow.
Let's hold it together.
But they don't have.
They can walk.
Walk. They're all going CT.
They're going out. That one. Do that.
Heaven.
Mine 708. Is 40.
No much time.
Nice, boys.
Clean.
Just type in YouTube. Don't give up.
Okay, wait. I type.
And you have so much videos to choose. No pressure.
Keep it up.
I wanna win this.
Agreed. Okay, let's go.
Droning.
Night yellow.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm taking away this turret, it's useless.
There's 2 or 3 B right now.
Yeah.
Nothing here at
Close.
all.
Break the wall, okay?
I'm molly. The molly missed.
Break the wall, break the wall.
You small it. I cannot break it from here.
Two people. One more. Same pause. Diffuse. You have it?
I don't know.
That's close. Run away, one of you.
Run. Oh my god.
Let's go.
Default clear.
Can you open wall? I will plant it, I think. Opening wall. Can you shock their default and I plant?
Yes, I shocked.
I planted. Guys!
Maybe like snowman! Nice!
I have snowman!
Go help him, please! Okay, don't help.
We can't. Leave Cena. I still have drone, guys!
Nice. He's close on me.
I'm holding you.
Dead.
Nice.
I don't see snowman.
Can be kitchen, right?
Yes, top side.
Nice! Let's go!
They play our old comp.
That's true.
And we play their old comp.
How tables turn.
How turntables have.
Let's go. Ready? Yeah.
Yep. Yes. Okay, full focus.
I plant.
Pick on me, CT.
Okay.
Watch your elbow.
Yeah, I need to cross.
Two behind me.
Two behind, both.
Take CT.
They will rest. Chill, crossfire.
Yeah, I will have smoke.
Take cross.
Yeah, I smoke ready. I smoke.
Yes, you can hold the smoke.
I'm holding.
We can all hold. They have no smokes.
Hold it.
I can't, I'm smoked.
He's fine.
Just shoot then.
Nice!
Go! If you just take Starkso and Meadow, right? It's like polar opposites of emotions when it comes to like conveying messages. Starkso is just so animated.
He's like, please go help him, please.
Go help him. No, don't help him. It's like it's so ever changing. It's so fun to like listen to. I would love to have just all the matches all the time like that, you know?
Yeah, exactly. And on the side of G2, I'm kind of sad, you know, that they're out of players for G2. It's actually, we expect something different.
Well, someone has to lose, right? But let's focus on Ascent because this is gonna be. Hopefully they don't lose today, but we'll see how that goes, right? Because Ascent is a team that everyone knows. Everyone knows the superstars that they are inside of the team. We have seen it. We have Vac, we have Monster, we have Zeke, and of course we have Starkso as well. And every single one of those players is like, let's say, capable of winning on their own. The problem is that Ascent is a team that doesn't really rely on the deep playbook, like for example Fnatic, also polar opposites when it comes to the approach to the game. And because of that, we have so many interesting teams to watch and just enjoy the different play styles. But talking about players, I feel like Starkso is currently the talking point of the entire team because if he's holding on his own and also he's swapping the roles, maybe not swapping, but going back, right?
Yes,
Kaquka?
exactly. I actually wanted to show up a clip that Monster posted on Twitter, and it actually happens right before that round that we just witnessed.
Listen to me! There's two! Listen to me! 5v3!
I love what production did there.
Wasn't that just Shox impersonating a dolphin? She's very known for that.
Was she?
It
was. I didn't know that.
Yes,
oh my god, production. Thank you very much. But what I wanted to highlight...
Was that really Shox?
Okay. Why do I believe everything that Enrico says? What I wanted to highlight from that clip, okay, is the fact that Zeke is super into the round and he's like screaming, listen to me, and Starkso, after getting the second kill, turns around, looks at Zeke, and he says, listen to me, and then the sound of the dolphin. And that is the reason why we have to highlight Starkso. Also very fun thing. Seen it was on the other side, on B-Long, just holding it. It's very funny if you watch it on the actual broadcast after having this information, because it's very funny how he plays around. But when we talk about Starkso, you were mentioning the roles that he's picking up. On that last encounter, he played Omen, Sage, and Raze. We talk a lot about how players play on different agents, but if you add that on top of playing different roles, it's still, just by what we've just heard, being so important for the rest of your teammates to keep the pace up, to keep the ideas coming, and the flow of the conversations always up.
Yeah, and I would say that both of the Polish players actually in Ascend are very, very flexible. And vocal about the way that they approach the game. So it's actually kind of just enjoyable to watch, you know, and I feel like if someone is just not a newer viewer to the scene, when you watch a game of Ascend and you literally hear Starkso and Zeke speak when you're watching this, even though you don't hear them in game, you know, on the broadcast, but it's just so unique. You know, this team is different from all the other teams that are in our region.
Yeah, the synergies is unreal. Now, before we move on to their opponents, FPX, Kaquka here was lucky enough to talk to one of their top guys, Angel, a little earlier on.
I'm now joined by Angel from FPX. So good to have you back on the show. Believe it or not, week 5 already. Today you're going up against Ascend, and you haven't played against each other in a very long time. And also, they're bringing in some changes in their roster. So I would like you to tell me how the preparation for this week has been, and what are your thoughts on this new roster?
Hello, first of all. Second of all, I think Ascend is very strong team. They are out of groups already for a reason, and it's gonna be a good match. I'm not sure. I can't tell yet. Like, is it stronger than their previous roster? I think it's more about like how they will play under pressure. Under pressure in playoff matches.
Okay, so today, actually, what's on the line is that second seed for your group. I want you to tell me how important do you think that is coming into today's match?
Not important at all, to be honest. Like first place in the group is giving you like a big advantage, but second or third, I don't think like there is a big difference.
I mean, there is, because if you end up third, then you will have to face up Fnatic again if you win that matchup. That's what I mean.
It's good. I want to face them, actually.
Oh, that is exactly why I want it. Now, Angel, you have been very vocal about a specific subject on your Twitter, and I wanted to ask you, if you could change 3 agents right now, if you could make any of those changes, I want you to give me a top 3 of the changes and why.
Probably I would start with Astra. At the moment, Astra is like almost unplayable, but not because she's bad. It's more because like other agents are much stronger, like Omen, Brimstone, Viper. You can easily find the usage for it. And I would change, like I would bring back her previous cooldowns, which was done at the same time with like removing 1 star. From my point of view, and I think I even tweeted about it before, like just removing 1 star would be like completely fine, like completely enough to make her like more balanced, not like must-have pick on almost all the maps. A second agent, I would say Phoenix, because I love Phoenix. I like the dynamic which he gave like before in the early stages of Valorant. But right now, all the alternatives which you can pick instead of him is like 3 times stronger. Like if you want to have unavoidable flash, you take Sky or Kaio. If you want like more control and a small killjoy counter, you take Breach. If you need someone who like goes out, you take Razor Jet on attack. And they can go out like every round with like using satchels or dashing out. And Phoenix can go out like with ulti, right? And it's not that happening not that often, despite it's only 6 orbs ult.
Okay. Do you want to give me the third one? I kind of think, yeah, I kind of know where you're going to go. Is it maybe Chamber?
Chamber, exactly.
Okay, we hope that the devs are listening to you right now. Thank you very much for all that insight, and very good luck in your game today.
Thank you.
Oh my.
Oh, I love the fact that production just made me look like I'm stupid and be like, oh, thank you very much for all that insight. I bet that we have a lot of chamber mains there. But no, I just think we were just short on time. But basically what he said is what all the pros have been saying. Maybe that he has the chance of TPing so many times during the round is not really fair, no? Maybe just give him 1, and when he gets 2 kills, maybe he can reset onto that. For the rest of the changes, I think it's fair. What are your thoughts?
I feel like, you know, there's so many things. You could always change in almost every single agent and keep it balanced. In general, I feel like Valorant is actually quite balanced when it comes to the quality of what you can build as a team, because it all works like pieces of a puzzle. You know, some agents don't fit to those agents, but this agent fits to the other agents. And because of that, you can be very creative as a team. But I do think that Chamber could have been maybe changed to a different, like in a different way that he is currently set up.
The most that I agree with is Phoenix. It's not only that we're not seeing him, but there's always like a better alternative to Phoenix, because he's not the best at anything is kind of sad. Okay, so Lothar, if you could make, I already asked Angel, but if you could make one change to one agent, what would it be and why?
I would just buff Yoru ult because right now he's just a glorified Sova drone.
Do you know that actually Angel told me, because we didn't have time for that, but he told me that he thinks that if they could swap a little thing about Yoru, he would be the best duelist in the game?
Oh, man of culture. Oh, I love him. I mean, but I'm going to finish this because Yoru is really underrated, but he's like such a high skill ceiling. You know, we're going to see him at VCT at some point.
All right, I feel like you guys could talk about this forever, but let's move on and talk about this FPX roster. Amazing. Last splits winners, they are on an absolute roll. And if we were to shine a spotlight on one player in particular, it has to be Sugetsu, who was electric last week.
Yeah, exactly. And it's not only last week. I feel like he's been performing for the entirety of the stage, but you could say that I would think about all of the players on FPX, but what we saw from Sugetsu last week, bringing in the Cypher on Bind, the Sage on Haven, he ended up, I believe, with 5 first kills and 0 first death in the entirety of the match. So that means that even though he started defending on this map on Haven onto the Sage, he knew exactly where he has to be, when does he have to come into action, and actually what his role is, and he also shoots heads. Like, what else can you ask from a player?
Not only that, but he...
And the TikTok walls, yeah.
Not only that, but he has a 152 ADR on average, right? But he's playing on characters that don't deal damage with the abilities. So that means that he's actually shooting that average damage per round, which is over 1 person per round. That is crazy, because when you compare it to agents that have an ultimate that either deals you damage or makes it easier for you to win duels, or just utility that deals damage, well, let's say like Raze, right? Then it's easy to skew that average damage per round. With agents that he plays, that is not that easy at all.
If you have a Sentinel that doesn't die at the beginning of the round, you have a site secured. It's literally just like that.
Well, we're getting closer to throwing you guys into our first map, but where will it be? Any predictions from you guys as we head towards map Veto's, Kaquka?
I would like to see maybe something crazy coming in from Ascend. FPX has been playing almost every map. I was mentioning that the last week they decided to go for 2 maps that they haven't played before. Maybe they wanted to get some reps onto those, thinking about playoffs already.
Well, FPX is one of those teams that just literally swaps almost every single time, right? We have seen Angel on Yoru on Fracture. Then we have seen him not on Yoru
You still dream
anymore.
about that, don't you?
Yeah, I'm still like, you know, in Cloud9 here, you know, but in general, I feel like FPX is hard to predict, so it's hard to say what is going to be the map pool exactly, while Ascend has some issues with finding consistency, you know, and because of that... Oh, okay, well, we'll go straight up. Okay, well, so, Ascend is banning Fracture. Not a surprise, you know. FPX bans Icebox, which is very surprising because that was the map that I feel like Ascend was very uncomfortable on.
I think that they got a different feel. What I'm actually looking at is that the two teams have decided to start on the defense every single time that they've had the chance, and there's a reason for this. I did my my things before we came in this weekend. I counted all the maps. I went into all the maps that the teams have started on the defense. Both Ascent and FANplus Phoenix, every single time that they have started on the defense, they have won the map. So that is the reason for maybe picking that side. Bind on the side of Ascent, after what happened last week, actually, I don't see them as comfortable as they used to be. Of course, they brought in the changes, but maybe they knew what FPX showed and thought that, you know, maybe there's some weakness to playing Cypher here.
Well, before we get into Agent Select, I want your predictions in just a moment. But first, we asked for yours as well on Twitter. Let's find out who you've gone for. Oh, it's a clear victory here. It's not really a surprise. FPX are a tremendous team on an incredible run at the moment. 60.4% going for FPX. Lothar, no surprises there.
Yeah, it's a big, humongous difference. But Titanic, Whopper. Yeah. Not surprising, I would say, but it's also so different from what I've seen like a year ago when teams wanted to avoid playing Bind against Ascend, right? And now we see teams pick Bind.
It's not only that, we started off seeing a lot of Fracture, and last week we didn't see a single Fracture, and it looks like this week, and they're like, no, please, no more Fracture. But as we jump onto Agent Select, it's going to be interesting because FPX was playing with the solo Brim Smoker. Let's see if Angel is going to keep that on the side of Ascend. Okay, never mind. Thank you, Angel, for breaking my entire speech. They're going to keep the Cypher, but maybe they realized that the Breamy was not enough.
And for me, the biggest change is here, like as for Ascend, we have seen seen it on Sage almost exclusively before on Bind. Now he's swapping to that chamber, and that's not a surprise to me because he's one of the most, let's say, vital gears in the team when it comes to performance, and putting him on an agent that doesn't really help himself a lot is a bit detrimental to the value of the superstar who Synga is, right? So on the chamber, he has more ability to make it look like he was like efficient on Jet before, and he can't be now. That is a big, actually, I think that has a huge impact, humongous impact, Titanic even, a whopper on Ascent's performance right here.
And I love that word. It's going to be extremely interesting also to see if Angel is going to deliver one of his, lurker plays, especially now that he's decided to go for the Omen.
All right, let's get stuck into this one, shall we? FPX versus Ascend on Bind. Two absolute legends calling the action on this one. Some call them Mitch and Tom. I call them Tom and Mitch because Tom's nicer to me. Guys, take it away.
All right. Well, I guess I'm going to buy this man some dinner. This is, wow, wasn't expecting that one. Tom, I guess I'll let you take it away.
Oh, thank you very much, Ian and the desk. Wonderful. Honestly, it's nice to be appreciated, and I'm really excited to take this one away. So let's get into who's going to be playing today.
Well, Tom, we're going to be diving back on into the action in a moment. We've seen the players that are about to tussle it out here on the server. I mean, how are you feeling coming into this matchup? We've spoken very highly of FPX, and Ascend have had their good games and their bad games. What are you expecting to see today?
Honestly, it's a weird one because I think we always talk about how seeding in most cases makes a huge difference. I think for both of these squads, no matter what happens, they're either going to have to obviously go through the team in the other group, which will likely be Liquid or Mech, and you're kind of pick your poison. If either team has a great day, it's hard to play them. They haven't been playing that great recently. They're both in almost identical boat. So I don't think they're going to think too much about those opponents. Then you're sort of choosing between, would I rather play Fnatic or Guild? I think right now most people are playing Guild, or what would rather play Guild, but I don't think anybody's going to be tactically choosing where they go. So I think this is actually a great opportunity for both teams to test some stuff. See if they've got any spicy ideas that they wouldn't normally run in an official. I'm looking at you, FPX, because you are the masters of that, and maybe that'll come down the line, because that was something that Doom Bros mentioned to me yesterday, is that they do plan to test some stuff here. So I think it could be a fun match. I think it'd be an intriguing match, but I am going to be curious who comes out on top and if we can take a massive amount away from that game.
Yeah, I think most players are going to look at this situation and realize it doesn't really matter whether you're playing against second or third in the other group, because a lot of the time you don't even know who that's going to be. So
it's the next game. So unless they have some sort of mind reading capabilities to work out whether or not you're going to get good Mech or good Liquid or both or neither, that's going to be fairly difficult. I think that's the hardest prediction of the entire event, is which of these teams is actually going to play well in the afternoon. So yeah, there's nothing they can do. All they can do is try and win the game, and then they'll play, well, maybe they'll play Big or Na'Vi as well. So then you've got to add even more. But thankfully, it's not my job to actually explain that. And I can just sit there and go, Mech win equals through, Liquid win equals more complicated. Give it back to Lothar, he'll explain. But yeah, for this matchup, I think that obviously, in my mind at least, for Ascend, I want to see them have a strong performance here, because I think right now, everybody's got Fnatic at the top, FPX maybe slightly below, and then there's a drop, and then I think there's every other team. And that's just how it looks right now. I think everybody has those two as the two that will qualify to Masters, and then the third spot is up for grabs. Ascend have the capability to play as one of the best teams in the world. We saw their crazy run for champions last year. So that they can do it. They have the players that are capable. If they get banged out by FPX here, then my third team is Guild.
Yeah, I mean, it's very much what I was expecting your first take to be, with how Guild have played. But fair enough. Yeah, you can not cut them that slack. I think they've looked fantastic thus far. But looking up against this matchup here, yeah, as we're saying, there's going to be a lot of well, hopefully a little bit of experimentation in there for these teams, because like we're saying, sure, the seeding could be important, but there could be a world where you win this game and go, damn, I wish I was third right now. I wish I was taking on that top team. Probably not. But I guess for these teams, you never know what form the others are showing up on. When you look at FPX, though, they've just been a little bit too clean for me to really question them at the moment. I think Ascend have been slightly shaky at that G2 game. Wasn't as convincing as I would have liked to see out of them. And FPX haven't really made me doubt them all that much. The game they lost was versus Fnatic, and even then made a damn good swing at it, taking a map off them. So I'll have to give them the favor coming into this one. But yeah, you can definitely see a good form Ascend coming through and making this a completely different game.
Well, I did hear in my ear a moment ago that we might be tossing this one off to a little break. So we'll be back in a moment, and then we will get into the game. Fingers crossed.
Dare to challenge yourself. Who's next?
You can't hold me down. Yeah, how you like me now? You want beef, then have a call. Huh, it's like bling blow, ayy. Yeah, you can't hold me down. Yeah, how you like me now? You want beef, then have a call. Huh, it's like bling blow, ayy. Going up, going up, going up, going up, yeah, going up, going up, going up, going up, yeah, going up, going up, going up, going up, yeah, going up, going up, going up, going up, living my dreams, selling while I'm moving upstream, started when I get in my jeans, I don't wanna give him my ring, can I been blowing up, growing up, blowing up, hit him with the right hook, left foot, I ain't scared of the man, I'm not shook, I've been running this jungle, that's my book, if you're looking at the king, better think twice, no, they're looking at the rain like it's free ice, wanna know what it is, what it be like, what you really wanna do, what is street life, try to tell her come and follow my flow, but they rather follow my dough, money might rule everything all around me, but me no, it cannot control, RMG get the name, down with the gang, 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 you may not heard me, you saw me when coming, but you know by my name, I shoot up everything, put on my life on the line, yeah, this cannon got aim, life goes with the wife goes, lights out for the light show, yeah, yeah, you can't hold me down, yeah, how you like me now, you want beef, then have a call, oh, it's like bling blow, ayy, going up, going up, going up, going up, yeah, going up, going up, going up, going up, yeah, going up, going up, going up, going up, yeah, going up, going up, going up, going up, yeah. Name, you should know, CEO, I'm the code, meaning I'm running game. That's a lap like I'm sprinting pro. I keep this all on the wrist. I ain't got no other option. What other shot can I miss? Rings round me like I'm boxing. We all wins, which our ETA. Kiss gold, oh that's PDA. Watch them fall, boy, watch them cave. With the dubs, that's an empty space. How they handle the kid, that's a question. Wait, hold up, hit that step back for a lesson. Ayy. Yeah, you can't hold me down. Yeah, how you like me now? You want beef, then have a call. Oh, it's like bling blow, ayy. Going up, going up, going up, going up, yeah. Going up, going up, going up, going up, yeah. Going up, going up, going up, going up, yeah. Going up, going up, going up, going up, yeah.
What you gonna do? Who you gonna be? What you came for? Are you gonna be? You know. Dare to challenge yourself. Who's next?
Well, Tom, it looks like we're not going to have to wait too much longer. Players are just getting onto the server now, and we should be diving on into the map very, very soon. Fingers crossed, indeed. I don't know, man. I think kicking this one off, FPX come through with a little bit of momentum. We could be looking at a scary matchup, but I'm hoping for a nice 3-mapper out of this.
Yeah, I don't think it's like beyond the realms of possibility. I just have a lot more faith in FPX right now. The only team that they lost to was Fnatic. Doombros was saying that ultimately it's one of the only games they haven't been able to have any footage on because it was a new team with new players. The last time they played was a Masters game where they were playing with a different player in there as well. So for them to actually research and counter was almost impossible. Now they actually have a lengthy amount of footage versus a lot of different teams. So I don't think FPX are afraid to go back up against Fnatic. Angel even said it in the interview. And I don't think there's anyone right now that they're afraid of. I think the only thing with Ascend is the fact that they have superstar caliber. They can pop off at any moment. And like, for example, if you have Zeke, Starzo, and CNED all hitting their stride, I don't think there's a team in the world that can beat them.
Well, look, I think there's some teams that'll give you a run for your money. I mean, get a Durka Alpha Air on fire, and all of a sudden you've definitely got a matchup there. But when we walk on into this one, it is definitely a fear. It's that underlying context for me that if there's that little bit of a shake out of Ascend, and look, they've had the last week work on everything, come back through. As I said, the G2 game wasn't fantastic, but there was plenty to learn from there as well. And hopefully they've managed to fix up some of those issues coming into today. They'll certainly need it up against FPX. And I mean, Tom, starting things out as well. I mean, we already had the Analysts go through the veto. Map number 1 being Bind. This was Ascend's map pick. Do you think that's going to see my worry when I think back? I think it was the G2 game, right? Where we had the start on split from Ascend. Yeah, where they started on the attack side. They chose the map, started attack, and they just got nothing done. Now, at least the one upside here being that Bind, a little bit easier to get it done on that attack than it is over on split.
Yeah, I think the other thing as well is like for FPX, we've only really seen them play versus OG London United, and it doesn't really teach me a lot, if I'm being brutally honest. Like, the only team they managed to beat was G2. G2 have looked shaky all season, and OG London United have been spanked by any of the good teams. So I think for me, ultimately, Ascend going into a map that historically has been incredibly strong for them. They've switched up compositions to sort of make it more, I guess, within the meta, but also within the comfort picks of the team. I think that they have a very good shot on this map, but as within all the maps within this pool, it's going to be a middle ground because these are both world-class teams.
They most certainly are. And well, they're finally ready to kick things off here as we get on into Bind. FPX on the defensive side, as we said, Ascend chose this map, so they have the misfortune of starting on attack. That was what cost them so much in the first map of their previous series. Let's see how they get on this time around. It's a solid opening for them. Starzo already able to pick up Artis. And with that, 4v5 for them. They're going on through as well. Blitzing down after the wall. The smoke from Angel flies him an angle that's safe. Well, there's not a lot to be done.
There's at least one trade, but it definitely doesn't work out too well for FPX. And getting back in on the crosshair is going to be incredibly difficult. CNED still just playing that extra range. I think they've got the information of where both remaining players are, and Morvac isn't going to sit still. He's just running straight at them. Low HP for Shao, but still, an instant headshot will grant him an extra all.
Marked 1.
With 4 HP, I feel like he might have another orb coming his way unless he decides to go down to that spike. Might almost be worthwhile. Oh, it's close. CNED able to make it out of there, and Monsters coming through the smoke to finish it off. So you're gonna have that 1-0 for Ascend, all things considered. Nothing to write home about, I suppose. They get through with a couple of pistols, but this one here should be a write-off as well. FPX taking the eco. I'm interested, though, as to what their plan is. Like, there's a lot of dangers, and specifically when you're looking at the combinations you can find with a Fade and a Raze on this map alone, your early round could be destroyed by a well-placed Seize and Nade. You got to be careful coming into this round as Ascend on the attack for sure.
Yeah, I'm also intrigued by the switch back away from Brimstone. Like, both teams currently not running it. We know on this map in particular, incredibly strong in terms of the ultimate, but also just the abilities that it has in terms of having those fast-paced smokes just for the executions, and also just having Molotovs for afterplant. So Angel switching to it, there always seems to be versatility within this man. I don't think he ever plays the same composition twice unless it's something that's so good he can't run anything else. But I feel like, I don't know. I feel like I'm intrigued to see what he does with it. Like, is it directly to just go 1-to-1 versus Zeke, or is it just okay, it's something we've been running anyway?
Spike planted.
Yeah, this one here's is when you were talking about Brimstone, this is his second most popular map, right? You got Fracture, where pretty much everybody runs in, but the stats hold up even going into North America. It was something I was really intrigued by over the last couple of weeks, looking at some of the North American teams and feeling a genuine disconnect with what Valorant is and how it's played. Like when I watched the round, the games feel very different for what I would say is the first time ever. Like for more than just an individual, but it's also like the very fact that we have such incredible teams, I guess, and the skill levels creeping up and all that sort of stuff, it contributes to it. I just saw we've got a Zowie power round that kind of threw me off. This is new to me, Tom. I like it. Of course, you're getting all these rifles through from FPX, so there's a lot of power on the side of the defense here, and this is where Ascend look to make use of the weaker weapons that they've saved through in the rifle on CNET.
Oh, I'm not liking Zipan's spot. I'm not liking this position with the rifle. They're not going to check for it, though. Somehow he's got away with a kill. Shouldn't be anything more, but his teammates... Oh, I was going to say we're cleaning it up, but Xiao's run out of bullets. Luckily, Angel, the rock within the sight. But even an extra kill here, Zeke wouldn't be bad. There you go, already 3 kills in a bonus round is a pretty decent spot, and he's actually going to escape with the spike.
Get it away. That's a plan secure. He knows that Artist was close. Not too sure about Sugetsu, but
Spike planted.
he's safe for now. Spams are coming close. Gonna use it to cross back over. Not detected by that knife. Goes back into the smoke. He could have the jump on one of these players. I mean, FPX want to be careful. Stick this together, not walk into the smoke alone, and now be able to trade. They're swinging alone, though.
Oh.
Artist has gone down to get 2 miles behind. Now he's going to look to swing the same angle, and Zeke punishes it just the same. A disgusting clutch, but look, the opportunities were given.
This man is already on fire today. That's the thing with Zeke. I feel like you're gonna watch one day and he'll be one of the quieter performers, and then he could easily be one of the best players in the world the next. And 8-0 to start. Obviously switching up his role. We saw this last week as well, but moving away from what has been a very successful raise on this map to playing on the Omen, and it looks just as good, at least so far.
I mean, fantastic picking up that round. You've got CNET coming through with a rifle, but nobody else had anything that should have looked that good. I like the early utility down there, but they're not quite able to follow through on it with a kill. And then on the other side, Sugetsu trades out CNET. Fantastic start for FPX, considering they're just coming in on pistols. But, I mean, this is a round where they sort of need to come through with some impact because they kind of whiffed up the last round.
I'm liking the way that Sugetsu's using a lot of these trips much deeper for like information. Basically trying to deny that space early so that if they don't actually necessarily have to play towards long until somebody actually breaks some of that utility, and the same deep into hookah as well. I think it's almost just being utilized as almost an extra initiator at this point. Nice shot from Zipan as well. This round's starting to get a little shaky, Mitch.
Certainly is with that nade going through as well. That's going to be big damage to Vac or force him into the open. But Zipan's not able to punish. The smoke down in heaven stops Artist from doing much. At least you would think that flash pop, allowing the peek to come through from his teammate. Angel couldn't find anyone on that angle. Goes down as well. Very nicely cleaned up here by Ascend. You know, with 2 players that are, or 3 players that are all so low, things could have been a disaster when this comes down to the 4 and then 3v3. See if we can drop 1 or 2 more players here. No, nothing even. I mean, this is such a huge start for Ascend, Tom. 4-0 in the lead. Losing 2 players here. It's not the end of the world, especially because they're coming in with the showstopper right away. The only player with an ult online. And you know pretty much off the bat, FPX are going to want to play for orbs here. Like, I think this is probably going to be a slightly slower round out of Ascend, and with a guaranteed showstopper back pocket, this is huge.
If only they were on Fracture. Have 4 ultimates online, but even still, it's a very good spot for them to be in. I will keep an eye on that showstopper, just to see where Starzo is actually going to be playing. For now, at least, it seems to be the person almost roaming around outside B, just in case there's any aggression onto short. Artist, though, boy, he's looking to try and reclaim control and punish for it. An easy opener, and I think that's a couple of times now that Mitch, Artist has been caught trying to get aggressive.
I mean, CNED was in the same boat before, right? He went down a couple of times, out for a vengeance now with that early pick and the follow-up on a Sagetsu. Trying to reclaim a little bit of map control, get a little bit of aggression out there, and be the thorn in the side that FPX needed. Instead, left them in a position where, to be honest, they might consider the save on this one. Got 3 players with rifles, 3v5, Showstopper still in back pocket for Ascend. They got a quick take, so they've still got utility to play with. You know that. They've been using a snake bite for bathroom, but they'll still have one.
One enemy remaining.
And well, running in here, it seemed like suicide. Jesus, he got the second kill there as well. That is ridiculous, but not enough in this situation. 5-0. Ascend are steaming into the lead, and their economy's thriving.
Yeah, I want to pause for FPX. The way that we're currently seeing FPX go for aggression, I really don't like it. Like, even if you look at the 2v1 they played, it was one player peaks, the other person's way too far behind. And for a squad that's normally incredibly well regimented, it's not looking like that at the moment. Even take this round. Artists and Sagetsu go for completely separate pieces of aggression on the same side of the map. Like, play that together, you take away some map control, okay, you have to give up somewhere else, but that's normally how you do it. You don't just go for these solo risky plays. Okay, when you're in a chamber, makes perfect sense. But there is no exit plan there for Artists other than trying to run back into a smoke, and that, well, as you can see, it didn't work out at all. And these are the exact fights that Ascend want. You give them 1v1 duels, again, find a team that does it better. There aren't many, if any.
Yeah, I think the success over on B and some of those punishes, like I said, onto CNED early, getting him out of the round, keeping him nerfed, I suppose, when he's playing on that chamber is huge. And, you know, the Artist hears that happening on the other side of the map, and he's like, you know what, I can do that. I can make a little bit of a play here. But yeah, he runs into the full force of CNED rifle in hand, and all 5-0 for Ascend. Without CNED popping off, that's very much what you were saying at the start, Tom. Your Zeke, your Starzo, they're having a game so far, but it's still early days. Still plenty of time for FPX to make a move back in. I'm not sure if they'll be expecting anybody to be creeping up on Hookah quite this quickly, but they have got a camera that can see it, so shouldn't be too much of an issue. Benefits of having Cypher these days, just huge.
I think the real danger as well is I don't think you can expect CNED to do much on the attacking side as Chamber. Like, ultimately, he's just having to take raw fights at times and almost play slower than he normally would. When it comes to the defense, he's going to be basically just Jet again. Like, I'm going to peek a really aggressive angle, and if anything, it's better than Jet because I completely disappear once you try and trade me. Angel! What? Straight through the TP, 2 players' heads gone, and wow, this round just got interesting. The spike is dropped right in front of them.
Crazy setup, spotting them out first. Oh, here comes the Showstopper as well. Really throwing everything they've got at this round, and why not? They've had no success. Oh, look at this. Artist getting the aggression to work out as well. Oh, that was a little bit shaky, but he got there. Got there in the end. Players low HP. CNED demand that almost ace on this map.
How many does CNED get?
With Sheriff. Yeah. He can do this with a Vandal, but it's going to be tough. 15 seconds left, and you've got Angel running the other side of the map. I love the idea here, man. They've got pistols. They spot the players coming into Hookah, so they early cleared it. Obviously with the Fade, clearing it out. Fall back, spot them coming through, and then they have a nade ready from Zipan and Angel going through the TP. Now, the nade was perfect. I think it was on their feet, but Angel was a little too quick, just popping those heads, man. That made it look like it was a solo play, but they had the crunch in as well, players coming from B site. That was a trap that they had set with
the
pistols.
Nade, the nade was through the TP as well, so he went that early so that the doors would be open.
Yeah. And if, you know, if they're turned around, they kill you, well, there's still a nade at their feet. So,
yeah, exactly.
Good luck.
No matter what, it was going to cause damage because they either, avoid the nade or go for the kill. Oh, that's not pretty. A little bit of a trap setup, but again, the trade is almost instantaneous. It's both Rays players gone within the first few seconds of the round, and Angel already trading things back. Another double, just on the edge of the smoke, playing around these one-ways. Well, Nightfall is going to give away that information. Even still, those CNED's landing shots.
Sagetsu's being caught. Synga with another. That's to the head of Sagetsu. Giving Artist the 1v2, and while Synga's not going to miss that one either.
Oh my God.
This is why we're saying it's impressive to see Ascend showing up like that without Synga popping off, because, you know, it's only a matter of time until he does.
Oh yeah, when he gets a free off.
Yeah, that'll do it.
It's like, every few rounds, I murder you all. So you better make sure you don't give me too many orbs. Every single shot here as well was almost a reaction shot. Like, you see someone swing on him and it's just so fast. Like, I don't think there's much you can even do against it. Players, in a lot of times, even manage to connect a bullet or two, but by that point, well, they're being hit. 4 shots, 4 kills. And while Ascend now 6-1 up, it's going to do damage to the economy of FPX as well, Mitch. This buy is not good.
No, it's not exactly ideal.
Scout destroyed.
And again, Starzo having the game that he is. You've got that safety net of a showstopper to play around. A Viper's Pit for a monster that's unlikely to be committed from the start of the round, but you're going to have that again as a contingency if things do get a little bit closer. FPX need a big play, and Angel's going to try to make it. Creeping all the way through B. They've stacked up the A site. They want to contain and crunch. Angel needs to be careful not to be caught here. That
was just random spam. That was off no information. It was just in case someone had pushed up. Zeke was like, you know, I'm going to spam this box just for the hell of it. And he almost kills Angel without even knowing. The timing as well. Actually just gonna, is he gonna fake it? Or he's just going all the way back to site, making sure that rotation's there, but almost leaving a little bit of doubt in the heads of his opponents. Still though, Mitch, this is a stack.
Oh, right on in. Starzo gonna be going down right away. Zipan dropping the nade, dropping everything to try and deal with this push, but Ascend just keep on moving forward. 10 seconds are thereabouts. This monster picks up a third, and the spike is planted. All of a sudden, they've got not just the but the round, and this has just been incredible to watch. The rounds that Ascend are winning, I like that push out there. Everything just seems to fall into place.
This is the one thing I haven't missed. Like the one thing I really enjoyed about the Astra meta is I never had to watch anybody try and do that shadow step into the site and just get shot in the face while someone's just looking at him like, really? Really? This was your attempt at making something? 7-1. Ascend looking formidable on this map once again. They were once the best team in the world on this map in particular. And it looks like they're back.
Again, Tom, you know, you gotta let the game play out, but 7-1, I certainly I'm finding it hard to deny what you're saying.
7-1's never a good score.
Yeah. That's true. Keep Germany in the sweepstakes. Pretty solid. Backs down. Ascend starting to struggle a little bit on entering through. That showstopper was used up previous round. And that's where we start to look down here and say, well, you know, Viper's Pit could maybe be used, but they've got to get to the site first, and that might not be easy.
Fast shot from Zipan, and more. Now it's left all on to Zeke. Okay, that one wasn't as pretty, but still going to get the kill. Jumps out, manages to catch another. This man in clutches already has proven you can't give him any space.
Spike planted.
Spike this time will be planted. Gonna get his way back into the corner, but he's caught reloading. Not expecting Xiao to be there quite as fast as he was, and FPX will at least get their second.
There you go, the defuse confirming it up. 2 on the board. A long road to get back into this one, but it's not impossible. We've seen teams do it before. 3 to play 4 in the half, but problem always going to be Ascend have that massive chunk of cash built up. They're going to be able to buy right back into this one. You're going to have ultis coming back online, and so far they have looked very good on the attack. The fact that Zeke is almost able to close that out as well in a 1v5 makes a really good effort at it. It's certainly worrying, Tom. It's gonna have to be buttoned down gameplay from here on out for FPX.
Again, we're going to see early clears of some of these more aggressive positions, a default being held, and information to be had of this aggressive position currently being set. Cena does take a little bit of a tag on the way out, but no harm, no foul.
And global Cypher gameplay. A trap used to hold down Hookah. They're not holding it at all, right? They smoked it, start around, and then your Cypher's playing on the other side of the map, has the cam to work with as well. Big fan of this, giving them the blanket coverage, although FPX want to seal up some of these gaps. It looks like they're expecting a hit the aggression in, and there's the smoke down from Angel as well.
It takes him out of the cam because it clips him through the edge of the wall. That's actually a really nice snake bite that was thrown in onto Saigetsu. Even still, though, the siege is even better. Caught them on their way through. That's actually the spike. First player in the spike, always going to be a bit of an issue, and while Zeke's stuck in some animations there, nonetheless, Ipan just found 3 kills. Starzo now the last man standing, and well, not for long.
Very nice. I mean, for FPX, from the get-go, it seemed like they had a good read on this round. You know, the fact that they give up the hookah control, they play the Cypher util, they start to play a little bit of a rotate. Angel's pushing up for info. He had early flank if they needed it for that contain. I do think that that's something that Ascend are going to be hyper aware of, is the fact that Angel has been trying to creep behind them. And he's pretty much like the only player you want to really worry about getting past that trap, right? But the fact that he can try to step past, he can smoke it, he can actually get behind you, and then if he's able to slip through behind, he will win the round for them. So you're seeing Ascend constantly have to keep a player kind of around there, at least within earshot. These much slower rounds based around catching that flank, but coming in these last 2, I'm interested to see if they continue that sort of aggression. I don't think he'll do it again, just because it's been attempted so many times at this point.
You remember who you're talking about, right?
Yeah, True Frag and Brimstone, man. Yeah, I just want to...
Yeah, you're talking about a man who used to wide swing split on an Astra. Like, this man has no fear. He's picked up an op, so if he does continue to push, he is mad, but he is, so he probably will.
Yeah.
In the best possible way, Angel is definitely a bit mad.
They do seem to be behind playing out of hookah a lot. This time, look at the aggression out of them. They're going to try to cancel that Trailblazer. It's been coming through most of the rounds up close, right? What did Angel see just a round or 2 ago? No, the previous round it was.
Look where he is already.
I've got
It's nuts. It's nuts. They use the utility, they get the control, but this has been a faster round out of Ascend. They challenged mid earlier. They put out the Seekers. They tried to take these fights and win one. Now they can pump the brakes. A minute 10 left on the clock. No need to rush on in, but they want to, and that was damn close. 20 HP left on Artis.
That's not what you want with the Viper's pit down. Well, it actually gives a little bit of space for Shao to almost sneak his way through. It's kind of helped them out a little bit. In fact, Cena now dropped, and now they'll get the information themselves of where all of these players are. And the worry within a pit is you're not going to be able to hear those footsteps, the running through of all of these angles. Even still, though, it's gone back into a 3v3. And while in an attempt to almost slow this down, Ascend just pausing. They're waiting until they can hear again.
Tap. They attempt to pull these players in a little bit closer and then move to the other side, but Angel's still here, still waiting. The shot's not going to land. Out for the repeat, and back punishes. They've got control already on the side, but Shao! He almost caught him. Starzo lucky to be alive. That snakebite burned up. Monster's still going to be left with 1. He didn't get his orb, though. The orb is still on A, so there's not really going to be a strong post plan to play off, but they've got the numbers to work with.
Yeah, they're waiting with a flash out as well. Enough to at least delay FPX quite a bit. And already, well, I was going to say having the player advantage, but Saigetsu quickly diminishes that. Even still, though, the peek has to come in just to make sure there's no one on the defusal. Starzo lands the shot. Now it's all on to Shao. And Monster won't give him the time of day. A break back again. This back and forth really not helping FPX because, well, Ascend are very far in the lead.
It's hard to imagine without like pistol win or something like that. You'll see FPX resurge back into this. My worry was the first half, right? Like I said, versus G2, Ascend pick split. They start attack side. They get nothing done. They lose 12-3. 13-3. The reality is coming into this, they start attack side, but it's bind. It's a lot easier, and it's a sand bind as well, so it makes a huge difference. I like that we're seeing this knife down this 2 rounds in a row to try and deny if they had changed it up and went back to it, but Vac is again super passive outside of B. That's spotted by FPX. They start to rotate, but remember, last round they were faked out. Even after the Viper Spit was used, the rotate came back to B, so FPX aren't rotating as quickly. They're not over-committing to that A site. They're going to stick on B. And so Angel still out here wide on long, but look, it's Vac on the other side. He's going to use utility to clear the least, I'd imagine.
Yeah. But the deep cam is actually going to help them out quite a bit because they've now actually spotted a player far enough away that you don't have to see that push through from Angel just yet. He's actually going to try and hold his ground though, at least for now, and has a little bit of support coming back in from Ardis. Once again though, they don't have to commit to this, and I think Angel's realized that. Taking the space back is going to be very important, but Vac is now aware. Done it too many times, and it was predicted.
They realize with Angel down, they can make this split happen. Fake out A with the nade. I thought even go for the TP. They've gotten them to use up the showstopper right away. It's out of the round. It's not going to have impact. Artist is down. Ult going to be deleted. With Monsters Lurk not having anything, it at least buys them an extra couple of seconds. 3 versus 3. Interestingly, that was Zeke that went for plan. I think at this point, though, everyone's 3 away. They're not worried about ultis. This is about closing out the round.
Making sure that the after plant positions are well set up. Saigetsu trying to clear this close angle. It's not the prettiest of fights, but both players still standing, at least for now. And Starzy's managed to hold on to his ground. Cleared, though, by Zipan. Trade from Vac, but still keeping it onto one man. Zeke, he's had some tougher clutches than this, that's for sure. But now into the 1v2, needing a couple of kills, and Saigetsu too fast to take him out. 8-4, still incredibly strong half for Ascend and FPX. They need a comeback.
Switching sides.
They certainly do. That final round, at least somewhat of a foundation to build on. This pistol, though, going to carry a lot of weight with it. I see a lot of ghosts for FPX immediately, looking to bring the hurt right away.
Yeah, one other thing that's worth mentioning for both of the squads, though, obviously we haven't seen a whole lot of bind this season. Like it came out obviously in the game versus Focus. Again, it was a strong attack from Ascend, 6 rounds, they lost. Then you had the game versus G2, and I think again they had a fairly strong attack side. I think it was 8 rounds. So I'll be interested to see with FPX. Obviously they got 9 rounds when it came to their attacking side, but again that was versus OG London United. So I'm not going to really buy too much into that. They also then didn't lose any rounds on the second half, so it's definitely interesting. But I think of any team in terms of just those pure attack side setups, I think other than maybe Fnatic, FPX are one that always springs to mind. Like especially thinking back to their Ascent coming into this tournament, they've had a lot of cool ideas revolving around Fade and those executions they've been able to pull off within it. So I definitely wouldn't call this done just yet, but I also don't think Ascend are going to be getting ahead of themselves here.
Yeah, look, the hard work is still ahead of them. Closing out this second half can be just as hard as the first one was. And look, I think for FPX, being on the attack side now, like you said, they've got those foundations to build on. We know that they're a strong team. It's bind. Look, these things can happen. The comeback can definitely be in play. But I have to see this pistol play out first. And you're coming in 5 ghosts. It's a big statement. We're going to look to take those duels, take those fights. They've certainly got the weaponry advantage. But I want to see how Ascend react to this, because as much as that first half was weak from FPX, we know they can bounce back, but Ascend are not, slouches on this map. We've known them for buying for so long, and now they're on the defense. It's their choice. I don't see a way that they let this slip most days, but maybe this is going to be a little shaky from them. Who knows? We're kicking it off. That tech pause finally subsided. We're going to be rocking on into round number 13. As we said, full ghosts for FPX. This attack's going to be a little bit slow. They're spreading the net, looking to catch anybody pushing.
I can't use that.
There is, that's for sure. Cena, I think you can expect this for basically the whole of the half. He's going to be pressing on the outskirts of the map, having the ability to escape. It's why I think we've been so excited to see him on this chamber. It is this defensive side that sings true to this agent's true strength. He's going to be pressured though, and actually, well, it takes a couple of shots, but make sure he's able to escape.
50 seconds left, and FPX have made barely any noise. That's an explosive take as they finally come in and show their entire hand, everything that they've got blitzing on the way in. But Ascend don't bite. They play back. They play nice and passive. Still end up losing Zeke. This control being fought for by FPX with so many players to nade down. Monster's running forward and getting a double. That's unbelievable. Xiao's gonna do it all, and he's coming close. Monster left to deal with. Both players so low. It's Monster that has to defuse, though. And that's where the difficulty comes in. Still with a Haunt to play with. Xiao doesn't even need to peek at this point, and well, he's realizing that this one could be nice and easy. Out goes the Haunt, revealing him up, and well, actually not revealing him. Xiao almost fell for it. Oh, that was almost a big bait, but Monster goes down in the end. Wow.
I'm almost surprised he peeks that, because the whole point of the Haunt is to check if there's anyone on the spike.
He's not on spike, but yeah, he just questioned himself, right? Thought for that second, like, what if it missed?
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, the way that he played it was perfect up until the point where he doubted his own play. And that like, it's definitely something that will happen. Like, you want to make sure, and ultimately he did. He won the round anyway. Nice attempt from Monster, but this is now the lifeline. And as said, if there's any team I believe in on this attacking side, it's going to be FPX. So I think there has to be something fairly quick in response from Ascend to make sure this doesn't get out of control.
The opening shot not landing. And I'm surprised Teenan's going right back in. He is looking to continue fighting for control over this hookah position. He's about to be challenged, 2 players up close, but it's a ton of utility. I think he was about to be seasonated if he stuck around. That could have been a disaster. He's made it out, though.
She'll actually get caught here. I was about to say, he was looking the wrong way. Never mind, they get the kill anyway. Artist on the other side with a rifle, a chance to really farm up the frags, but definitely not something they want to give away. And well, they've caught every single aggressive position. Quick stuff from FPX to get themselves in onto the site, and a chance for the after plant. But any extra kills here really wouldn't be a miss for Ascend.
Certainly wouldn't be frowned upon to grab a few exits here. I think they can run the clock down. Try to contain them as best as possible if they want. But of course, CNED with this TP to play with. A headhunter to look for that one bullet. He's out here floating around, but it's caught as well. Oh, the element of surprise out the window.
Yeah, not really much he can do here. May wait for the flash to come back. See if he can get something from that. Not like he can take it forward with him anywhere. Oh, no. Oh, we can't see Zipan's face, but I'm sure he's got a smile on it, because he definitely shouldn't have got away with that one.
Yeah, a little bit closer than you would have liked. Getting away with most of their players alive. Fantastic FPX rifles to work with right here. Quite a lot of rifles. I'm going in.
It's actually mad that Zipan is currently the top fragger in the server. Considering how that first half went, that's not something that really rings true in my mind. Like, obviously, it was even Xiao clutching out in the last round, or in the first round, and then he got 3 kills in that. But even still, like, I was imagining either Zeke, Stars, or CNET being right at the top of the board at the moment.
All times the Zowie power-up round here. Both teams have an equal footing coming into this one. Economy invested. Roughly the same as we said. FPX having those 3 rifles definitely put the hurt to their opponents, but Ascend, oh wow, CNED down to 47 HP. That TP cost him a lot of health.
Oh, Vac forced off. But it's just holding from FPX.
Shadows traveling.
But they are going to get the heal back off. At least giving a little bit more for CNED in this round. And of course, again, with the rifles that have been upgraded here, there's still a good opportunity. Angel not going to be traded. Artist still trying to get that little bit more aggressive, and he will win the duel. Bastazo's just slaughtered everyone else. 3 kills in a matter of seconds. Come on now, you see the switch back up. So I get to making his way in the other direction, and they should have themselves the A site for free.
30 seconds left.
They're still cautious on the way through, burning up a few precious seconds. But it's worthwhile just to ensure this spike does get planted.
Cage triggered.
And here we go. Artist is going to try to pick one off as they make their way through. It's a nice position. It's only at the start to make sure they didn't stop that spike defuse. Or spike plant, excuse me. He's got that little head peek angle. Oh, there we go. First victim already stepping up, and he whips. No. And Monster, well, he's quick to punish. Sugetsu wants to sneak his way around, knows that Starzo's up top, but he can't quite land the shots. The round that goes to Ascend, and that's exactly it, Tom. That's the danger lurking. It's not just the win for Ascend, it's the showstopper for the buy of FPX.
Yeah, even still, it's sort of a bonus. They still have enough to buy, so that's the main thing for FPX, and they managed to bring it down to just a couple of players surviving. So the only issue is that because of the Franks coming through on a couple of players, they've actually got 2 ults going into a round that, even though there might be a piece or 2 missing elsewhere, I think it would be quite easy for Ascend to almost fill those gaps off those couple of ultimates, especially with one of them being a Viper's Pit. That's a very easy way to lock down portions of the map. Thing is, though, Zipan and Artist also have their ult, so it almost is just going to be that chess game while the first piece has already been played.
Orb taken up. One away now. Having that nightmare to play with, and that smoke's going down slowly. Zeke, the timing, and he still gets away with it. Oh, Angel's not able to punish in time, and now Monster playing behind his ult. The showstopper's gonna come looking for him, but Monster's able to take it down. He's got 3, and that's an easy follow-up for Starzo. The round is Ascends, and such an important one. What a hold by Monster, and that's why you just don't see players pushing through Viper's Pits, Tom. It's just not an easy thing to do. Even with a showstopper, you're so low HP. It just takes that one bullet.
Yeah, there's always a risk making a play through an ultimate that literally tanks your HP, but Monster still does incredibly well there not to get isolated, or even just giving away his position. I think that's the more important thing, because if Zipan knows he's there, well, that's a very, very easy kill with the showstopper. Now, though, things become a little bit more troublesome again for FPX. They've used a couple of their ults in that round. I don't think the others have really built up, and ultimately they're caught off by 2 cheeky plays. One being Zeke, which, yeah, that TP was bold as hell, but then also just that Viper's Pit, just being aggressive around it, taking that contact for the rest of the team. And well, we mentioned a few players in terms of pop-off potential. One of them hasn't been Monster, which I almost feel bad for not doing, because he's had a very good tournament so far. And I think for one of the new additions, at least for the VCT, like someone coming in from the lower divisions being picked up from a roster that ultimately didn't have much success, and then moving up, and wow, he doesn't look like he's out of place, I'll put it that way.
Four rounds between them, but coming on to Sheriff's got to be demotivating when you're over on that FPX side. I think that if you're Ascend, double digits here, play nice and slow, showstopper still to work with, and I think that's the huge thing. It's the fact that Starzo, we highlighted he had that showstopper. It could have been a massive difference maker, and well, he still had it to work with coming out of the round. Zeke has just sprayed them away, deleted all their utility, didn't give a damn. And of course, when you're up against opponents who have light shields and sheriffs, it's gonna be easy enough to do.
Yeah, especially if you're Zeke. Artist still trying to take that little bit of extra space, but ultimately they're waiting on the cross, and just even getting into the site now is going to be an impossibility. Having to just try and make this one at least a little bit costly, but with the way this round is going, it could be a huge economy booster, and basically making it just having to be, well, flawless victories on the other side to get anything done. 11-6, Ascend firmly in the driver's seat, and well, FPX, they got to go a bit deeper into their strat. And that's sort of the problem with this game, Mitch. I don't think either of these teams want to.
This was nuts. I love that little spray from Zeke, the follow-up. The spray control to take the second kill. It's hard to do with a Phantom, but you do it on an eco. Let's see what he does up against the full buy. Now they've got that nightmare to work with, but not too much else. over on FPX. You know, it's not a very ult-heavy economy that they're rocking with. Where's Ascend? They've still got that power. And you know, one of the things that, all right, knife used right away. This is telling Starzo, I can use my showstopper. I know I can't be canceled out.
Just run in. Not expecting anyone to be close. Showstopper out, and well, this round is done. Artist, the last man standing. A matter of seconds, his whole team has gone. He'll at least get seeded, but I don't think he's finding Starzo. The nade, in fact, will get that finished off. 12-6. Ascend again, striking fear into the hearts of anyone that decides to face them on bind.
Yeah, I think this is a statement. It definitely is. Line in the sand drawn coming out of this one. If you're Ascend, 12-6, coming up against FPX, a team that we have come into this season saying they look fantastic. They've been playing good Valorant and certainly looking like towards the end of the season more so, they're looking better and better. They haven't had these stumbles so far, and for Ascend to push them to that limit, it answers a lot of the questions that we've been asking, at least if they can continue to do this and to show that consistency. Oh, seen it. Ooh, he hasn't gotten the kill. Well, Angel's just being given a second life for free. That doesn't happen all too often.
Zipan also managing to take a little space. It is being watched, though. Monster's got the info. The flash will find them more. I think Vac's done very well at just getting that extra little bit of info for the squad, and while Monster has said, we'll close out that kill. A solo peek, an individual fight being taken in the hopes of getting something done, and that's the spike. What's going on? Like, there's been some really peculiar rounds coming out of FPX, and I think this might be the height of them. They're gonna actually TP not to the spike. Angel's gone to elbow.
Can't help but think that's not where he meant to go to, unless he's trying to mask the sound. No, I'm not gonna even. No, I don't know. Strange choice. Maybe thought he could get massive kills from here. Yeah, disrupt like that. Catch them on the cross, stop them getting back into hookah. And well, I guess he was relying on Xiao to do it, and he certainly did.
He might not be able to hear. He might lose half his HP, but Cedar will still land an operator shot. And now Xiao has got seconds to spare. 10 left to try and get anything done. Nice shot onto Zeke, but ultimately getting onto this site is going to be impossible. They just don't need to fight him, and well, he has to kill everyone in the last second, and it isn't going to happen. Ascend 13-6, a statement victory. FPX not quite matching up when it comes to bind, and well, Ascend, I think they're back on top.
I was coming in today hoping that we get a 3-mapper out of this one, that Ascend can, you know, fight with the big dogs with FPX with the shaky performance they put up so far. But Tom, well, we've gotten a whole lot of a better game now. FPX on the back foot, having to recover coming onto their map pick. And I have to say, they looked a little bit flat here. That's definitely not what I was expecting. Coming onto a bind, I had high hopes for them, and they've certainly not met them on map number 1.
Well, luckily, there could still be a couple more maps to go. So we're going to be throwing this one off to a break, and then we'll be back with map number 2.
Dare to challenge yourself. Who's next?
Hello tout le monde, c'est Scream.
Selamlar herkese, ben Sinet.
Aujourd'hui on se retrouve pour vous montrer ce qu'on a créé avec AM Lab.
Fazla uzatmadan çalışma alanına geçelim.
Moi ce qui m'intéresse vraiment dans cette map, c'est que pour le crosshair placement, t'es obligé de tout le temps être au niveau de la tête.
Size benim Masters 1'de meşhur bir hareketim vardı biliyorsunuz, 1v5 Underhaven'da.
AM Lab est gratuit sur Steam, n'oubliez pas, donc allez-y les gars.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I'ma raise the trophy up once again. You did all you could, but you gon' have to try again next year. All I do is win. I'ma raise the trophy up once again. You did all you could, but But you gon' have to try again next year. All I do is win. I'ma raise the trophy up once again. You did all you could, but you gon' have to try again next year.
Oh yeah, I've been shooting in the gym, getting it, oh yeah. Watch me how I ball, watch the Rangers fall, yeah. I've been on my grind, team been winning, oh yeah. They hate it when I shine, I'm like, give me mine, yeah. I see you wanna win on my rings, but you don't wanna win on my team, yeah. I see they wanna say the same thing, but we don't really know what you mean, yeah. I'm royal with the crown, been top shelf, that's the king, yeah. Y'all fill a cup with the lean, but I'ma fill it up with the whole up. I'm coming for anyone thinking I'm not gonna carry my word. If they don't believe that I carry this cannon that's more than my name, then that is absurd. We are not on the same level, I eat you like cancer. You just a germ, all authentic when I twist up. Getting burned like a perm, yeah.
All I do is win. I'ma raise the trophy up once again. You did all you could, but you gon' have to try again next year. All I do is win. I'ma raise the trophy up once again. You did all you could, but you gon' have to try again next year.
Started off slinging dope, tryna buy a Benz. Lord knows I knew better, but I tried again. Move that coca, that mocha, that smoker. I spent off the porch with a bag and a toaster. I put out a check, I got a check. On to the next, whoa, whoa, she know I lit. I know she sick, she ain't get a chip. After I did, I said the kid. One down and I took. Never come when I spend. Every day I be on some shoes, lace on trip. Yeah, they gon' have to try again next year. Cause it's my time to shine, talking last year.
All I do is win. I'ma raise the trophy up once again. You did all you could, but you gon' have to try again next year. All I do is win. I'ma raise the trophy up once again. You did all you could, but you gon' have to try again next year.
Just me and my team.
Dare to challenge yourself. Who's next?
Welcome back to VCT EMEA Challengers Week 5. We are one map into our first series. Ascend take their map pick, 13-6. Bind is done and dusted. FPX on the back foot. My name's Ian Chambers on the desk with Lothar and Kaquka. Kaquka, it was a... Sorry, I'm gonna work on it, all right?
Yeah, you're doing great.
Thank you. It was a convincing win. Did we expect it to go down like that? I think the answer is no, right?
Yeah, the answer is no. We understand that Ascend has picked this map for a reason, but still, we need to acknowledge what happened last week against G2. And this Ascend, after getting the first 4 rounds, I was like, oh, I think I've been here before. This is now when FPX just comes back and start getting rounds on the board. No, Ascend looks super decisive. They knew what to do on every single round. I think that is not only them surprised that Ascend looks so consistent. What happened to FPX?
I feel like Ascend just punished the mistakes from FPX so hard that there was almost no way of clawing back for FPX into the game. And it's solely because FPX always lost a valuable player when it comes to the utility as one of the first deaths. And we have seen that from Angel dying 5 times on this map, 5 times first. That's your omen. That's your recurring smokes. That's also one of the topics I wanted to say about Zeke. Zeke is he swapped to an omen here on this map to have a more recurring power when it comes to the smokes. So seeing Angel dying so many times first is actually a big detriment to the team. But not only that, in general, Ascend was just winning gunfights first a lot. 11 versus 6. That's a big difference.
Yeah, exactly. And if we focus on that second half where FPX only managed to get that pistol round and the round after that, to me the most surprising is maybe this has not been the scene it showed that we have sometimes been used to. the work that Synga was doing onto Kaquka, going for that first pick with the chamber and actually forcing so much out of FPX every single round, you don't only force players to be playing on that same spot of the map, you force so much utility, so much credits out of them that it creates a lot of pressure, especially when it comes to time, because after you go past Synga, you still have to work with the timing of Monster and his Viper wall.
Yeah, and not only that, I feel like Synga is, when he's playing on chamber, he has a little bit of more freedom that he had on Jet in the past, right? So he's feeling more confident in taking those duels. He's able also to perform better when he's on lower buy, which is obviously not the case on this map because they were just rolling in cash all the time. Like really, the first 4 rounds when they were winning, I wanted to say this probably Ascent still gonna lose, but they just never let it go, you know, like because they typically lost after.
Another thing that I really liked about Synga is that he did not hesitate one single moment when to rendezvous, when to just go back out of the question. You're not going to see him overpick.
We, in the pre-show, we talked up Staxer a lot, and we gave him a lot of attention. And Lothar, we were absolutely right to, weren't we?
I mean, Staxer was popping off. You know, he's playing on Raze, of course, so it's easier to deal that average damage if you remember what I was saying about Suigetsu and his agents. But Staxer just pops off. 176 damage per round. That's insane. That's just bonkers. That's so much value giving to the team. Even if he wouldn't get a singular kill, but deals so much damage every round, it's probably shifting the chances for the team to win.
And actually reinforces the roles that we were seeing, right? We mentioned how Synga was, going for that first kill maybe with the operator, but Staxer knows that he has to be the next one. He goes for the extra pressure, for the utility that actually deals that damage. We talk about how flexible he is. I wonder what he's going to pick on Breeze.
Do you know what my favorite partnership is in the history of esports? Lothar and a telestrator. Listen, I know there's a certain round you want to dig into, Lothar. Take it away.
Well, I actually have three clips here, and production will gonna kill me. So I'm gonna go super fast. Okay, first, I think this is the most important round of the game for FPX, and unfortunately, it all falls down to one impact kill where Ardis fails to actually kill the player. So the thing is, the setup is this is post-plant 2v3. They need to play aggressive, play first contact. This is why Ardis looks at lamps from this position, while the other player, Suigetsu, is able to peek off that contact when that happens. So they have like a pincer movement. So when Ardis has the contact, Suigetsu peeks, pushes in with that SMG, and essentially clears that round and gets an advantage. But unfortunately, Ardis here chooses not to go for the precision ADS and just fails to get the kill. And that was most important part of the game because this was the bonus round, and they went with 3 rifles into that bonus round. Then another round that I wanted to talk about here is something that we have seen from FPX overall really badly is that they just are disjointed. This is a round where they try to execute on B, but pay attention to what is happening in front of Kaquka. I'm gonna zoom in on the minimap. The main execution on this round should be coming in from long. This is the main force that should be doing the pressure, and then the players from Kaquka are like the second contact for this round. But instead, what is happening here is you're gonna see that Shao is gonna go alone into Kaquka before any pressure is being done from long. And because of that, he essentially becomes the sole execution of this round, and that's not gonna go well if one player just goes into the unknown. So unfortunately, that, let's say, lack of coherence with FPX did cost him so many rounds. That's essentially it. I'm gonna finish here. Essentially, that's gonna cost him the entire map because they failed to play as a team. And also that round, Shao was prepared to use his Nightfall, and he just died first.
I think it got to their heads, especially with the situation that they were having on Kaquka, how Ascend was swapping things around, not knowing exactly what your goal is in that part of the map.
All right, well, up next, we're of course going to Breeze. That is our next map that we'll be throwing you guys into very shortly. What do we need to see change from FPX here, Kaquka? Because I know for various reasons you want to see that final map.
Yeah, I really want to see Split, especially because it's the only map that we still have to see FPX play on this stage. So something that I want to see also coming on to Breeze, Ardis most likely is going to be playing on that Jet. We talk about all the nerfs that she's had. I expect Ascent to be playing something completely different because we have only seen them playing this map once in the entire year, and that was against Xilv, and it didn't look good. That's all that I'm going to say. But it was the first time that they played without the duelist, and Synga was playing on the chamber. They were also running Astra Viper. Weird thing. So that is what we expected the changes. On the side of FPX, maybe the extra aggression, actually giving the freedom that Artist was looking for on that KO is going to come to him with Jet, if he stays there.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if we're gonna see Artist maybe back on the KO as well, because it's still a very valuable agent on Breeze. And coming into a map, when I look at the FPXs like previous compositions, they try out so many different stuff, right? And maybe it's gonna be another curveball being thrown by FPX to change something and try out a new composition. Wouldn't be surprised for that, you know? Maybe some Yoru.
As we wait for Agent Select, we'll get there soon, and we can actually, tuck into what we do see unfold. But first, I wanted to ask you, Lothar, if Ascend do manage to get the job done here in 2 maps, how much of a statement win is that?
Well, it does affect the seeding directly, right? So that's a big statement. But in general, I feel like it's more. First map was more of an indication of FPX not playing well than Ascend playing well together, like we expect them to play. They still have a lot more to prove that they are on the same or similar level of power that we have seen them last year. Because this year I feel like when it comes to fans, they had super high expectations because, it's a championship team. Like, they should be called the world champions in general till the end of the year, till a new champion is being crowned. So the expectations are super high. The pressure is big on them. And if I'm not mistaken, Stax was also talking about that in one of the interviews. So the expectations are very high, and just this map and this match doesn't really prove anything yet.
I think it does. I think especially with something that Tom said, and I think has been very repeated to a lot of people, is Fnatic, then a little bit below FPX, and then the rest. Yeah. So if Ascend were to take this win, it takes us back to that moment where, they're the world champions, they're here for a reason, and maybe during the past weeks, and actually on the first stage, not even making it to playoffs, sent the wrong message. Now that they've made the changes, we've seen them sloppy. Last week, they managed to close up the map, but there is still things that are not 100% in. So if they manage to take this 2-0, I think is a pretty damn good statement. And they also managed to dodge.
It's a good conversation.
It's a Whopper statement.
Yeah, Titanic, humongous. But yeah.
Wait, where did Whopper come from, by the way? We've used it like 16 times on this show.
It was a pose that Big posted, right?
Well, in the pre-show, I had issues with like finding synonyms for Big, and then production sent me like a tweet. There was like a lot of words, in it.
Well, as we wait to get Agent Select, as it comes up in front of us very soon. There it is. Talk us through it, Kaquka.
Oh, actually, I know that Lothar wants to pick it because Shao picked the Fade, and I know your thoughts on Fade here.
There's a lot of things. There's a lot of things. Yeah!
Oh my God, we're getting
guys,
two Fades?
Guys, okay.
This is supposed to be brief.
I'll be very brief, okay? Yoru on this map has lineups that can go into spawn from both sides, and it's actually crazy how fast you can rotate on this map. It's super flexible. The Fade alone on this map without another vision agent is gonna be tough. Using Sova and Fade together gives a lot of pressure being done on site that is hard to manage for the defense, but not only using Fade for that, it's gonna be very, let's say, not flexible at all, because you have a very limited range. So this is interesting approach from both teams.
It's insane. The fact that we're seeing Neon versus Yoru, still, we know we can pray for that. Phoenix doesn't look like it's going to happen, but actually, both teams playing with Chamber as a solo Sentinel. Let's call it a Sentinel, for call it some way, but actually lacking and moving away from that Cypher, seeing the Fade coming in and no Sova's played. The information is going to be extremely interesting, especially the gathering of it, but I cannot wait to see those duels.
I'll tell you what, Lothar was off camera when he reacted to Agent Select there, and he was this close to slapping his bum again. I say, this close. All right, let's get into the second map. We're going to Breeze with Mitch and Tom. You see, Mitch, I love you too. When are you taking me for dinner?
Ooh.
Listen, anytime. I mean, do I get to pick the restaurant? I'll let you. I don't mind. You know what? Ian looks like a man who has good taste. We'll keep that one for the After Hours podcast, Tom. You know what? Diving on into this one, the one thing I learned from that desk is that Kaquka's out of her goddamn mind. She's praying for a Phoenix. I can't get behind that.
Oh, Breeze as well. I want to. Do you know what? I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued how that will be made work.
What are the lineups?
I don't know. Obviously, Lothar's over the moon. He wants to see how much Angel has been watching his videos, of course. That's the main reason he's excited. Lothar does have some pretty mean clutches. I will admit that. But yeah, I think that this matchup I'm just going to refer to as an observer's nightmare, because you've got to try and keep up with the Yoru and also a Neon at the same time. It's impossible. You're going to have multiple players being able to teleport. That's not a good idea. And you've also got Vipers. It's going to be very difficult to actually keep up with everything going on. And both teams have had some pretty drastic changes. So I'm excited to see what we're going to get coming through. I'm also intrigued to see how well Fade is actually going to work on such a large map. I think that's the main thing that people have sort of critiqued in the past, is that, okay, Sova still has its uses because we want to see how far this agility can actually go.
No, as you said, the Observer's Nightmare is kicked off. And of course, you guys can follow our Observer, Xilv. Hit him up, Xilv OBS, over on Twitter. There you go.
All right.
Just had to get that one in. Give it a moment.
How much you pay you? That's the real question.
People are in the middle of opening other windows and following and so on. They didn't see that, but Angel just got a kill against back. Now they're probably back. They've done that. We're ready to dive on in. A minute left on the clock as the plant comes in. FPX, they've got their site control. But I'll say Ascend here. They're going to be blitzing on the Artist. He's going to be caught from a few different angles, and down he goes.
Even still, though. Time ticking on the spike, a relatively open plant for them as well, and I feel like it's going to be difficult to get back in. Starzo just looking to run it straight in towards the site, hoping to take that extra space. He will get the drop onto one player. Trade's coming back through, but now Starzo left 15 HP while Angel was in the back lines the whole time. It is going to be a pistol round for FPX and a solid start on their map choice.
Lovely stuff. 1-0. They certainly need it after the previous map. Kind of bounced back into it. Attack side of Breeze with the Yoru. I don't know what I can expect out of Angel. I mean, I know he knows how to play Yoru, and I know this map's good for Yoru. So there are a lot of opportunities, but I don't know. I don't know if I'm behind it.
It's how much of a one trick it is, because that was always the problem. Like, I'd still remember back on Guild them running it on Haven at one point, and I was like, this is really cool. Never worked again. People counted it by the next day. So that's always been the issue with this agent. As a sort of cheeky throw-in pick, it can definitely work, but in consistent tier 1 play, I don't know. I'm still waiting to see that. Even still, though, again, CNED on this chamber. On the defensive side, this is where he's going to be a menace, and already managing to get one in this round. Now, what we always talk about, 2 kills, anything more, that's a success for Ascend, and there's a few tagged up players already. In fact, Zeke's going to get it with the classic, and timing's going to be everything here. Completely caught with his pants down in Saigetsu, but he just about wins.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you're just right-clicking there. The panic sets in. It's not realizing that the other player was oblivious to his existence. Okay, that's a nice little cleanup. Even just Monster to do it by himself. We had 2 Angels running onto the site. The others just disappeared. The decoy of the Yoru. Here comes the real one to finish off the round. 2-0 on the board. Nicely done. I mean, look, they have lost 2 players, and if Saigetsu doesn't get that little angle and catch the 2 quickly, it certainly could have been a much more costly round for the attack.
Yeah, I think that was one of the most interesting things of sort of talking to Doombros, is that the way he rates Saigetsu is basically higher than anyone else on this team, at least from the way he said it. Like, he was talking about his aim like he's 10s and all these different sort of hyperbole to sort of talk about a player that ultimately, when he was picked up, we were surprised he was picked up. So he had a great last week, not the most fantastic first map, but I'm intrigued to see more of his Viper, because he's not played it a massive amount in his career, but I think it's definitely something in his wheelhouse.
That's something. Oh! Right, so he goes down in the end at least. There's punishment there. The haunt through. Not going to catch anyone, though. And so Ascend, they've got to pump the brakes on this one. Playing a little bit late, fast round, so of course Saigetsu still playing with 2 snake bites here. Strong post plant. from him at least. Nobody else able to really contribute to that. They've got backside, they've got main, and it's going to be fought for on both sides by Ascend. That's a solid win inside of main. Now these players on side are really isolated. They've got the crossfire to play with, but once one's gone, the other, so easy to take down. They had them from all angles on that one. A really nice retake from Ascend, and well, the clock gets a little bit narrow, but luckily there was no real thorn in the side to deal with.
Yeah, and that was actually a lot more than just SMGs or anything of the sort going in. So although there's still going to be a buy for FPX, for that to come out with 3 players alive for Ascend is decent, because you were looking at Bulldogs, I think you had a Guardian in there, and even a couple of rifles. So yeah, not a bad round for Ascend, but now it's actually turning into something a little bit more. Already going to have the ult online, the dimensional drift for Angel to try and take that extra space, and or as it was called on the desk, a glorified drone. But we'll see what Angel has in store for us.
Some noise up in mid. Angel's going to be going right up to take that angle. Got the control. Sand attempted to take it back a little bit, just clearing them outside of doors, but they've spotted there's players there, so they know well and truly they've lost mid. That control's being fought for. You're not even going to see this peek into elbow from Monster for a bit, because he's worried that they're about to blitz up through the window. But as time goes on, you think, well, maybe they're going back, right? Maybe they're not here anymore. Maybe they're about to blitz. You need some information to play with. Monster will then peek, but it's a little bit late because they're already rushing out. They're on the side of A, and CNED's gone down.
Angel doing work just to take space, but it's ultimately the entries on the other side that are causing the major issues. Monster is going to take a risk, and he's caught. And now the remaining 2, I think they just have to save this one, in all honesty. Like, Zeke has enough to drop a little bit extra back. That's the funny thing about some of these swaps. Like, Zeke playing a Sky is definitely not even anywhere near as surprising as everything else, especially because it's normally the agent that we see Vac on, but I guess you can't have both at the same time. But nonetheless, I feel like there's a lot of players that, at least more recently, have tried to flex onto Sky. I think Mix was probably the one that springs to mind, and it hasn't worked. So I'll be intrigued to see how it works for Zeke.
I just want to keep seeing these attack rounds out of Angel. I want to see past the gimmicks, you know, into the real plans. And I think, well, look, in that round right there, we pretty much did. The ults got them a whole bunch of space and info.
Are you ready to head into overdrive? That's the real question. I feel like there's no way to set up that ult without sounding like you're in some sort of American movie where, like, it's a Fast and Furious quote, basically. It's like, we're about to hit into overdrive. This is my second engine activating, but can you get anything done with it? Because it's an ult that a lot of the time has very little success. CNED, though, actually playing a hero rifle, that might be a bit more interesting.
Oh, okay, that's a full fight on mid from Starzo. Sort of looking at all the angles, figuring out how some of this Fade utility is being used up here. It's again being for a fight up in tube that, well, has certainly been won by Sugetsu. Door going to be opened up here. Seeker destroyed. Knows exactly where the Sky is now. Well, at least that she was down below, but he's worried now that could be coming up behind in the flank from the other side of the map. And there it is. CNED's caught them. Re-establishing the defensive lines. There's no one behind anymore. They've got the control, and they can focus on this site without being shot from an off angle, which certainly benefits them this time around. Very surprising round out of Ascend coming through with not a lot in their hands, and yet they make it work.
Yeah, I think it's even more worrying that because of that, CNED's been able to farm up the free win. So the Tour de Force is going to be available in this round, and that basically means this round is already set for Ascend, unfortunately, for FPX fans. Although there is a Tour de Force on the other side, so maybe you can counter the Tour de Force with the other Tour de Force to, well, force the other player into the ground. We'll see. I'm expecting this one to be fairly aggressive out of the likes of CNED. And on the other side of things, it looks like they might be setting up for a very fast A hit.
Oh, that's not the flash that they wanted, but it's okay.
Blank clear.
It still blinded people on site. It actually might have been the flash they wanted in hindsight, because it would pop really quickly for the guy holding the corner with the Viper wall. The only thing is for someone close left. Maybe you'd want it to go further out. I'm not sure. Either way, they've got the site. They've got the plan. They've got the Viper spit down. Sagetsu's just picking them off. What's happening? This guy's just taking 2 headshots everywhere. Third, he popped down the Viper's pit and then just started swinging. Those kills were behind yellow, Tom. This guy was actually, I'm going to pit and I'm killing all of them in spawn. Like, what? I'll leave that behind for you guys. That's crazy.
I feel like I'm getting some deja vu of just him like absolutely slaughtering people on this map. Like, I don't know why, it just sticks in my mind of like, I feel like it maybe been a game that they lost. Yeah, it was when they played this map versus G2 and they lost 13-8, but he somehow still went 22-14 because he was just winning the rounds on pure individual brilliance on the Cypher. So this is definitely a pick that's been comfortable for him. Zeke still falling for the fake out. But the thing is, he's using that to then TP across and actually be in the spot he would have run to. So it's almost like selling it as a fake. Like, oh, I've shot the fake out, and he's using that sound cue to move.
Oh, Zeke's tagged up here, and the nades forced him back. Well, Ascend sort of gradually gave that side up inch by inch. Now they've got to fight right back in, but this is the idea, right? This tour de force into position. Monster's gone down, unfortunately, and that's just less eyes to cover the back of CNED. But he's still going to be able to take those kills. Sagetsu more than enough to cover, taking down Vac and making this at least more of a competitive round, keeping the dream alive here for FPX. That is ridiculous. It just feels like these players have entered a new plane of existence. Xiao and Sagetsu in particular. Just robotic with the aim. Unbelievable.
CNED left without time. Just trying to do as much damage as he can here, but not going to be anything. Sagetsu with a couple, Xiao then stepping up as well. The depth of this FPX squad once again shining through, and 5-2 already on this attacking side. Look, he's 13-2.
It's absolutely surreal. You know, the difference from map 1 to map 2, I don't even know what to chalk it up to here, because we're seeing so many different levels from FPX. And to be honest, I don't think anything, you know, if I was to look at this on paper, I'd be like, oh, well, I mean, I guess Angel's like throwing a huge spanner in the works with the Yoru, and Yoru's been good. Look, there's like some interesting ideas there. Yeah, it's cool. But it hasn't been, you know, game-breaking, game-changing. Sagetsu especially off the charts. And this time out from Ascend, I'm interested to see what their adaptations are.
I feel like at the moment, Angel is playing this as like old Jet. You throw a smoke and you dash in. He's throwing a fake out and then he TPs in. And it's just like, either you have to deal with the fake out and, okay, hope that you hear the sound cue while you're shooting that he's TP'd in, because that's what he's using it. He's using it to mask the sound. But also, you're just consistently having to worry about it. And that's the same with the Jet. When you see a Jet dash into the site, the rest of the players are sat there focusing on the Jet, and everybody else gets more space. And that more space is going to players like Sagetsu, or in the last round, Xiao, where you can almost just, if you ignored Angel, it's a bigger problem, but you can't, so then they get space instead.
Decoy's running in, shot right away. Angel's on. Angel's in! They didn't know! Starzo got blindsided! Another flash and the backside secured. They've got the cross with the wall and an easy plant. That is ridiculous. Well, now that one is very much Yoru brilliance, but I know there's other sound cues going down. I mean, that's got to be ridiculous for Starzo, though.
A 4v3 retake, and it's not looking particularly good for them to get back into the site. Artist going to avoid any of that utility. Xiao still sat at the back, and well, they've both been able to just fall into these passive positions. It means that look at where they currently are. Look at these angles that Zeke is trying to clear. He can't hear anything, so he has to almost just take his time. And well, he's going to catch someone as they exit, but at this point, round is already over. In fact, they're looking to try and hunt down CNED instead. That could be the op gone, and it is. Saigetsu not missing the shots, and while Zeke's given this a nice try, but ultimately it doesn't matter. And it genuinely is. Every time they shoot the fake out, that's the moment Angel TPs. So just because of the sound cue.
Yeah,
That's brilliant.
You can see it from Starzo's perspective. It takes a moment to connect the dots and realize that there could be someone there. I think it might have been the moment he swung around the corner. It could have been peripheral vision.
I think
that was the first indicator.
I think it was he stepped just before. That was the only reason that Starzo knew he was there. Otherwise, Angel would have got a free kill. And he still did.
I think from a sense perspective, you will start to connect the dots, but well, it's difficult to deal with. It's difficult to account for. We've got a low buy.
Where did Artist just die? That was outside B, so that must have been a clip through the wall after pushing B main.
Yeah, so we saw Starzo at the start hugging the barrier, right? And I guess he just blitzed around it and one-shot him with a Sheriff, which is, you know, it's something.
Maybe there's still an opportunity here. They've caught out Angel! Nice shots from Monster! So solid individually. Saigetsu and Shao once again called upon.
4 versus 2. Player trapped towards yellow. Saigetsu wants to punish, but he just can't overextend. A triple's found on his fade back. And now it's even numbers. Zeke's got a weapon to work with already. Done some legwork in this round here. And while the Seekers are all he's got to work with, his teammate down, half HP on Saigetsu. Shao full in the corner. Zeke's got the info. He knows where the players are. But no time here. He's got to speed it up. Needs to find one soon, and there it is. 4 HP left, 6 bullets, and 4 kills for Saigetsu to close this round. A 7th for FPX, closer than some of the previous, but the same result is found.
I don't even know what the record for kills in a half is, but I feel like we must be getting pretty close. Because he's got 18 already, and there's still a couple of rounds to go. He's just got robot aim. I'm not even sure Saigetsu's a real human at this point. I think it's just that Angel and Doom Bros created him in a lab, and he's just been made to hit headshots. Because, again, that was a round that, realistically, Ascend put themselves in a fantastic position, and it's just an instant double headshot.
Wow. Well, the kills are swinging back and forth, and we're seeing Artis picking up a double. An attempt to bring it back is CNET up top. He's been spotted. Angel knows exactly where he is.
I'm back.
And actually, they're gonna.
It's
Player standing.
Okay, it might not even matter that much, but the fact that he's just slipped Artis in there is fantastic.
It's literally his whole role is just selling misinformation. That's the whole game. It's whether you can read Angel better than he can read you, and I'm gonna tell you right now, you can't. Like that, you can't. Like this man has been doing it longer than anyone else in this server, that's for sure. It's just impossible to play against. It must be so infuriating. I imagine, honestly, Lothar's gonna have the fattest grin on his face when we get back. I feel like it might get to the point where FPX are gonna have to speed this one along, because in between the maps, Lothar's gonna need an hour and a half.
It's really something. You know, I didn't expect to come into this a huge fan of Yoru walking out, and maybe we can see different teams with different toolkits deal with it a little bit better. And I can't imagine the defensive side is going to be terribly weak, but certainly some of the value will dissipate. There's the teleport towards the back, and now they can't hear a thing. Well, at least most of them. Vac can, though. Vac knows, and he still gets taken down. Angel with a double, and clean as can be. The side is there. Zeke's 5 HP. This round looks to be FPX's as well.
Already up to 20 kills and a half. I almost want to see if there can be anything more for Saigetsu. The wraparound coming in from behind. Oh, actually, no. Monster's going to catch him. That's the Viper's pit gone, but Shao so fast on these trades. It's almost like if one falls, the other steps up in his place. 9-2 FPX. Utterly dominant. Like, I don't think there's been a moment in this game where Ascend really looked like they had an opportunity here. Shot down. I think also just the fact that the pacing of this has been so fast, Mitch. A lot of what Ascend want to do is get aggressive and take map control. But if by the time they've done that, they've already lost the other side of the map.
That's the thing.
Here.
I think solving for this, and that's why I said earlier when they called the pause, like I'd love to see what their adaptation is, because I don't even know what FPX are doing. Like this round, what's going to happen? Who knows? Like I don't know how to adapt to the intensely deep toolkit that FPX have brought to this map and how familiar they clearly are with it. This is a game that they are just in control of. Right now, at least, they're commanding this attacking side. Things can change. CNED might be one to change it. That was almost the spike, Tom.
Cutting through.
Oh, they're looking to build into this B site take once again. Ult-wise, not a lot online. And again, we're going to see this space taken. This time he is isolated by Zeke. Still caught up by the Haunt, though. They're knowledgeable of his position. CNED. Oh, he's got the timing right, but he doesn't connect. Saigetsu won't give you a second chance. Not in this game. But Monster's pushing. He might have one for free. Can he get both? Yes, he can.
So close.
Well, they just keep on coming.
Player standing.
Monster side, a third is found to close this out. Ascend have done it. They've picked up 3. Quite a long road ahead of them to get back in. Similar story as map 1 for FPX, but after the way we've just seen FPX dominate the context of some of these rounds, you know, I then start to wonder, and I guess in a way hope, was that their idea for Yoru? Was it the attack side? Because if it was the defense, this is over.
I think with those, I think with FPX, I think a lot of the ideas are always going to be the attack side. I think they just have the incredible executions, and they always have done. For the defensive side, I don't know. I think a lot of this is just going to be rotations. I think that's the best way that you can really use all of the gate crashes, is just to make sure that you can almost stack up one side of the map, and then you're right back in on the other.
Well, up and in we go right away. The speed out of Starzo. He's on the side already. I'm not even sure they realize it, but he goes back around and then gets caught. 4 versus 2. Vac thinking about running through that wall, and that he does. So he's 40 HP, and Artis headshots him, so it doesn't matter. That's as clean as can be. CNED, Headhunter, 1 headshot, but Tom, that's his last bullet now in the chamber.
He needs 3 kills with 1 bullet, or he has to use another gun. And while Angel's going to headshot him through the corner of the wall, it is going to be 10-3. I think the nail in the coffin looking likely now is not even a plant to really write home about, or anything that's going to bolster this Ascend economy. All they can really hope for is, well, basically the same as last round, that CNED's going to hit a couple of shots.
I mean, it can happen. Is it going to happen every round to get them across that line?
Probably not.
No. You need so much here for Ascend. It's attack side, though. We'll see if they can pull it off. I think the advantage here is the fact that they don't have the pressure up against them. They can try here, and, you know, the closer they make it, the better. Get more warmed up, back into the fundamentals you can focus on coming into the second half. And if you lose, hey, map 3, you know, splits coming up, it's all good. You're in a nice enough spot to still make this attempt at the comeback the best mental position I think they could be in for it. But yeah, not the best economic position, because they'll get rolled in this round unless Cena gets something, and that's the fight to close him out. So everyone else is on classics, no armor. Good luck to them.
Yeah, even going to reposition to the back of site, looking to combine alongside Saigetsu, while getting past him alone has already been difficult enough this game. 11-3, flawless round, only really some armor damage done onto Artis, that's it. No other cost really created. And the thing is, in a lot of these rounds, we've seen minimal investments into what has been second rounds. and then just these repurchases, so that the bonus round is somewhat non-existent. So already you're going to see 2 rifles purchased into this one. In fact, there's a third on the Bulldog on Zipan. So again, it's not going to be anywhere near as easy as the sort of norm of bonus rounds that we see on other maps.
This is something special for the attack side. Ascend. Oh, they could be in danger with Artist coming up. Vandal in hand. Zeke had a knife for that gunfight. Ascend down a man already. And they've got practically nothing to show for it. You know, they've pushed up towards mid, but they're very much accounting for that on the FPX side. In fact, Angel wants them to take this fight, take that angle. And only that he was caught transitioning, I think that would have been a much more deadly outcome.
Switch back, trying to find a little bit of extra information, but still the KO knife's not pretty for Monster, but job done. Angel will fall, and actually CNED has used this to take quite a bit of space. This now leaves Xiao basically surrounded, and Starzo picking off one of the players rotating. I don't know how he gets out of this with anything, and in fact CNED puts him in the dirt.
Not your best.
Kill for Artis. Again, a lot of the time this round is going to be about damage, and the economy is still healthy enough for most of FPX that I think it very much is at the moment.
Yeah.
But with the 2v3, it's winnable. That just adds the extra layer. You know these guys are going to go for it, and that's why Ascend are tucked in. They don't want to overface in these fights and give them that kill that spurs them into the site immediately. Turns the pocket into more of a friend for this retake. FPX, so much ground to cover. And no information, right? And Ascend, well, all right, first kill's theirs, but Artist gonna be caught as well. 11-4, and Ascend have a round that they needed, but Tom, it wasn't convincing.
No, and this is the thing. Like FPX have been doing this throughout the series, where their bonus rounds are much stronger than anyone else's, and it doesn't seem like there's even that much of a detriment going into the next. Okay, some lower shields, but utility all seems to be there as well on their side, and well, it's basically do or die for Ascend. They've absolutely got to win this round, and if anything, they've come in with a slightly, very slightly worse purchase.
I like the fact that Ascend aren't pushing anything and they're holding. They're about to catch a fight on Angel if the timing's right, and that could have been a kill.
I think they were waiting to get Nightfall, but that was the only plan. Get the orb, get Nightfall, and then think what you're actually going to utilize that ultimate for. To take space on within B, is it to find information, sell a fake? The only ult close on the other side is the tour de force for Artist, but he needs a kill for that.
Oh, that kill. They're going to instantly blitz on through. Angel.
Face your fear!
There's the fake. And he's able to deal some damage, take a kill, but how much more? Good spray for some more damage, peppering them up on the way through. Oh, and he even gets another. The damage done to CNED makes it easy. A wall bang from Sugetsu, 1 bullet to take him down, and now Ascend are in trouble. That's a huge hold by Angel, but Monster's gonna step it up on the other side and try to bring this one into Ascend's favor.
The question is, do they know that Zeke's still within the sight? He's holding the cross, and instant headshot onto Xiao. It leaves Sugetsu, the star of the show so far, to try and clutch things out and bring them to 12. Passive cross, a flash as well, just to try and deter, and only 6 bullets within the clip, and they're going to peek him at the same time. Solid work from Ascend to make sure that one didn't slip away.
Yeah, really nice. And Monster with the quick peek, I think he did a fantastic job of realizing that, yes, they were getting the spike down and they could play their post plant, but the reality was if they play that 2v3 post plant, they lose that the majority of the time. If they go back passive, play towards main. He went forward, he took the kill, and then goes back. And I think if he doesn't find that, if Artist doesn't go down on the way back through, the round again can flip on its head immediately, and I see them at a disadvantage. But that kill right there, it pushed them forward in it. And sometimes you've got to take that little step forward into danger to get your team across the line. Like this from Angel. Oh, he's going right in! And he's got success on the first, even a second, as Sheriff, and that's all this man needs.
Oh, the TikTok play is being thrown out. A flash and TP into the site, but he's delayed them. And the perfect thing about this is now they're locked in. You got the tour de force coming through from behind. Obviously, CNET going down means the chamber trap isn't holding anything anymore. Now, they're going to throw in the Viper's Pit. That might actually help them out, but it means if anybody tries to escape through this backline, they're going to be in trouble. Instead, they're going to have to try and get that little bit more aggressive. Starzo watching that flank, but also watching if anybody sneaks through. And he's found Xiao dead to rights, looking for a little more. Vac has found one through the wall. Even still, though, it's close.
It was a good trade back by Sugetsu, but it's about what else they have. How else do you get back in here? And short of Artists charging up to attempt to take them down, I think grabbing that weapon, getting out of here, it's the right play. Sugetsu, I'm a little bit more curious about. I don't know. He was going back towards mid, but now he's moving back into spawn. And the thing is, with the Sheriff, I thought he wants to link up with Artists, right? Play this one as a unit, but he's very much looking to take some of these picks and some of the space himself.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be going for this, though. Finance is in such a good spot for the next round anyway, so might as well take the risk and try and get back through. He's also found a rifle on the way, so both players now, and okay, there's still afterplant utility for Ascend, but if they make too much of an overpeak, they might just give it away. That's so well played by Vac, though. The Haunt just used as a fake to give him that extra peek. Again, a little bit too close for comfort, and again, you see the value that Yoru's throwing through. But I think the most important thing is that Ascend are able to stabilize in both scenarios.
Well, that's it. Ultimately, there were a couple of spanners thrown in the works here. A few things they weren't quite expecting. That Yoru play really just catching them off guard, catching all of us off guard, I think. 17-9, and I guess that's the danger when Angel's feeling this good. He's already showing that, you know, the Yoru is popping off for him. That's the same teleport. I think probably even going to fake it out this round. I'd be very surprised if he goes for it, because surely Ascend are expecting some aggression. And indeed, look at these two players, like they're just tucked in. They're like, where's he going to go? Where's the flash going to be? The teleport? I don't know. They've cleared it all out. Nothing's afoot over here. And all right. The previous round's play, I guess, bought them an extra couple of seconds at the start of this round as well.
Yeah, I think also Ascend are just being a little bit more patient. Just making sure that they're not going to be caught out as easily. Thinking of popping the ult. Now, of course, that will give a lot of information. That's the thing. Like it may be a slightly more expensive Sova drone, but it also lasts quite a bit longer, and he's going to spot them all running back in the direction of that A side. That means they can stack this up and have 3 players here.
But Ascend aren't going. They're moving all the way back, flashing it up, faking it out, even grabbing the rotation of Artists. And now some of the players are just arriving towards the site, but Sugetsu still has the utility online. Snakebite and the orb down. Nobody can help out. Starzo made it through, but goes down. The extra snake bite. Oh, it doesn't actually manage to lock Monster out, and with low HP, Sugetsu's in danger. Down goes the orb. The rest of the team comes flooding through. Another hero needs to step it up. A flash out of Angel, but he runs into Monster.
Can't use that.
These two in clutch scenarios have had a huge success rate so far. The rounds that have been there on the other side. It's going to get pinged, though. Xiao will find back, and now it's left onto the new boy. Monster to try and give them that little bit of extra hope. An instant headshot onto Xiao, his 3rd kill of the round. An aggressive position. It's that 1v1, and Monster's gonna take it. I know there was a little bit of a grudge match between these two going into the day. Artist saying he was gonna knife him, but when it comes to the 1v2, it's Monster on top.
4 rounds between them. This has been an impressive comeback from Ascend. It looked like a very long road, and some of these rounds have been very close. But FPX, they're not able to get it across the line. There's always that extra player to step it up. Monster dominating, and I think FPX, well, they've called a pause at a good time, because this is now a game again. All of a sudden, you lose this round, this coming by round, that is, and you are practically neck and neck. They do not want to be back in that spot after what was looking like an absolutely dominant map. To get them back into the series.
Yeah, it's the game of Vipers, I guess. Both players, and a lot of it, I wouldn't even say is necessarily down to Viper utility. It's just the clutch potential, the headshots that both of them are hitting, and well, for Monster, that round could be all the difference. And that's the thing. We've had a couple now where it's him and Vac in these sort of like 2v2s, 2v3s, whatever, and they've been winning them. Once the spike is down, it seems like the synergy between the new players within the roster is actually pretty damn solid, which is what we always give credit to Ascend for. It's like, okay, in terms of depth of strategy and ideas, maybe it's a little weaker than some of the other squads. But in terms of playing off of each other, individual brilliance, and just the sort of fundamentals of Valorant, best of the best.
Three players. That is a ton of information to work with. Ascend don't seem too deterred, though. They're still grouped up outside of here, despite all the numbers from FPX rotating in. This could be a little bit scary if this man was not just blitzing around the site. I think it's something harder to hit than a Neon when you've got a Sheriff blitzing around a corner like that. It's next to impossible. That's 4 kills. Ceasefire! God damn it! Give him the ace! All right, Monsters had a good game. You know what? Monsters had a good game so far.
Monster's
We'll give it
also
to
a
him.
massive troll, so I'm almost certain that he saw the 4K and was like,
I'm getting this.
Well, I'm denying this. Did you see my 4K last round? I ain't giving you an eco ace to overshadow what I just did. No, no, no. And the thing is as well now is Starz's got to do it with the classic. So it's a little bit tougher. Saigetsu denied.
Then CNET steps in. See, that's a good teammate. He steps off the side and says, go on, son. You know, live your life. Be the main character. I'll listen. I'll close it out if we need it. And it really is. Look at all these guys. They're like, right, I'm going to swing, going to aim at head height. I'm going to just grab this headshot as they come around the corner. Doesn't matter if I get one and I die. It's an eco, just headshots, right? And they swing, and there's a guy just sliding across the floor, spraying them down, just being electrocuted. It's, you know, it's an understandable way to go. Big farming round for Ascend. They're 11-8 now. Here's the buy for FBX. Here's where things really matter. Already, Artis has denied his early peek indoors, and that's going to be Ascend with free mid control. They haven't even fought for it. They haven't put anyone there, but they've got free mid control. A little stun.
I like the stun. I think that's definitely the most exciting piece of kit when it comes to Neon, and probably the one that we didn't necessarily expect when you see the launch of that agent, but solid start from him. Artis going to fall back towards the pyramids just to try and still have that more aggressive stance. The thing is, though, this round, especially in comparison to some of the others, has been a lot more passive, although it seems, well, it did seem like Angel was going to get a little bit cheeky, but instead, just waiting things out. And Ascend are more than happy to oblige.
Face your fear!
Oh, here we go. Push coming through. They've at least cordoned off the mid push. Now only need to look forward, but Zipman goes down. Artis not able to land anything. And this is starting to look very scary. Monster's just W keyed out on them and taking them down. Zipman's not going to get rezzed up. They're even watching for someone coming up here, ready to react to it. And he'll eventually fall. 3 versus 4. Ascend have got the advantage, and a Viper's pit down on the spike, Tom.
Yeah, that's the great thing of having a Viper popping off. You can just have your Viper's pit every couple of rounds. Zeke is waiting on the edge. Timing is sublime. The pop straight out. 2 dropped off it. And well, did I get to again? But he's just so good. Another couple back. Maybe even on the 30 bomb. On the edge, he spawed it out, seen it, and he's done some damage along the way. The thing is, though, Monster is just being patient. Just waiting on the edge. There should be no chance. The second he even touches that pit, his head explodes.
I did not think we would end up with a scoreline this close. The first map was phenomenal from Ascend. But after that first half, and I think you very much see what we talked about at the halftime, which was like, was that where all their plans were for this Yoru? Was it the attack? And yes, the value was 100 times on the attack.
There's a lot
the misinformation.
less you can do. Because ultimately there's only a couple of avenues where you can push into with this agent that wouldn't just be madness or just incredibly aggressive. So yeah, the value is made on that attacker side, but now there needs to be someone else. I think another thing we didn't really have to highlight in the first half, but is worth doing now, is Zipman's having an incredibly quiet game, which for him is rare, but it is noticeable now.
Yeah. But it really stresses how an uncomfortable team, even a team like Ascend, in that first half where they're not used to what you're doing and it's just an uncomfortable game, they can look weak, but wow. But they are not weak. They will come back into them. Now heals can come through. Maybe!
Oh, it's the only player he would have killed with that shot as well.
But he was like running and hit him through the wall, man. He wasn't even aiming at him. That's just ridiculous. Pop flash a haunt. Oh, I thought the haunt was on the flash. It's coming out late, but it's still going to catch them. They got them all, but nobody's there to follow up with the weaker weapons. Unfortunately, it just ain't that easy.
Whoa.
Okay.
The Guardians are doing work. Xiao has come up with another. Somehow it's left all onto Vac, and this time there is no clutch. Out of all the rounds for FPX to take, it's actually the Thrifty with some weaker weaponry, some Guardians thrown in just because of the extra credits. And now they've put themselves on match point. It's taken a lot longer to get here. He just shoots the wall. That's all he does, just shoots the wall.
Pinpoint accurate. That's that is something. What a shot. You're probably going to be sat there wondering, wow, how did he get me? If you're Starzo, well, he's going to watch this back later and be just as confused. And even more annoyed, actually. Another haunt up mid. I like this strat. They've seen the player inside. Yeah, they definitely have. And they know where he's going.
Back to site goes Angel. CNED. Careful here. Xiao looking a little cheeky, but he's got Vac to back him up. They're going to exchange prowlers. Battle of the operators, a fearsome one at that. CNED versus Artist, two of the best, and it is almost just a standoff, waiting for someone to peek, and well, they definitely can't see what we see, how close they are to almost just facing into each other's crosshair. The rest of the team's starting to set up, but Artist has won that duel, an important one at that.
Close. The peppering up Starzo will be finished off from down the bottom of mid, and well, they've actually caught Zipman again. He's wrong place, wrong time. Xiao still holding strong, but only good for one. Vac up close though. This could make it up over on the attacking side. He's not expecting Sugetsu. They just walk on the other side. That's the spike down, and well, I think that might be the map, Tom.
He's just put his Viper's Pit on the spike. Just he put a snake bite within it. So if anybody tried to run through, he's a grotesque player. Absolutely grotesque.
Trap card.
Such an amazing performance from Sugetsu and such a fun map to watch. Like, I'll be honest, there are a lot of games, Icebox, where things are quite stale. I see it again and again. Well, that was something completely new. And from both sides, there were things I enjoyed. I think versus any other attack, I think that we see Ascend do a lot better on that defensive side. I think it was just a masterclass of attack coming out of the likes of FPX.
Did I see 35 and 10 for Sugetsu in the end? Was it
Something
him?
like that. It was definitely over like 32, but either way, I think by that point you just go, yeah, but he had a good game.
Unreal stuff. Well, let's see who's going to have a good game on map number 3. I'm hoping that we get another close one. Both teams stepping it up. Maybe some Yorus in there. Who knows? We'll catch you guys after the break to find out.
Dare to challenge yourself. Who's next?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Time slows down when it can get no worse. I can feel it running out on me. I don't want these to be my last words. All for God. 'cause that's all they'll be. Now there's only one thing I can do, fight until the end like I promised to. Wishing there was something left to lose. This could be the day I die for you. What do you see before it's over? Blinding flashes getting closer. Wish that I had something left to lose. This could be the day I die for you. This could be the day I die for you. This could be the day I die for you. This could be the day. Everything I know, everything I hold tight. When to let it go, when to make them all fight. When I'm in control, when I'm out of my mind. When I gotta live, when I gotta die, gotta die. Everything I know, everything I hold tight. When to let it go, when to make them all fight. When I'm in control, when I'm out of my mind. When I gotta live, when I gotta die. This could be the day I die for you. Feeling like there's nothing I can do. This could be the end, it's mine to choose. It's taken me my lifetime just to prove. This could be the day I die for you. Don't let it be the day. What do you see before it's over? Blinded flashes getting closer. Sacrificing.
Dare to challenge yourself. Who's next?
Welcome back to VCT EMEA Challenges Week 5. Well, FPX leveled the score 1 apiece and will take Ascend to a final map. That's what you wanted, right? We told you, do not sleep on Week 5. We are bringing it all for you this weekend. My name's Ian Chambers on the desk with Lothar and Kaquka. Kaquka, it looked... Sorry. Kaquka. It looked at one point that it was going to be a breeze for FPX, no pun intended. And
Jesus, you and Lothar on the desk. I'm going to have the weekend of a lifetime.
Worst one, absolutely worst one.
It's going to go so slowly for you. But Ascend, they went out kicking and screaming. It looked like there was going to be a comeback at one point, and there were some really strong individual performances across the board.
You could say that they were in a bind.
Oh, you could say that. I like that, Lothar.
Is that enough? Can I
Yeah, yes,
okay,
please,
let's
please
talk
go.
about Breeze. Let's talk about actually what happened here. Of course, FPX deciding to go onto this map. We saw all the innovation, all the things that FPX, tease us about sometimes. But where Ascend waiting, like a waiting angel on the Yoru, Artist on the Chamber. Also for FPX to bring the Fade in, seeing this map without having, he gets to over 400 ACS. I mean, he did have like an insane amount of kills, didn't he?
I mean, it's insane. What the hell are we witnessing here? Like, Suigetsu's 35 kills. That's absolutely mental. He's like 2 first kills, 0 first deaths. It's, I don't know. It's like one of the best performances, if not best performance of Suigetsu overall. And it's against Ascend. Like, he was just diffing players left and right.
Yeah, completely. Also, what I wanted to say is like it's surprising to see this map played without Sova versus Sova, because the amount of information that you gather from that agent is so pivotal. But the game that Angel gave us, I do not know how FPX managed to do the same execute so many times. Like the problem is they got completely into Ascent's head. The sound, everything that was a sound cue, it was also an action for FPX to go onto the side. You talk about first kills, Angel ended up with 7, and actually, you know, give us a little bit of what he intends to do when he's playing on things like an Omen.
And also, unfortunately, FPX couldn't close out the map because they were having problems with just converting advantages. Out of 11 rounds, when they started 5v4, they only won 6. Like that was a big issue when they over-pushed, like a little bit overstayed the welcome when they had an advantage. But you raised a very good point about the fade, because for Ascent on attack, it was very obvious that when they wanted to do an execution, the speed of the execution was not being synergized with the fade, let's say, speed of utility herself, because it's the limited range. And Starkso was like, phew, 2 kilometers away, you know, from that fade utility, and he was faster than everyone else.
You also add that Zeke is going to be playing on that Sky, so you don't have that extra control, or more like the extra information that Akayo, for example, is going to bring to you. Also, it was the first time that Ascent was playing with that fade, so can we actually say, like, the Xiao, Dift, Vac is kind of complicated, you know, it's the first time that you actually tried the agent itself. So you talk about converting those rounds. Actually, in 22 rounds, Ascent only had 5 first kills out of the 9 rounds that they converted. So I think that for FPX, it's still a lot of surprises, a lot of good things to see on the way. So I'm really looking forward for map 3.
I mean, Lothar already touched on Sugatsu and how incredible he was on that map there. What a stellar performance from him. I feel like we can't say enough about this player. Look at those numbers, Kaquka.
The damage per round, 246. What am I seeing on the screen? A KDA of 4.4. He delivered last week. He delivered on map 1, and he is back for map 2. I do not know what Sugetsu is going to be playing on that split. Maybe they go back to old compositions. I do not know, but you know what? I don't care, because he doesn't need a duelist to pop off.
Incredible. He had a bigger difference between his kills and deaths than some of the players had kills and deaths combined. Like, he was plus 25. He was 35 kills and 10 deaths. It's unreal.
I cannot wait to see more of him on the final map. But before we get there, Lothar, get yourself over.
Yeah, you know what I'm going to do, right?
Give us a focus on Yoru. Why not?
Tom was talking about it, that I have the grin on my face, and I did have it because it's actually super fun to watch Yoru on Breeze, and I will explain you why also. And also counter Tom's point about not being flexible on defense. He's super flexible on defense. But let's talk about first about the attack on the side of Breeze. So what we have seen so far from Angel on the mid, we have seen a teleport that just goes into mid control here when there's a pinch coming in from elbow, which was even in the pistol round being made, and then he stayed on mid to just kind of lurk. Another one was just a standard TP into side combined with a fake out, so which essentially is like there's a fake out going in alongside the TP, then there's a flash happening either on this side here or this side here, then the TP happens and Yoru has the control of that backside. But after that, we have seen Angel do a second TP that goes behind yellow so he can reposition without being exposed in that space. That was the A side. Then B side was a little bit more flexible because we have seen 2 lineups. One lineup was going towards behind the broken wall, which was something that did caught off guard many people from Ascent in the beginning, because you also have to check it. Like, if you're hiding backside on B in this spot, you have to peek to check if he's actually there or if it's not a fake. Although we didn't see a lot of fakes from Angel being done, which is, remember, Yoru can just fake, the TP is different, there's just splashes of like blue paint, and it stays for 30 seconds to someone to know that this was a fake. Another lineup that we have seen is just on the left side of B, and that is also a push that we have seen from the Yoru, and typically all of those combined with the pressure being done by the rest of the team, is very similar to the jet push, but you have a more immediate action with the flashes, which is very nice. Now, something, if you're wondering what else can a Yoru do on attack, is you can also have a lineup that goes through holes straight up to the spawn, to this point, and that allows you to be more of a lurker. But on defense, we have seen Angel only use the tools at his disposal for faster rotations, from like backside B to backside A, essentially, to spawn, and vice versa. But in general, you can be a more of a lurker. We have seen that once when a short range TP allowed Yoru to go through B main towards the back of the opponents. After the flash, he gets a double kill. But another lineup that you can do is actually something at the beginning of the round that goes like this. And you can avoid a chamber trap that is typically being put in this area, so you can flank and rotate against a full execute on A side, which is nuts. But also you can do it from the other side of the map, where you can just stand at the barrier and you can TP into this side of spawn, which also avoids the chamber trap, and you can then flank towards the window. So there's really a lot of flexibility in this agent. It's one of those agents that you can just kind of like clay, put it into like a, let's say, I don't know, jar or something, whatever shape you want to do it. You can just flex whatever you want with this agent.
So the importance out of all of this, out of everything that Lothar just said, is that this doesn't have to be a one-time thing. We've seen FPX changing that Yoru after the first time, but there's no need to actually do that. And the amount of presence that they had throughout the entire map. You have a KO, you have a chamber that is going to grant the information, you have a chamber that is going to be looking actively for that first duel. You also have that Yoru that is going to create that false sense of security on the other side.
Well, we're going to a third and final map. Kaquka, Split. You wanted it, you got it.
Oh yeah, I'm very happy because this is the only map this stage that we have yet to see for FPX. I expect something crazy. I don't know if we're going to see Yoru, but you know, actually, before I forget, I heard that Mitch thought I was crazy for saying that I wanted a Phoenix on Breeze. I thought that he was a real paper boy, because Paper Rex played triple duelist with Raze, Reyna, and Phoenix on that map. So what are you doing, MitchMan? Anyway, going back onto Split, we know that this has been kind of the second home ground for Ascend, and definitely for a very long time, extremely strong map. One where they have decided to just keep the same composition going in. But after what happened last week against G2, I do not know if that's going to change.
Well, you saying that it was like a trademark map for Ascend. But for me, that was when Bonkold was still in the team.
Oh, and the one-ways.
The one-ways, from the Omen, they actually shaped the way that Split can be played very efficiently on defense. And from the moment that Bonkold has gone from the team, we don't see the same kind of efficiency that could have been done, like with the previous roster, with the new roster, which puts a dent in the plan for this team, while FPX, well, you could say that Split is one of the strongest maps as well. They have, so far in this season, 4-0 on this map, and they actually
on the previous season.
Well, yeah,
but it is important to mention, because we know all the problems that FPX had during the first season, and even with that, I think this was actually the map that they 13-0 Fnatic, wasn't it?
Yes,
with Angel on Jet. Oh, you missed out.
Sounds like it. Now, listen, chat, there is a slight delay on getting into Agent Select. We will get there down the road. And just a reminder, this third and final map dictates who finishes second in Group A, which of course affects the seeding going into the playoffs, which brings me on to my next question.
Look, if I have to fill, I can do another illustrator for you.
No, you stay here. You stay here. We've had enough of your sexy Valorant brain, and I'm kidding. Plenty more of that to come. But are we seeing these teams perform at their absolute highest ability and showing, their ultimate strats here? Or are we seeing a more reserved style of play from both these sides who, are locked into the playoffs?
I'm very happy with the level that we just saw on Breeze. I think that Split is going to be a little bit more of the same. And with Ascend, with FPX banning Ascend as their final decision, I expect to see that fade coming in. I want to see a Zippen that is actually performing. He was not there on Bind. He was not there on Breeze. This stage, he's being like the quiet one out of FPX. Kind of complicated also to pop off when your teammates are on 400 ACS. But if he's going to be matching up against the double duelist that we expect coming in from Ascend, he needs to perform.
You know what's funny is that both teams have a very similar situation. Zippin is on the quieter side, but also Synga is on the quieter side as well. Like, those two are not performing to their own previous levels. Okay, with Synga on Chamber, yeah, I like that. The thing is, this map doesn't deliver the same kind of amount of freedom when it comes to like the players' like agency, because on Breeze you had so much space to create like different stuff. But here, this is more like, let's say, designed to have the utility that can stop a push. This is why you can see the Sage, this is why you see the Raze. All of that utility is super valuable, but we have super defensive setup for Ascent.
Yeah, I mean, they're starting on the defense. They know how strong they are. When G2 started on the defense, they demolished them. They knew that part of it was the way that Mixwell was performing on the chamber scene. It's feeling comfortable. He wants to win those duels. I want to see also the executes coming in from Shao. The trio of Breach, Raze, and Fade is insanely strong, and there is going to be extremely needed for this attack.
So when I was, if you guys remember, first week, and I was talking about how Fade can synergize with a lot of agents, Breach and Raze are perfect for her because a and an aftershock or paint shells are essentially destroying a player. And it's there's so many.
Oh, I didn't see that's a Sarkso going on the Raze. I'm not wearing my glasses.
No, it's okay. Sarkso's playing a lot of Raze lately, you know.
Yeah, I'm happy. Sorry.
Zeke is like now a mainstay, I guess, controller, you know, but he's super flex, so I guess that's fine. But yeah, FPX with this comp, if you synergize those three agents together, they can single-handedly just kill one person without even seeing that person.
Who's taking it, guys?
I say that Cena's going to pop off and Ascend is going to take it.
I say FPX.
Okay, I'd like to disagree.
I can tell. All right, it's the final map. Who is securing that second place spot in Group A? It is time to go to Split for the culmination of this wonderful series with Mitch and Tom. Take it away, guys.
Thank you so much, Ian. Well, Tom, you know, there was a lot said there. I mean, we heard a lot from Lothar's brain. I'll leave it at just that. For myself, though, the highlight had to be Paper X being brought up, as it always is, a true paper boy.
You're a paper traitor.
And I just thought it was hilarious that we're trying to justify the fact that they were playing with Phoenix. Let's dive through it. They played Astro Breach Neon on the first iteration of Breeze. Then they moved on to Viper KO Yoru. Then they swapped that out for Brim Phoenix.
Surely you should know
and
it from memory
Raze.
as a true paper
Swapping
boy.
their chamber for Arena as well. This team has been swapping their Breeze comp every game. At least 3 agents, 4 in the game where they played Phoenix, because they're playing through APAC. And they're destroying everybody. Paper X don't need to even play an agent that's justifiable in this game, which is why they pulled out Phoenix on Breeze.
Well, we're in EMEA. That was the daily message from the paper traitor. And now we're going to go looking into what is going to happen on this map. More excitingly, Split. We've seen a couple of long ones here, Mitch, and honestly, I wouldn't be necessarily surprised if we saw another artist going to be back on that pure util role, and a very aggressive start out of the likes of Zipan straight in towards this B-side.
Now it looks like we're going to have quite the pace here. Right-click nade through. Zipan already on the backside, but his teammates are only now coming up to meet him. No wall across to help them. This is going to be a little bit of a tougher one for them. But FPX, well, they've got some plans to split up, and Xiao's able to take them from above. 3 quick kills and a very fast pistol for FPX, absolutely overwhelming their opponents. That's what we like to see. You know, this split attack is what we talked about versus G2. Ascend started on the attack, and they had that horrendous run, losing out the map, bombing out of the map. They just couldn't recover from the first half. But then we're seeing them now have this as the decider, where they get to start on the defense. That's huge for them, you would think, but at least FPX have their foot in the door with the pistol.
Yeah, I think, well, maybe not so much in recent history, but in the past, for FPX, this was an attacking side map, which for the majority of teams might sound weird, but they always had some very impressive executions. We would talk about every round where Angel would basically pressure into mid. That was the strat. So this is somewhere where I think FPX actually feel incredibly comfortable, and it's almost up to Ascend to dislodge them a little bit. And I think a lot of that will come down to someone like CNED with a lot of those more aggressive early pushes, and I think that might be one of the reasons why Starzo's actually taken up more of that duelist role, because the man has no fear. You saw in the last map, okay, he didn't have the greatest statistics, but he is more than happy to just run at you, and I think the way that you can play Raze on the defensive side of this map, that really works for them.
smoke up and play in. Let's see what Ascend can do with a classic. I'm not sure much is going to work for them here. Oh, nice. Good start for Zeke. A little bit more damage would be fantastic on the way back through. But already using up that nade. I think they're going to have to rely on grabbing exits. The good thing is it's decently easy to contain these players. If they can manage to maybe deal with Sugetsu, if they spot that he's around here, they could try isolate him, and then they've got them completely locked in. But of course, you've only got classics. And from this point, to be honest, even one kill would be decent. Especially, honestly, if they stop Sugetsu from picking up anything that was dropped, that's even better. Keep him on a ghost.
Just trying to lock him in at this point. Nade throwing out, but not really going to catch anything. And in fact, I think the remainder at this point are just going to go down to the spike. They've already completely left and just bailed out for that control. It seems like Monster's still trying to get himself a kill here. For Saigetsu, he's looking to farm. It's almost intriguing because he has one of the ultimates that realistically I don't think is going to be that crucial for the next. I would have almost liked to see him just take the rifle, give the pistol to someone else, and let them farm up those orbs.
You do know Kaquka's on desk, and you're talking about the...
I think she's preoccupied with what you said, that it doesn't really matter at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? You feel free. Go back through Paper Rex's Breeze maps, see all those comp shifts. You know, you tell me that's the new meta.
So Mitch believes in Phoenix on Breeze, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, I think you are deaf. Legally. I think you need help. So sort yourself out. Right, we got FPX going for an interesting strat. We talked so much, or we used to talk so much about how Angel loved, like when he was a Brimmy, taking over control of vents. He was always getting in there. Well, this time around, that's certainly not going to be happening.
There.
Still trying to get something back from this round. Like, as always, FPX have put a little bit extra into this one. So those rifles do add a little bit of extra danger here. Vak's got to be careful. Already being spotted. It might be able to isolate the duel. And you can see Zipan's more than prepared for somebody to be around the corner. The stun is nigh on perfect, but the trade from Zeke makes it even tougher for the remaining players. The steps being heard and Zeke being isolated at the back of site. There's actually an opportunity here. I thought the swing might come out from heaven a little sooner. Instead, Artist now gets one more. And it's left all on to Monster. A 1 versus 2.
No idea that Artist is down below. Wow, that round was all Artist's. You know, you said you thought the peak would come out of heaven sooner. It tried to. Vak took a little peek and his head got ripped clean off. It was Artist picking up kill after kill, and I have to say, that was literally him pulling it across the line at the end there. They already had a good round under their belt. Let's not get that mistaken. But that third on the board, Artists and Ascend now really in the dumps. They've got pistols to play with, not a whole bunch else. Maybe you can make it work here on split, but we'll see. The thing is, when you look at FPX's comp, they have so much to clear corners, push you out, and make sure that they're not ever caught in like a, you know, a shorty up close, surprising them or anything like that.
Well, yeah, I think the worry as well, they've also got an awful lot of delay tactics. Like, you can have those one-ways. You can still have yourself the information being found by Xiao. You still have a Cypher and a Breach as well. So it's not like I think things are going to get any easier in the second half. In fact, as it was said on the desk, if anything, it might get worse. So the fact that this is already 4-0, I hate to say it, but we're already getting into the realms of this map being out of the control of Ascend.
It's sort of difficult to believe, because I want to look at the G2 game and again say, well, actually it was because they started an attack, but now we're seeing their defense, and I have to say, you know, FPX seem to be having a pretty easy time with this on the raid plan. They don't seem to be meeting too many hurdles.
This is 8-0 on Breach. Like, yes, they're having a very easy time.
This is where it could get more difficult, though, and it's CNED whenever this man is an operator to play with, but he's on the other side of the map. It's Zeke and Starzo that have to hold off, and they do a damn good job stopping this push completely.
Oh, not going to allow for the lurk of Saigetsu either. And more importantly, denying the ultimate. The Rolling Thunder gets absolutely nothing. The nade thrown by Starzo does well to slow them down. And now, well, Artis and Xiao. I believe they're the two players that are actually yet to die. So I think that's going to be something that changes in this round.
Tempting face, I see.
Of course.
Well, the clear is not going to get him anything here. And it feels like for FPX, oh, okay, they're going to run into CNET. Round is over then. Fair enough. He's even got a TP to get out of there. So that's a free kill and then out. First death for Artis. There it is. You just know it. Very few players walk into that man's scope and walk out. And there you go, closed out. Send with their first round on the defensive side. Very much needed. Surprisingly, flawlessly. Now, you're not going to find two players rushing into a site like that again, but this is foot in the door. They still have so much more to do, though, because as we said, FPX built up that econ. They've got so much money.
Yeah, I think the fact that they deny the round with the Rolling Thunder as well is important. Like, solid nade, Zeke just being able to get ahead of it and deny. And while now there's not really any ultimates at all, in fact, over on the FPX side, at least not ones that you can't just use reactively. On the other side of things, Tour de Force not going to be used. CNED already has himself an operator. It wouldn't make much sense. And Zipan, this is the sort of style we wanted to see out from him. Just blitzing forward. Zipan go kill is back in action. I know. And well, already getting the opener for the squad.
Oh no! Oh, no! That could not have gone any worse for Zeke. Into the boombot, into Artis right afterwards, and Ascend. Well, they've crumbled in the round following.
Standing. Spike planted.
Just CNED left. He started this round towards A, and he can't even get his way into heaven. Instead, save is called for. Pulled out immediately. Angels trying to hunt him down has at least found him, and the rest of the team, well, as we said, they are not short on funds. Even after buying up into this round, they're going to be hunting him down, looking to spend everything to make sure that he walks out of this with nothing. A teleport used, and he almost gets dropped there, and then, even still, no escape, no solitude to be found, and no operator for Ascend coming into this round.
I think the thing I'm really enjoying, and it's similarly when we saw Na'Vi switch up the pace on that Haven game, I was just so excited because it was more of these sort of executions that actually looked really good for them. And I think FPX have done something similar today where we're used to this almost slow, methodical style a lot of the time. And they're throwing in a lot of really quick rounds. I don't think teams are used to it. A lot of it just comes back off a stun. And then you have the likes of Zipan basically just going for these opening picks. But that's the thing. If you use a lot of your utility to set up someone like Zipan, I think 9 times out of 10, he's going to get you that kill.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assumption. We've seen it from him time and time again. Look who's inside of vents. Good old Angel. He's got the control.
We're back like he never left.
Yeah, like the good old days. Actually, even better because he's really faking it out, using those shrouded steps to make some noise, cause some confusion. I guess similar to what we saw going down over on the Yoru. He likes to mess with your head a little bit. But, you know, because they've got lots of traps there, got basically 1.5 sentinels on the A side. They're pretty content that they've got control and nothing funky's going on. They play retake up in heaven on B.
This is a nice round. I like this from Ascend. Delay the early control, which has been something Zipan's been fighting for. Claim B control for the majority of the round, then fall back, still have these smokes that they've got to try and push through. This is going to be a very difficult take. And with Zeke just waiting on the other side and having the support of basically his entire team, it's going to have to be some really crispy entries on the other side. Instead, it's an absolute slaughter.
Last player standing.
Even throw in that showstopper just to make sure. Starzo closing out the round. A second found for Ascend. They're starting to scrap for them. But you know what? Back and forth just doesn't do it. Not here on Split. They have got, especially not being down by this much already. 5 rounds, that's enough for FPX. It's time to really put their foot down and say, no more from this point forward. How do you do that, though, Tom, against FPX on this map when they've got just about to have Rolling Thunder Showstopper to work with as well? They might even have the Nightmare out of Xiao. And then, hell, I don't even want to count out Angel's teleport. Who knows what the From the Shadows can get with this guy.
I am liking the way that the wall is being used a lot more proactively. As said, because of the sheer pace that's come out of FPX, there's been some trouble with just basically having the rotations available. So instead, they've left CNED to be a bit cheeky around mid. They've locked off one side with the wall, and then the one-ways on the other. So there's no real fast path unless FPX want to take a pretty impeccable risk. I think the only thing I don't like about it is the fact that Vac has his res. Like, you're playing as the most aggressive player right now, and you have a piece of utility that can bring back a teammate. He has actually just...
You know, you see what I mean? This is why. You don't doubt this guy. The most mundane ultimate that never gets any value. You look at him and go, he's probably going to win the round off it, but maybe he won't win it. That's the quick play. Monster CNED, they get control of Spike, they eliminate Angel, and everything comes crumbling down for FPX. The round is Ascends. What a recovery.
That, like, it is amazing that you can see these sort of brilliant plays from Angel, like using the Yara in the last map, like basically just completely bamboozling his opponent. And then the next one is something you saw in matchmaking in the beta. Like, it's just like, it still catches them because it's so ridiculous for anybody to actually stick that, especially in such an open spot. But that's Angel. He's not afraid to make the plays that I think other people would just assume are too risky. The thing is, though, incredible recovery. They managed to make things work without really taking too much damage, but there is still another purchase. And, well, you mentioned all those ultimates, Mitch. They're now online.
Oh, yes. They've got a ton to work with, but not really going to be using any of it. This spray is good for Artis. Takes out the Rolling Thunder late round, but I don't think there's any way to deny the plant here, really. What's going on? They're going to plant this. I guess they're not going to have the info for a moment. The cross is clear. Here comes a showstopper and very late. The wall blocks it. And now we end up reset with Ascend trying to fight their way in. Angel's being caught. That is huge.
Yeah, they basically used everything they had to just get into the afterplan in the first place. Though, it's a crisp couple of shots. Now the swing back out, but Zeke does exactly the same. These rounds, again, just coming through with recovery from Ascend. And I don't mind the ideas out from FPX, but you use the Nightfall basically to guarantee the plant. Okay, fair enough. You have the information, but I think everybody managed to dodge it. So then you just have to basically fight with very, very little to actually play with and just hope that maybe the showstopper gets something along the way. Obviously, Rolling Thunder was lost so quickly because I think basically what happened is you have Zipan getting caught and nobody broke it. So then I think someone else tried to run through, and obviously the player's then just spamming, just trying to find something through the smoke, and he just gets owned.
I think that the monster play in general, though, he got 2 from there, right? Like later on, sprayed down Angel, if I'm not mistaken, same position.
Yeah, I think there was a gap
through the
in
smoke.
the smoke.
Yeah. He's had a good hold from that spot. Now, for Ascend, these runs don't necessarily need to be clean. You know, all they had to do was get to this point, where now they're 5-4, and FPX, they got pistols to play with. It's not going to be a strong buy. They've called the pause, shown that they need to think about this maybe, and what could have been an incredibly dominant half. Now, I mean, it can still be a very good half. You know, anything from this point forward is a bonus for FPX. There's still a real possibility that they end up on 7-5. So this team's not going to be disheartened at all. There's still a lot of work for Ascend to do to guarantee they close this one out. And with pistols as well, Tom, up against the Rolling Thunder, who knows, right? There's never a guaranteed round.
Yeah, I think going into the attack, I think Starzo is going to have a very big role to play if they're going to be able to get much success, because you're not really expecting CNED to be anywhere near as versatile as he was on the Jet. Nonetheless, they're going straight back in for another ace execution. After a failure in the previous round, they want to try and put the pressure on, but it's a completely different setup. This time, the trip catches him elsewhere, trades good, and now Starzo again. Just going straight through and managing to pick up a couple along the way. It leaves just 2, make that one remaining. While Angel stuck on the site alone with the spike. Oh my goodness, they're just flying at him, and in the end, Starzo puts him down.
Look at that Starzo one again, real quick, nice and slow. I'm pretty sure he just tapped into the smoke and headshot him, right? It was that was miles off in my estimation.
Spike down.
See if we get it here. Oh, he did see him just about. I didn't think he saw him, and he just...
Even still, that headshot looked like it was at the ankles.
yeah, exactly.
Oh, God. Well, recovery. 4 rounds in a row for Ascend. This was looking like a damning half, to say the least. They now already sort of set up to get themselves into a position. Still, that Rolling Thunder is online. I don't feel like FPX have really found a way to utilize it just yet, but may end up trying to use it to take mid control. The thing is, I've been enjoying initially Vac was using his walls just to delay the space. Now he started using them reactively. Like, we saw it block a showstopper early on, and I wondered, yeah, he's just going to use it because of the space that's been lost in mid.
Yeah, we saw this earlier on, right? The same play. We had Omen down below. This time Zeke's coming in from further down. They've got a good... Oh, that's actually a really good setup, because what's going to happen is Vac's going to take contact, spray them, fall down, then they'll swing to try to deal with him, and that's where both Vac and Zeke can take that fight, all the while CNED's watching main. It's great if they come towards B. But FPX are still relatively undecided. Rolling Thunder, though, could definitely this matter in those works. Zeke's still good, though, from way back. This is the contingency, and there's the reward.
Cover going out.
Oh, he's caught! He's trying to use his TP, and well, because of that, it's a free kill. CNED in such an unorthodox position, it can't be expected. But again, Artis, he's been so good at just finding these traits I get to alongside him, and while CNED's still trying his best to get something done, but the info is going to be given up of exactly where he is.
Yeah, the element of surprise definitely gone. Both of these players spotted. No one needs to commit towards main. That's the huge benefit here. 3 eyes to watch 2 angles, and 1 player's inside of smoke, so they're doubled up watching heaven. And as they go to deal with Sugetsu, there should be a trade, but Angel's gone down as well. Now the round is under threat. Artis tries to get the jump on them, but goes down as well. Tom, they've gotten back in and won the round. That is unbelievable.
Yeah, I think I agree. The fact that there wasn't a trade there for FPX is definitely unfortunate, but some lovely shots being hit by the players of Ascend, and I think this is just going to build up that momentum. I think that's the one thing that will really sell going into the attack side for them is, okay, we've now won 5 rounds in a row, 6 of the last 7. And while FPX starting to fall a little bit flat after what was such an excellent start to this half.
Yeah, I mean, the recovery, I feel like we've said that about Ascend, about both of these teams really so many times. They get right back into this half, right back into that previous round. And now fight for the final. Rez online on Vac. Zipan's right the way through. That Spectre looking to be used up close, but he turns his back and Monster deletes him. Artis down to a nade. This push is halted immediately. There's practically no chance for this one to go FPX's way. Wow. 7-5 half. Another unexpected turn of events.
He's even using those same sort of walls that we saw on the other side of just like, oh, I'm going to put this down just to bait you into a swing, bait you into a gap, and an easy finish. But yeah, I think Monster deserves a massive shout out. Like we saw a switch up in towards the A site quite regularly towards the end of that half. I don't think there was a single round where he either got 1 kill or more, or it was just that he was able to slow them down so much that there wasn't really anything to be done here. And I feel like Zipan, someone who started quite strong, ended up just every time just trying to work out where he is, whether it was because he put a trip down on a different spot on the site, whether he put it like just in the initial contact point, and that forever changing setup. Well, the funny thing about that last round, Zipan expected him not to be in the same place a Monster was, so he gets a kill for free. And that's just the little mind games you're going to have to play as a Sentinel. Now is where things get interesting, because it was said on the desk as well, this setup doesn't really look great for the attack. Like, you've got that solo flash available onto Zeke. Everything else is going to be reliant more so on either pushing and pulling your opponents or just individual brilliance, which when they attempted this last time, it really didn't work.
Yeah, it could definitely be tough to get into sites, and I think moving out of that first half, at least they've got the momentum in full swing in their favor, but that result is not what they wanted. That wanted to be a much more dominant defensive side. Maybe like if a pistol goes their way, it could have been different, but remember, the pistol was incredibly dominant. It's not like this came down to a hair's width or anything. This tech pause on the side of FPX, I think it's going to be resolved fairly soon. We'll be diving right back into it and see exactly what this defensive side holds. Again, I'm super excited to see some of the combos that we can have coming through. The value of holding Heaven and mid with the Sage is held in high esteem by a lot of teams, by the majority of teams. I mean, you've got a Heaven hold coming through here with Xiao and Zipan. And again, those combinations, the Fade and Raze, can be powerful. They can be round, if not game defining.
Yeah, Seize Paint Shell, one of the best combos in the game. I think another reason why Astra has really lost her value is because there's now another agent that can sort of hold people in place exactly the same way. And with the reduction in stars and also just the cooldowns, it's not really worth not having all of that extra utility elsewhere. Nonetheless, we are going to be getting into that second pistol round, an all-important one for either side. FPX with a chance to even things up going into the defense. You can see CNED really doesn't want to use any of those bullets if he doesn't have to.
Yep, he's using his cement shield. Oh, Angel, he was in trouble on his way up that rope. Back around, come Ascend, and they'll be looking to blitz out onto this A site. Up close is Artis, alone. Frenzy in hand, and he is going to have to go huge with this. No shields even to work with. His team are on the way, but first fight is his, and he'll get nothing.
He's done some damage, at least onto a couple of players, and the heal was used moments ago. Xiao with a chance. Really tagged up over on the Ascend side, but they're still winning all of the battles. Zipan will eventually drop one. Starzo, though, again with a double, and raising up above. Saigetsu, can he get anything done here? No, I think he's just, well, he should have been taken out quite quickly, but bullet's not connected from Zeke. It won't matter. Starzo, 3K, probably a lot more valuable in the long run anyway.
8-5. The lead now in Ascend's hands. A solid start to the pistol, or to the attack, excuse me. I think the pistol was owed to them almost after that first. Something they definitely needed. Now they get to play nice and comfy. I gotta say, the aggressive spot out of Artis with a Frenzy, I can see the idea. I think, though, it's... unless it's a hero play, unless you're walking out of there with like 3 kills, that's pretty much the result you expected, was just him getting rolled by the multi-piece.
What, again? There's going to be some investment here. 4 sheriffs, a shorty for Xiao. So it's not like this is a free round for Ascend. They've still got to be a little bit careful not to let this one slip away. Like, even losing a few players here could make things a lot tougher going into the next round. Angel, he's already going to spot the rendezvous back, and Artis actually going to fall back completely. Nice shot from CNED. The sort of openers you need, and in fact, there's going to be some counter utility, even the paranoia utilized. There's still 3 players within this site, though, Mitch.
Oh, that nade might clear some out, though. Well, they got killed just before it exploded, so it won't, but it was pretty pinpoint.
Okay, quick break.
So, am I correct in that they put a trap wire when you're coming out of vents on the left side?
Either that or it was just at the top of the rope.
Yeah, it looked like it was, I don't know. Maybe it was a visual glitch. I'll keep an eye on that in the next coming rounds.
Yeah, well, I think it was just the plan was to go B, just stop anybody from actually getting back up there. Here we go, though. This is where things should turn around for FPX, or almost need to. Ascend are getting to the point where they could easily close this out with much resistance. They've also invested into Starzo on a rifle. He's been popping off thus far. However, Saigetsu peeking off the contact is already going to find CNED.
Here they come. They're about to challenge Angel. The wall going up, blocking him out. They look to apply a little bit more pressure. I mean, they're all here. For Ascend, it's pretty much commitment. They're just looking for some favorable fights. So far, none are offered up. Starzo wants to inch forward. Zeke looks to follow. A lot of damage dealt there. He doesn't know that, though. And he'll be stopped out by the stun, by the spam, and, well, taken out by the same.
Yeah, Monster sort of stunned between a multitude of different players. Does manage to hit the dink, but now it's left onto Vac. As I said, couple of low players. 2 kills here would be great. First one is for free. Already going to get caught out by the Prowler. Just goes for the jump peek while reloading. Actually takes down Angel as well. He's done his job, that's for sure. And that's before he's even met either of the low players.
Beautiful mechanical skill on display. Unfortunately, the timing could not have been better.
No.
Oh, this physically couldn't be better, but he doesn't know about sight. Does he think? Oh, he expects it. Unfortunately, can't clear Artist. What a beautiful attempt out of Vac, and a glimpse into the star player that we hyped up back in the beginning of Valorant. One of the players who had certainly a whole lot of eyes on him. It's good to see him back up here at the top level. God, I'd love to give him a shot on a duelist someday, but on a team with these guys, it's a hard argument.
Yeah, you know, when you come into the champions winning team, I don't think they're going to be giving you the duelist anytime soon. But hey, like, the thing is, the one thing I've always liked about Vac is he cares more about the win than being the star, and I think that's why he's such a valuable asset to the squad. Moving over onto that stage, farming up a few ult orbs there, and also making things costly. And of course, Angel, well, not one to sit still. He's looking to get cheeky with the judge, already taking an awful lot of map control.
Well, Artist has caught an off angle, and CNED's down. A little gap in the smoke, and that's what it gets you. And from here, Ascend. I'll recover that operator.
Was that whose smoke was that? Was that
was
one placed
Angel's.
by the defenders, or was so?
Yeah.
I feel like you almost have to expect that if you're on the Ascend side, and maybe it's just miscommunication that they didn't know that wasn't their smoke. But yeah, it's a weird place to have a smoke if you're on the defense.
Yeah, it's the sort of thing that just reeks of a trap play. Cam destroyed, Artist holding this, and he still is. What's the contact point?
Here.
There's no way he's just counting this head and gonna let it rip. Waiting for Zagetsu, right? But there we go. Okay, the trap gets destroyed, and here we go, swinging on out. Artist able to take Zeke. Other players trapped on site. Starzo's gonna try to blitz in and help out Monster. Oh, what was that shot out of Zagetsu? And another follows up. The guy's just unstoppable. And Vac, well, 6 seconds on the clock and Spike down. Just gonna see if he can hold on to this operator. That's gonna be quite the challenge, though. There's a judge waiting on the other. Oh no,
Oh, no.
He's crossed. Oh, he's got him. He's wall banged him with a judge, Tom.
For a second, I thought he was going to keep the judge. For a second in my head, I was like, Angel, you're just going to keep the shotgun instead. But now he's got an operator. Now, this is someone, again, like, within their squad, I don't think, like, you're going to see Artist on it, but not when he's on a breach. So I assume Angel's just going to keep it for himself. And with how much space he was able to get in B main last round, I wouldn't be surprised if that's where we see the pressure put again.
I will be their nightmare.
Oh, interestingly, it's not him. So this is going to be a passive operator out of Angel. They're playing for the info early, putting the one-way down. Paranoia to come through as well, potentially. Yeah, okay, he wants to post on this angle. That's the only reason they're committing that much utility to it. And there you go, the one-way with the operator. That's the plan to solo hold B. It's taken a little while to get it in place, but there's the reward. Vac goes down. Did Vac have res?
Well, I guess it doesn't matter. It was a round as well where I think there's some weaker weaponry in play, so I doubt he would have used it nonetheless. But yeah, just some more aggressive swings. You saw Artist taking the contact over into A, B also being pressured, and then it almost funneled them in towards Zipan. Flawless round out from the likes of FPX, really coming back in after what was a bit of a slower start to the second half, and they're now looking to level things up.
I've really enjoyed that B main control. You could just see from the start that when there's players outside of it, when that utility came through, they were a little bit disappointed. You can see them all stopping and go, okay, well, what do we need to do here? Like, oh, we'll put the paranoia even onto it. But it was worthwhile in the end to have that one man committing to the B hold and having so much info. Then obviously with it being an operator, good chance to find a kill when they do peek, and that's exactly what came down. Back, who did have res, he's got it online now to work. Oh! Starzo's gotten the kill. Artist cancelled out by the showstopper. Zipman falls. Angel up close has an angle, and he's gone down as well. Well, everything has gone right for Ascend in this round.
Yeah, tried to counter out what was going to be the fast push off the back of the showstopper with the Rolling Thunder, and instead it means he just dies while using it anyway. And Starzo's just hitting everything. His raise is looking nasty. Like, we've seen it a little bit more when it comes to their bind play, but this switch coming in, I think, has definitely had its value. And, well, not the prettiest you're ever going to see from Saigetsu, especially after the 35 kills. Maybe just a little bit burnt out from the last map.
Yeah, I think, you know, he gave it his all over on that one, and he's still second from the top here, so certainly give him a little bit of wiggle room on that one. It's that from Starzo, the pace that you can get into heaven with on the raise is just frankly ridiculous, and you see Artist get caught by it there. A good double blast pack, and that'll end your day. 10-8 we go. Ascend in the lead, hitting double digits, and they have a ton to work with here. Ultis, they've got their res, CNEDs on the operator, Tour de Force back pocket. This could be a strong round for the attack if they're given the opportunities. He's gone in. Starzo blitzing the site again. I mean, this guy, he does not know how to slow it down.
Yeah, and I think that's why, as said, they've made this switch. There is no fear for Starzo leading the way in terms of that entry duelist, and, well, just not having the fear alongside it either. They're going to find themselves the trip, but it almost seems like that's just bait to try and pull in those rotations. You can see already just utility being thrown in that direction, but knowing that the control is still there. The site switch as well, now having that Cypher set up in towards B, and the operator rebought, by the way, on Angel. It's going to be heading up the A defense.
Here's the haunt, a reveal for Zipman to follow through on, but he's not able to catch anybody with it. The sprays are good, but even better from Zipman. Good kill, one away from Showstopper. Oh, it was the C's, excuse me, I thought it was the haunt.
Yeah, they tried to trap them in place, but I guess not catching anyone. Well, it may not matter too much. Res has been utilized. 25 seconds left on the clock for them to make their way in. Nice shot from Zipan. A third already in this round. Marshall looking for the trade, but actually back while falling, hits a headshot. He's the last man standing, spike in hand at least, but the time is the bigger issue. He's got to try and fake them into a peek. He's done just that. Shot not connected, but now he has to stick it. They know this as well. Stunning him, leaving him trapped in the corner. It has to be an instant headshot, and it won't.
Defuse and 9 rounds secured. You also have, walking out of that round, I believe Zipan has his showstopper to work with. He needed 1 and then promptly found a triple. And that could be, again, a good safety net for them coming into these dangerous times. 4 ultimates to fall back on. 2 of those at least could be very game-changing. Again, Angel, I'll never count him out, even with the most useless of utility. The man could have a cage, and I think he'd get 4 kills with it.
He'd probably somehow find a way to lock you in it. 10-9. Ults built up as well for FPX. They're in a very, very good spot. Tour de Force available for Cedar, but it seems like he's sat on the rifle this time. Already, though, a lot of pressure being put into mid. And actually, Artist getting a little bit more aggressive over A. Of course, a lot of that was just to try and destroy any utility. Facing off again against his old teammate.
Careful.
But they are looking to build up to put the pressure on here. And actually, Artist has no support. He's actually the only person who also doesn't have his ultimate. So I think a lot of this is going to come down to the rotation of Shout. The thing is, though, this could be perfect.
Okay, here we go. This time the stuns follow through on it. The Nightmare as well, but Starzo, the blast pack criminals on them again. Tagetsu only good for 1 with the trade. Monster gradually getting his health back. He's nice and healthy, nice and safe. And with Angel going down, a showstopper committed for nothing. And Zipan diving to his death. 11 is found for Ascend, and they are now looking good to bring this across the line, so close to the finish mark. And their opponents have nothing, Tom. They put their ultimates into that round. They put their economy into it, and Ascend still walked out with the victory.
Yeah, it's been a solid showing from them. The entries have been great. As I said, like going into the second half, I think just based off the composition, you needed Starzo to play well. He has. Whether he's taking space, whether it's even just getting those entries, he's been fantastic. And a lot of that is played off a minute amount of utility. But the whole squad is just performing incredibly well. Monster right now is firmly in that position to sort of take the MVP of the day, because he has been fantastic, like from start to finish, basically just performing for this squad. And as one of the new pickups going into the VCT this season, that is a great sign for them heading into the playoff stage. Still though, FPX, it's not over till it's over. Still having the longest map in history of Valorant, or history of the VCT. I know there's someone who's going to be like, actually, in my local tournament, we played 7,000 rounds. I'm like, yeah, okay. In the VCT, from what I know.
This is a nice spot. All right.
And definitely within EMEA. So maybe they can make it a long one once again.
That goes there.
Maybe. We know this team has the fight in them. And with a low buy on a map like Split, nothing is defined. The combos still yet to be seen. Your Zipan, your Shao sees the nade. They've done a fantastic job of avoiding a lot of this. And I think Ascend, they're really not a team that it's going to be easy to predict when they come into a lot of these plays. You're going to be changing it up round on rounds. It's not as simple as, oh, just pop it down on mid and it's going to be easy frags. Like, we're going to avoid that. Okay. Stun, Paranoia, and a TP right out. Good cancellation of utility. Are they going to fight mid after? I think, yep. It's a crunch.
There we go. Back online with Starzo. Went on a little journey there. But even still, look at this rotation already. FPX's read is spot on, Mitch. They've got 4 players within the site. The only thing that could cause them issues is just this lurk that's currently coming through. And because of how deep they've actually gone, they might actually opt to try and make the move back, or at least they're trying to sell this as a fake. No, the rest of the players of FPX haven't moved. This is an audacious attempt of a round, especially when you have this many players on the site and also a weapon advantage.
Oh, they're all stunned up, and even with the Sheriff, it looks like it's enough. So many players from FPX. Hello. Zipan watching for the flank. I mean, that just couldn't be better. CNAD's left walking into this, and I think just giving them an extra rifle. That's clean as can be. 10 rounds found for FPX. And like I said, Tom, even on an eco, there's no such thing as a, or even against an eco, no such thing as a free round, and we just saw that there.
I felt like Ascend overplayed it though. Like you're up against a weak buy. There's no ultimates online. All you really needed to do there was trade effectively. They burned the clock down, and I like in any other round, I like the idea of that fake. Like throw in the TP to the other side of the map after CNED's already been spotted. The only problem is because you don't have the spike, if it's not heard, especially in a round where you only have pistols, you have to gamble. Either everybody rotates or everybody stays. And while they were unlucky in the fact that FPX went for the 50-50 where everybody stays.
Yeah, realistically, all they had to do was go win, and they didn't do that. So that was really where I thought the problem was. We'll see if they make that mistake this time around. And yeah, I don't think they will, Tom. Ascend have realized their mistake. They lost the round from losing. This tour de force could be huge. I think that lurking it out like this is all right. But if they, don't ever peak, I guess CNED's going to start to shift back and away. It does look like, though, smoke going down. They're thinking about it. He has a small gap that he can technically step through that on and still TP back. I don't know if he's going to risk it, though.
Haven't control lost. You can see the rotation coming back in from Angel to at least try and reclaim a little bit of space, but I like this. They're not just sitting still. In fact, they're getting aggressive in towards B main. I don't know if this has been spotted by Zeke. He's waiting for it, but it doesn't matter. Still, the entry goes their way, and now this becomes a fairly difficult take. They have to fight forward, and that's exactly what they do. Both teams adapting on the fly, and Starzo's found another.
So Getsu's about to be pushed on. I like the idea from Ascend. I thought they were going for 3 players to crunch him and blitz from behind, but they weren't quite expecting him to go running it up. Zipman's just going into the spawn. This guy's crazy. They had to try to make a play with everything going on, get back into the round, but it did not pay off. And 12-10 we go, 2 rounds between them.
Look at
Ascend.
this scoreboard.
Oh, wow.
17, back 18, back 19, back 20, back 21, back. This is the most back and forth game I think we've ever had. But for Ascend, they don't mind. They're in the lead. So eventually that means they're going to win it. The thing is, though, I have to say, both teams adapted wonderfully in that round. Like, you lose Heaven Control, you take back B main, you find Zeke, you kill off that player. Okay, we've lost B main, what do? We have to take control deep in towards their spawn. Fantastic adaptation from both sides. And Ascend, well, that on the fly call was superb.
Now we got a showstopper from Starzo this round. It's over towards the A site. CNED in a little bit of trouble, but he's got that TP to get right on out. So we reset. You want this showstopper to be finding its mark, making its way in towards mid right now. 4 players around this area. If Xiao peeks out, he could be in a lot of trouble in a world of hurt. There it is, and Monster's ready. Catching that one immediately.
Again, continuing what has been a reign of terror throughout this series. And now a lot of this is going to come down to what Saigetsu can do. And it seems like they've got the wrong read here. Everybody rotating away, and it seems like the call is going to be made to move things back. The one-way almost trying to fake things out a little bit, but here is that showstopper. Unlikely to be anyone found, if anything, although Saigetsu, I don't know about that one. He might get caught for it. Yeah, he will. Just that extra shot that was taken. Starzo then decides to try and fight him, and he's been holding on to this position. Almost manages to win the battle versus Angel as well. Now that they've actually walled them off. Zipan, though, makes it even. Swing back through. Vac still here.
Oh, he's going into the smoke as well. The aggression out of Vac. Getting returns tenfold. Zipan on the side. He's cleared it out. But here's the peak to close. Zeke taking him down and putting 13 on the board for Ascend. They have done it. They've taken the series. And wow, I was starting to doubt them on split for a little bit, Tom, but the recovery has just been phenomenal all day long from this team.
Yeah, I think that, again, Starzo's value in the game can't be underestimated, especially on that attacking side. Monster's setup when it came to the defense was superb, and he's definitely been one of the best pickups we've seen this season. I think Ascend have come in with a new lease of life, looking a lot more confident in their own abilities, and even some of the mid-round calls, again. Like, I just like the fact that they are so fluid in the way that they actually play the game that they can switch up their strat just like that and go for something a little bit more audacious. Really well played. And I'll be honest, coming into today, Mitch, I didn't expect them to beat FPX. So well played to them.
Yeah, I think FPX, certainly when you look at the performance over the last couple of weeks, they have been the clear favorite. This was a surprise, but fantastically played throughout. And let's talk a little bit about some of those players who were playing. Let's talk about the player of the match, as we've got a couple of options for you guys at home. We've got Monster, Starzo, and Zeke. You can head on over to @ValEsports_EMEA and pick who you think should be the player of the match. That vote's going to be going on during the break. And when we come back, the analyst desk is going to be telling you who won at home, letting you know the results. For now, though, we're going to throw things off to that break and let you guys get on over to @ValEsports_EMEA to get your votes in. We'll see you real soon.
Dare to challenge yourself. Who's next?
Always stay moving, I don't wait round. Coming for the ball, it's a takedown. There ain't really nothing left to say now. And we got them on their heels, throw the fade now. Yeah, watch your eyes step. Cause you ain't really wanna like that. Oh, you ain't know I was running like that. I get the ball, I'ma run it right back. I get the ball, I'ma run it right back. I get the ball, I'ma run it right back.
Just a youngin' from the block, I'm the just running non-stop. We ain't stopping to the top, nah. You ain't standing in the way, giving work, ain't no play. Time to clean them on my plate, yeah. About to feast up, I'ma eat. Run these patterns in my sleep. Smooth to sell, clean sweet, yeah. Ain't nobody can compete. Leave these haters out of reach. They can't touch me with my wings.
Always stay moving, I don't wait round. Coming for the ball, it's a takedown. There ain't really nothing left to say now. And we got them on their heels, throw the fade now. Yeah, watch your eyes step. Cause you ain't really wanna like that. Oh, you ain't know I was running like that. I get the ball, I'ma run it right back. Watch your eyes step. Cause you ain't really wanna like that. Oh, you ain't know I was running like that. I get the ball, I'ma run it right back. I get the ball, I'ma run it right back. I get the ball, I'ma run it right back.
Hello and welcome back to VCT EMEA Challengers. We have had our first series. It is done and dusted. Ascend defeat FPX 2-1. I think that surprised a lot of people. My name's Ian Chambers on the desk with Lothar and Kaquka. They got the job done, Kaquka, but it was not easy.
No, not at all. And especially after they started off right off the bat, getting those 4 rounds on the attack, you know, I was kind of feeling that Ascend was going to do it again. They will get up to that 3rd map, got onto Split, and that everything would be lost. But after those 4 rounds, something changes, and within Ascend, Zippen starts being useless on that attack, and they actually look like they know how to play against. I was saying this comes off a lot on what Zenit is going to do on the defense, but actually FPX knowing that Zenit was going to be on A, they were like, let's just actually hit B. You know, I think it's gonna work.
Yeah, it's actually kind of crazy when you think about it, because the defense ability on this map, on this composition from Ascend, I would say they had a higher chance of success on defense than attack, and yet they were actually seeing more comfortable on the attack side than the defense, and I feel like that was because Starkso's just lack of, I don't know, feeling fear. Like this guy is just fearless. Just doesn't matter what his position, he's actually just going in. But there's a stark contrast between his aggression and Zippen's aggression. Zippen's aggression, the satchels, the plays that he was doing were sometimes just reckless. You know, like they didn't give much value because they were not like being followed up by someone else's footsteps, you know, while Starkso is making the space for someone else. So even if he fails, there's someone picking up the pace after him, and it was such a visible difference between those teams here.
Yeah, completely. The movement across the map was something else coming in from Ascend, especially in the attack, as you're mentioning, and we see in an FPX that is actually pretty afraid of going for those extra duels, for the micros. We were talking about how strong those combos was going to be, but they were actually kind of forced to play reactively up to what Ascend was putting on the table. Ascend has managed to secure that 2nd seed, but you know, FPX is not out. They're still going to make playoffs.
Absolutely. I mean, it's not all heartbreak for FPX, but we were chatting in the green room, and I said to you, I I love an underdog story.
And what did I say?
And you said to me, how are the underdogs the world champions?
Yeah, but it was kind of, like the irony of it. Like, because it's true. Exactly, it's true. Like, coming into this matchup, many people, especially because of how FPX has been performing, they've been like, yeah, of course they're going to take this matchup.
Absolutely. Lothar, should we go to the
Telestrator? Oh, yeah. You have time for that?
Legs. Take us over there.
I'll be happy. I'll be happy to do that. So, essentially, first clip that I wanted to show is something very short, but I don't know how Synga does it. Like, just look at this clip. This is him in mid. This is pistol round. He has 6 bullets and a trap being bought and set up on the side, but now he's going into mid. He sees the boombot and he has absolutely no reaction to the boombot. He just hides behind the corner with full confidence, knowing that he's not gonna be dealt any damage. Remember that boombot got nerfed a little bit, so he doesn't deal 125 max damage now and is maximum 80, but still, to have this kind of game knowledge, where can you hide to not be affected by the explosion, is actually unreal. That this confidence, this is like a lot of reps that you had this situation before in this game. Now, another thing that I wanted to showcase is this clutch by CNET and Monster. This is something that I wanted to explain, because it's all about also experience in those situations where here you see that they're both approaching from heaven. But what is important here is the way that they react to knowing where Suigetsu is. This is the moment that I wanted to show. So Suigetsu spots Monster because he's gonna go outside of heaven to spot him. And Suigetsu starts shooting at Monster, but Monster never repeats the angle and lets CNET just go from the other side of heaven, peek first, so he peeks second in case CNET doesn't get a kill. But when CNET gets the kill, then Monster actually, I'm gonna cancel this drawing here, I'm gonna zoom in on the minimap. What Monster will do is, when CNET's gonna get the kill, Monster's actually holding the other angle that should play off the contact of the player of Hell. And this is what the game sense just shows. So the amount of game sense that a player needs in those situations, because they play on a deficit and they need to be aware that the other opponents are most likely playing on the contact of the player that is just a bait for the opponents. And here, they just counter it perfectly. That was a clutch that should have not happened.
I love the fact that you bring in fundamentals, good fundamentals on the game, and Lothar's going to be watching and he's going to be proud. He's going to be like, yeah, this is exactly what I needed.
The one problem is that I'm being excited about the basic fundamentals. I shouldn't be even pointing that out.
Well, I'm very excited to speak to Ascend's Zeke right now, who's going to join us on the screen behind me. Hello, Zeke. Welcome to the show. I mean, you must be feeling delighted, because that is an absolute statement of a win for you guys. A lot of people have been saying that, Fnatic and FPX were the front runners in your group. Do you feel like that you proved some doubters wrong with that performance?
I mean, for sure. Everyone was predicting FPX just because they had insane performances, and we are playing really, really, not good, I'd say. Not our highest. I think we are not our peak yet, but we won today with saving strats, so easy.
How much did you think about that? We were talking about that on the desk, how much you were maybe playing your cards close to your chest. Is that something that was actively on your mind throughout that series?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite understood it.
Nobody understands my accent, don't worry about it. How much were you... Yeah. Yes, maybe. How much were you hiding strats? You mentioned that there. How important was that for you?
I can't say how many strats we hide or something, but I think we just took it easy today. And whenever we play, we actually no stress. We don't give anything. Then we play the best, and that's how we played today. I was actually super surprised how we played today, even though we were not playing at our 100% for sure. I'd say maybe 60% or something. And we also tried very new things that we just tried yesterday. We made yesterday or 2 days ago, and we tried them today. I think on Breeze we could end it in 2-0 if we just won pistols. I think that's our biggest weakness right now. We just cannot. We just can't close these pistol rounds. And if we start winning pistol rounds, I think nobody can match us, except maybe Fnatic, because they are the best team in the whole universe and Galactic. So
you're going into the playoffs with some serious momentum. You must be feeling incredibly confident. Briefly, are you feeling good?
Of course. I mean, we'll have bootcamp, for the playoffs. And every time I go outside of my home, I play on LAN or I play on bootcamp. I always play insane. So even though I played quite good today, I think I'm not still on my level that I picked on, champions. And I think on every time I go outside of my home, I play so much better. It's gonna happen. I think on playoffs you're gonna get a buff from bootcamp.
We're looking forward to seeing you at your peak if that wasn't you at your peak. So congratulations, guys, and I hope you go and celebrate all evening long. Cheers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See you.
Well, they've got a week to recover, right? If they do have a bit of celebrations tonight. Should we look ahead, or should we talk about player of the match?
Player of the match.
We had 3 up for grabs. Who would you go with?
Monster, 100%.
Monster.
Yeah.
Should we find out? Let's find out who got player of the match. You guys were voting at home, and of course, it was indeed Monster. Huge pickup for this team.
Yeah, I think so. It's not only that, not today, I think every single week we have something good to say about this 17-year-old who's been different on people. Talking about 17 years old, Alpha is turning 17 today. So happy birthday, Alpha. I'm sure that you were watching this matchup.
I'm 37, they are 17.
I didn't realize you actually actively spoke about your age.
I was going to say I'm 27. I don't even know my own age.
All right, let's move on. We've got another series coming your way. Of course, it's another big one. Our second series of Playday 1 of Week 5 is Mech versus Team Liquid. I'm excited for this for lots of different reasons. We touched on it in the pre-show. There is some serious ramifications riding on this one. Before we talk about the teams individually, let's talk about the ramifications of each result. Whoever wins this, it can make a big difference.
I mean, if Mech wins, they just guarantee both of those teams are locked in, right?
Yeah,
so
exactly.
it's a little bit awkward, I would say, right? But Liquid, I don't think they don't want to win this. Like, they just want to actually make sure that maybe Mech will not be locked into playoffs, because that just gets them one less, let's say, impactful team in the playoffs, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be complicated, but this is only if Mech are to win. Not only they get that second seed, but also Liquid is already locked in. It takes away all the fun for the weekend. So what happens if Team Liquid wins? As you see, it's not only that they were locked in from the previous week, it's also the fact that they were secured that second seed. So what happens with the third seed? As you're seeing on your screen, PBL is the only team that is 100% out. Mech still has chances of making it. If Big were to win their matchup on Sunday, their chances would increase massively, but Na'Vi can only make it through a tiebreaker. It's literally, it's going to blow your brain out if you try to think about all the things that could possibly happen, but still, it depends a lot on the form that we're going to see the teams on today.
Yeah, it's all up in the air, and I guess that we should never really want a result to happen, but for the sake of the weekend, I guess we kind of want...
Yeah, I kind of want Liquid to win this. Yeah, I agree. It's more excitement then, right? Because I'm all in for a Cinderella story, And like Big would have been the perfect candidate here.
Could you imagine? Like last week, they didn't even know that they were still thinking of playoffs. They were only thinking about making it to LCQ. 8 losses in a round. They win 1 match where they feel like they have nothing to lose, and now they're on their way to playoffs. It's insane.
And then we have G2 on the other side, right? And it's like they are also 1-3, but no, there's no chance for you, my friends.
All right, let's take a look at this Mech roster and look at what we can expect from this side. They did have a bit of a stumbling block last week, a 2-0 loss to Big. We talked a lot about how Big really needed that win, and it's put them in a great position. But focusing on Mech, how much will they be shook after that loss?
Yeah, Mech also needed that win. And to me, is mostly not only the fact that every single time that they start on the defense, the 4 map wins that they've had, they've started on the defense. It's not like 100% because they've also played the Haven and yada yada, but they go for the Ascent, this first map. And even though we see some glimpses of what we remember Mech to be, it's still not enough. There's still some plays needed, some 4K, some insane clutches on their side to close up rounds. I have never seen Redgar and Shadows so out of the match as we saw them last week.
And the only stellar performance last week was essentially Nats. And that's a huge problem for the team.
Therefore, too, I think
well, overall, I would say it's only Nats. But it's a team that I would always say that they have a stellar defense performance. As you said, win condition is the defense, and they had to switch up their attack side a lot. Very similar to situation to Na'Vi. Na'Vi actually did successfully switch up the last Haven they played, completely different style from the style that they typically represented. But with Mech, I feel like they're just falling into their own really bad habits that they had a year ago. On attack, they just fail to like draw out any utility, draw any kind of conclusions of what the round is like being developed, how the round is being developed, and they cannot really gain any ground because of that. And that's one of the reasons why they just cannot win those maps.
Yeah, they're looking a little bit flat, a little bit too predictable for the Mech that we have known for so long.
All right, let's take a look at a bit of a head-to-head. These are two players you should absolutely be keeping an eye on here. It's got to be Defo and Scream.
Yeah, exactly. Defo, because I think that even though I agree with you, the performance from Nats has been, you know, only going up, only going forward. I think that Defo, especially this stage, is starting to wake up. If you had to talk about all the players in Mech, there are a lot, 5 superstars, but Defo would be like the one put it on the last. Now is going to be most likely going up against EMEA's first OTP race, which is Scream, picking up the idea role. No, but I think it's going to be very important because I think they play completely different, even though they're playing sometimes with the same agent. I think that the impact that is required from both of them is different as well. From Defo, we know that sometimes the team needs him to create the space, but I will feel like Scream is much more reliant. Easy to rely on.
Yeah, they're like more stable, right? There's more stability.
You need someone to frag out.
Yeah, that's probably.
Would you send Defo? Would you send Scream?
I would probably say Scream. You know, like that guy is mechanically very gifted. One thing that surprised me, by the way, when he started to play Valorant, I was certain that Jett is gonna be like his absolute must-play agent because of the raw ultimate, right? The ultimate has no recoil, and yet we've seen him historically always struggle on this agent. But now he's actually making like a small redemption story on Raze. He's picking up the satchel movement as well. He's way more efficient than he was ever before.
Well, their opponents are, of course, Team Liquid, and those guys beat Na'Vi last time out, and it was the first time that we've seen them playing without Link. DreamHack stepping in. Before we talk about DreamHack, I mean, how much do you think these guys will miss Link? And were you surprised
I miss him.
Do you miss him, yeah?
I miss him a lot, yeah. I think that Link has given us some of the best performances that we have seen in EMEA. He was legit the player with the judge on Hook.
Literally what I wanted to say.
Exactly. So it's going to be missed. I don't think that DreamHack had like a pop-off performance previous week. He had a very good start, but still, it's going to be required more of him. Even though, I have to say, I don't think it's easy for a team to come in with a replacement. DreamHack has also joined in, feeling legit the gap for Link, playing the same agents, and it's expected for him to do the same as Link was doing.
You think there's a lot of pressure on DreamHack?
Insane, but I'm not sure he found the link and the connection to the team.
Okay. I think that the pressure is not exactly on for now because they have already made it to playoffs. So if I am Team Liquid and I want to put out the best performance for playoffs and also looking into Masters, I would focus on forming and developing the player itself to work around the team and use this just as reps of what we can do and how we can make it work.
Of course, we don't know where they're going to land when it comes to seeding, but how much do you think you can put faith, if you're a fan, in this Team Liquid side to do well in the playoffs?
Look, Liquid is one of those teams that I have almost always like a problem saying, is this a good team or is it not a good team? Because it's a team that is star-studded. Like, really, when you think about it, they have insanely talented players mechanically, but it's when you watch their games, you see that from time to time, the brilliance. But when it comes to like the intersection of those players playing well together, that is not always there.
All right, let's get into map vetoes for this one. Any ideas?
I mean, I expect Mech to ban Haven and Team Liquid to ban Breeze. That is okay. No surprises there. Icebox is going to be the map picked by Team Liquid as to go as the first ground. I'm actually surprised because I was watching a split. We were watching split with between Ascent and FPX just now, and I was messaging Tom and Mitch being like, "Hey guys, do you remember this split that we had with Mech and Fnatic?" So I was expecting that. Precisely because of that, and because we haven't seen Mech playing on this split just yet, they would go for that pick, but they decided to go for the Icebox, where they're most likely going to be playing that Fade. I'm not sure. Okay, there's definitely something cooked up on the side of Liquid.
Not only that, but Mech, 2 weeks ago, if I'm not mistaken, in a pre-show, I was talking about Mech's Brimstone on Icebox. This might be also...
Oh, yeah, true. And Liquid also play with double controller, don't they?
Yeah, with the Omen as well. Yeah. So Yampi is like the guy that smokes off mid typically if he's playing on that Omen, and because of that, they don't have the need to sacrifice the orb from the Viper, which is super important for the fuel. Woo!
I cannot believe that Yumpy actually has decided now to go on the chamber.
That's like half a year late, but it's fine, you know?
We said they were one step ahead, so probably, yeah, they will keep that lineup with that change on the chamber. No double smokes for them. Chronicle on the other side is going to be playing with that Brimstone. So now we have to switch up a little bit of what we said about the head-to-head and just focus on Defo against Jumpy, because I feel like the performance that Defo had on chamber was stellar the first time that we saw him playing this agent on this map. So I am expecting a lot. Now, what can we expect from Jumpy finally going onto that chamber?
Well, he's an operator player, right? So he for sure should find huge success with the ultimate, but also he will be should be very aggressive with the defensive positions that he will be taking. But what I wanted to put attention to, and it's even more important, I would say, is the defense from Meg on this map. Chronicle can single-handedly lock down A side for a minute with his smokes. There's not going to be a lot of variety there. There's just going to be a smoke, 20 seconds pass, smoke, 20-second pass, smoke.
So the thing is Team Liquid going to read onto that because they decided to go for this map for a reason and also put Jumpy on that chamber for a reason?
Well, it's time to find out map 1 of this big series, which could dictate the pace of the entire weekend. Let's get into it with Mitch and Tom.
Or Tom and Mitch.
Well, Tom, this is what we're here for. No, Lothar. Mitch and Tom, all right? No, I don't care. So this is going to be the big game. The one that everybody's excited for. Yes. His brain, I heard. Something about it. I can't remember. We'll talk about that later. Mech and Team Liquid, Tom. That's what's important right here, right now.
Let's bring it into the game.
And here we go. Time to dive on in. Icebox about to kick off, and Team Liquid will be mounting the attack to start this one off. Tom, what are your expectations moving on to Icebox between these two rosters? I mean, Neck have been a little bit up and down as of late.
Yeah, I did really enjoy seeing their Icebox last time, though. I think the defensive side, especially for Chronicle, was something that made it exciting. I guess on the other side, you did have Jumpy doing a very similar thing, but the interesting point is that he's moved away from it. So maybe trying to just be a little bit more aggressive around the edge of those smokes and going to almost try and press Chronicle to see if he crumbles, because last week, even though it wasn't the worst performance we've ever seen or anything, the fact that we had 3 of the mech players being deadly quiet, Defo having an alright game and then Nats just being Nats, if they think they can put the pressure onto Chronicle, fair enough.
Well, let's see how this is going to go down. Already Defo's taking the aggressive route right down onto Yampy. And, well, his chamber has not started out well here on Icebox. The 5 versus 4 off the bat, and Team Liquid pumped the brakes. They're going to look for control on B main, but of course, Mech have just backed off from that. After getting that kill, they're looking more to converge around mid and stop any splits from happening. I could even potentially play the retake, hoping to grab one as the players look to move in. But here's where all the utility I was expecting to come into play, but no, Team Liquid are still looking to move back, and that's what they were waiting for.
Expecting a little bit of aggression, and because of that, that 5v4 has quickly diminished for Mech, and of course, it does look like they still have plenty to be able to set up. Chronicle hasn't used any of his smokes. I wonder if it's just being almost utilized, ready for a retake. They also have the screen down on this A side of the map as well, so almost expecting this push to come in this direction. Scream looking to try and take first contact, and with nothing being spotted on the other side of the map, it does seem, it's just going to be that retake, because no one really taking any point of contact.
Yeah, look, Chronicle even backs off from the angle. So this plant looks like it's going to be undenied. And they've walled it a little too close, haven't they? So a little alternative plant location coming in. They're a little strapped for time, but I don't think it's going to matter. It seems like they've gotten away with it. And the kills, not actually going too poorly for them. They're able to keep it into even numbers at the start, but it's left to Navera, and he will be overwhelmed with the round going to Meg.
Yeah, of course. We saw this map obviously being brought in a little bit more for Liquid. It was one that for an incredibly long time, it was something they didn't really play. A lot of their success, I feel like, was just how regimented everything was. And the fact that, no offense to Dreamers, but the first time he goes to put down a wall, it completely screws their round. It's not the greatest of starts. Like, we've spoken about this man and the agents that he's comfortable on. I think that a lot of those did revolve around Sentinel, so I don't think that's something that will happen again, but that's not the start you're looking for if you're Liquid.
Well, I sure hope it's not something that happens again. Yeah, the entire round centered around creeping in, getting that wall down and planting, and well, the wall directly contributed to the second part not happening for another 10 seconds. That's a shaky start, but hey, can always come back from it. Mech, though, with the pistol, not likely to see any sort of a resurgence from Liquid here. I will say I'm excited to see Yumpy in these kind of rounds where he's just going out with the headhunter and doing exactly that. Well, maybe not. Not sure if he got caught by that, but I think he did. Oh no, he's good.
This is basically just a sheriff round. Just relying on everybody to try and find kills. And well, there is Yumpy already kicking things off. There has been a trade. Nats has to be careful. It seems like this is something that they are very aware of on the Liquid side. Like, this was something that Nats had problems with in the past, is when people sort of knew what he was going to be doing, the value of what he was doing is diminished. And again, that's 2 rounds in a row now. He's tried to get cheeky around that position, has been caught for it.
Yeah, Liquid have done a little bit of homework there, but sending Yumpy out to find 3 heads. I mean, said it wasn't the greatest of starts to his chamber play. This is why we've been begging to see his chamber play for so damn long. They're on an eco, and he's walked out with 4 kills. They've got a plant from it. Great wall from Dreamass. Significant improvement.
Yeah, this one actually allows them to plant, so it's definitely better than the last one. Can Shadows get anything done here? Bear in mind, Navira's incredibly low. No real utility to play with. He is on the wraparound. Is this going to be expected? Actually, Dreamers is doing a great job of just wasting time. Just basically burning that clock all the way down. Still, though, he's going to get isolated. And Shadows has absolutely no idea where this last player is coming from. Navira on the wraparound. Timing going to be everything. He's not going to expect it. And Liquid will break straight back. A Yumpy hero round and a clutch out for Navira. It's 1-1.
It's the truly ridiculous thing, and we heard from the desk about it, how Team Liquid are a team that have those individuals that can pop off, but when you look closely at the rounds there, they leave you wanting a little bit when it comes to strategy, right? You see the lack of the dedicated IGL there of but look, at the same time, it's like it is to an extent a winning formula. Not a championship winning one yet, but it does get them to the championships, or you know, kind of to the, I guess technically got them to the championship last time. So it's interesting like that you know, we see around round 2 after Lothar makes the point of, but sometimes their individual brilliance breaks them out of a game. Yep, basically aced it with 4 bullets.
Well, this time the wall works. So yeah, just a blip on the radar, it happens. Still though, Nats has managed to find 1 here. Yumpy able to just retreat, but again, another coming up for Red Guy. It seems like both teams are off to a bit of a shaky start, but they have managed to fall into a fairly powerful afterplant. Right between the 2 smokes, you got Soulcast sitting. It should be expected, if anything, but no. He's going to be able to get one, even while burning. Then the snakebite falls as well. The remaining players spamming, but it's not enough. They're on that defusal. Red Guard gets it to half, and now Navira, the last one remaining. He's managed to delay at least a little bit, but they know where he is. The shot does strong, but he's going to drop another. Make it into this 1 versus 2. They've already got it halfway. All they need to do is stick it, and he can't quite get it over the line. There will be enough time for them to get that defusal, and back-to-back thrifty rounds. Mech in the lead again.
They only just got that across the line, though. I mean, if he was able to sneak back around that corner for just 1 more second, it's over.
2.5 seconds is a long time.
It's a respectable amount of time.
You
always tell me. I don't know why. You seem obsessed with bringing this up. 2-1, Tom. unlikely fashion that we've made it here, but perhaps a sign of what's to come.
If everybody could calm down, please.
You want to play?
And
Let's play.
sort of restore a little normality. This is map 1, and we're in round 4, and I already feel like I've seen enough. I think it's the way I'll put it.
I've seen enough. Nobody
Close the edge
qualifies.
here. And we are round 4.
Yeah, this has been a fun one. I'm enjoying it.
He's
All the
already got
rifles.
tour de force.
But look who's sneaking around. Chronicle gotten so much done from this position in the past. Hasn't been spotted just yet. Swings out, but Scream there to deal with them. That might just be the B site for them. The Viper's Pit's going down. There's a nade that's looking to come up close and secure this on the back of contact. Well, they should have a plan now.
Yuppie also dropping Redgar. Gonna need some sort of miracle. They've been able to deny a little bit of space. Nat's also fighting within it, but Soul cast to fall, and the trade is almost instantaneous. Can't quite dodge Shados' flash, but do a lot of damage to him on the other side. With the ball down, it will be an afterplant, a tough one to try and break back into.
Yeah, going through that Viper's Pit, and the one angle that you don't go through a Viper's Pit, Tour de Force is sitting on. There's the problem with that. Shanos barely surviving, and well, yeah, that's why it's barely. He gets taken down in the end. 2-2 we go. Team Liquid right back into it. And they do well to catch Chronicle. I think, you know, he's been shut down so far in these couple of rounds, but it's been strange. We haven't really gotten into the normal Valorant yet, the normal Icebox. And you know what, Tom?
No one's won 2 rounds in a row yet. No one
Yeah.
is. Well, we're still just going back and forth. I hope this doesn't continue for too long, especially with the buy that's coming up here. You got a hero rifle for Shados. Now you do have Nats with a Viper's Pit, but he's bought a Sheriff, so I'm gonna make the assumption that he's not planning on using it, because otherwise it's an intriguing choice of weapon. Obviously for Defo, 1 kill here. Tour de Force round could easily flip on its head, and they actually have 3 players currently within this A site. It's going to be a much faster paced round by the looks of things for Liquid.
Oh, but they're blitzing right into mech, not knowing the full rotation has now completed. This team is ready for the play, and Defo's the first. Nevera's down. No wall to play with, no utility on the way through, no orb to the post plant, no snake bite. They won't get the plant. Dreamass is caught. This is huge. Screen just about grabbing the spike and getting out. He needed to do that while the utility was still up in there to play with, but the round is not saved yet. They need space, and I think Yumpy just got spotted.
Oh, it's
Brutal.
executions. Bear in mind as well, Defo, because of that first kill, does have Tour de Force, so it's not like it's just 1 gun anymore. In fact, now they've managed to retrieve a second. These rounds make absolutely no sense, and
30
Scream
seconds left.
and Soulcast have, well, 25 seconds. They've got to try and find a gap somewhere in this defense, and as they're also sort of feeling out the map, so are Mech. They are realizing the spots are clear, but again, Chronicle caught with his pants down. He has not had a great start.
Find you.
The plant's going to be secured at least. There's some... Oh, no, maybe it's not. Under's Fury. Not quite going to catch them. But it tags up eventually. Sulk is down to 42. Scream. Showstopper not going to be used. I mean, it can't be used now, but even still, 2 versus 4. He needs to go huge. He needs to find kills right here and now. There's 2 already. This is Scream we're talking about. He's done a lot, but has he done enough? No. Nats makes sure of that. Rez to guarantee the weapon. Defuse to guarantee the round. And the lead is now in Mech's hands.
Definitely just realizing he doesn't have a gun. Well, it is going to be 3-2. I hate it here. And it's another round on the board for Mech. And that's the thing, just a huge gamble stack. Shados already, I think, has had more impact today than he did in the entirety of the series versus Big, so take that as you will. For anybody who didn't know, like, we were looking into the stats of the game. I don't know if I've ever seen anything like this, but Shados is, in my mind, probably one of the best multi-fraggers in the entire game. Like, 2Ks, 3Ks, 4Ks, more. He got 1 2K and no 3Ks, 4Ks, or aces in the last series versus Big. If you can find me another series where that's happened, I'll be gobsmacked, because he is renowned for those sort of kills. So an uncharacteristic performance when facing off in that last game. As said, I think he's already done more today.
Yeah, I think you're pretty spot on with that. He was missing, and has obviously done some soul searching. Tom, he's found himself. He's back up
Don't
on
do
the
it,
server.
Yuppie. Please, I can't. Oh, he did him.
The tag was there.
Fortunately, he doesn't have an operator. It's still, again, a half investment. Defo, though,
No charges.
it's so good on the defensive side with this chamber. In and out. Those opening picks found, and there's not really much that can be done in those sort of cases. Chronicle's just like, can he see me somehow? Because he just followed me through a couple of positions. Now, the res is available if they somehow manage to get into a solid spot. It looks like they almost want to try and wall up and get aggressive over the top. Instead, they're actually going to use the showstopper.
Oh, interesting. It might find one as well. It's fired into Chronicle. Down he goes.
No.
That nade, is it going to actually deny? Will it catch a kill on the way out? No, Dreamus is good, and he's finding kills. That's more than he needed to do, and he's playing just with a Sheriff. Fantastic work. Team Liquid now. Rifle on Scream. Solkus with a Guardian. And there is the ultimate. It's going to make it a little bit more difficult for Shados. Maybe. Maybe not.
Oh no! This might be the first time we finally see a team get 2 rounds back-to-back, but Soulcast still standing. Defo needing to get on that spike relatively soon. In fact, it's just going to be the swing, and Soulcast is going to clutch it out. Keep the mania going. As things are equalized once again. Bear in mind, Liquid already qualified, fighting for second spot. Mech, if they lose this game, life on the line. Like, Big could still qualify. Na'Vi, Big could still qualify. Na'Vi could still qualify, based on the games that happen over the next day or so. Nonetheless, well, as I said, we're 6 rounds in. No one's got 2 rounds in a row. I think someone needs a damn power-up, at least at some point.
It has to happen eventually. All right, we've got a Viper's Pit down on B. Team Liquid looking to play this one nice and slow. They've obviously spotted the pit at this point. I'm gonna try to root Viper out of it. Try to catch her up close. You know, the right lane is clear. No one's pushed up. What are they looking to do towards this side? You know, I still see Solkus lurking around here. And, well, yeah, eventually they're backing off. I was curious because we've seen the attempts at running through a Viper utility before. Definitely hadn't worked out so far. So it will be a strange approach. Instead, they're doing what I think will be expected of them, moving towards the A site. And that's the play that Mech are ready for. You got to watch Defo here. He's about to get the kill from the top rope, or at least the fight from it. He could be in trouble. They come down below, but that's what Shados is here for.
He still gets traded out, though. And with the res, it's not that much of a detriment. Soulcast is back online. They've got some extra space for it. Wall going to be utilized and actually leaves Scream ahead of it. I was about to say, he's going to get back out of there and just play for the afterplants. And in these positions so far, Team Liquid have looked pretty strong. The last round was maybe the only exception, and, well, they still won it.
There. Out of charges.
I mean,
Standing ahead.
you want to go in, try to find some picks. At this point, Team Liquid, though, they're tucked way away. They've got Viper post plant set up. They've got, I mean, all the info, all the map control to work with, but that doesn't deter Meg. They dive on in, they lose a few weapons, then they bail. That's a lot of damage. Screams out. So the thing is here, right? Rhaegar had a Sheriff, so he's picked up the op. Really, they've lost 1 rifle from it. They decided to save right off the bat. They had a chance to do some damage, so it was worth the risk. And they've gotten damage. That was with the Sheriff. All right. Yeah, that makes sense.
It's broken. That's all I need to know is the fact that it's no longer just going to be back and forth for the entirety of the game. The Liquid are the ones to finally manage to win a couple of rounds in a row, but we're now going to see a mech timeout. Now, obviously, a lot of what I would say they're going to rely on is these defensive halves. Like, you have these one-way smokes, you have a lot of utility to almost delay, and thus far it hasn't really been particularly impressive. You're also running a composition where your only duelist is going to be a chamber. And now, obviously, again, there's going to be people, not I don't care. But he is going to have to be the aggressor in ultimately a spot that doesn't actually work that well for the agent. Like, a lot of the stuff he wants to be doing is holding angles, TPing away. If Liquid don't give him the face, that's going to be incredibly difficult, and you're going to be much more reliant on other players, I think particularly Shados, to try and take that space instead. So I think Mech have realized that, okay, 3 rounds is not a good spot for us. We want to be getting like 7 as a minimum, I would say. And for Liquid, they're already in a pretty good position here.
Yep. I don't think Liquid can be upset at this point. And where the economy is at, that's the key thing as well. They've got their 2nd round in a row, and that now leaves them in a position where they can buy up next round. It's not so bad. You know, Mech aren't in that same spot. They're putting it all on the line here. And look at what they're coming in with. They got an operator on Defo. He's going to try to grab some kills to get his tour de force afterwards, right? 1600, 1350. These guys can buy up shakily in the next round, but they want that tour de force to be online to bridge the gap so that everybody can have a rifle to play with. It's going to be tough, though. No better man for it than Defo, but Team Liquid, they're not peaking just yet. Got to see if anybody makes the mistake.
Yeah, more so makes the mistake without any utility, because that's the thing, that there should be something here to try and force him off of that angle. Even if it's just Scream trying to take a little bit of space with a blast pack, like anything that can almost just make this a little bit more difficult. And well, there he goes. And they've used the Prowler alongside it to just get that extra little bit of ground. They have forced him off without anything really having to be used, and they're going to get that space.
Really cerebral play, just a little bit of utility, a very small cost to pay to avoid running into that operator, and all the while Yumpy taking advantage of that big absence of information towards this side of the map, sneaking his way through, and he's caught 2. Those are pistols still taken down. The operator, Phantom's still online to work with. He might even be able to force them into a position now where they decide to save. I mean, if Redgar goes down and they've already got the plant and time's ticked away, but 12 seconds left, they've got to get this plant. They've lost Dreamass. Is it actually a Phantom up close? 6 seconds. Someone's got to get that spike, and they can't be taken off it. Defo might just get around the corner, but he's a little late. A 1v1 comes out of it. A remarkable recovery even still, but still a chance for Mech. Scream's going to try to sneak down below, but Defo above with an operator. He needs to be quick and clean if he's to have even the slightest of chances of taking Scream down, and he won't get it done this time. Scream securing Team Liquid's round. God damn, that was a bumpy ride, though.
Scream's looking good today. A lot of high impact kills. Like, you might be looking at the scoreboard, and obviously Yumpy's still popping off, don't get me wrong, but Scream's just had a lot of kills that were really important to a lot of these rounds, like be it catching the aggressor or just shutting out the individual that was dangerous. Again, it still wasn't a full investment, so the amount of damage that's able to be done there by Mech is not bad, but there was a real opportunity, and I mean like half a second's worth, for them to actually win themselves that round.
Wow. Back and forth we went. Team Liquid get the round they should have. I've never seen that skin ADS actually. Only just realizing it now. A nice little scope. We've had the opening. It's our boy Yumpy grabbing one, taking Chronicle down, removing the smokes the one way that has annoyed so many teams on this A site in the past, now not to be dealt with for this round. The huge pick. They're going to look to follow up on it almost immediately. I thought this KO ult might slow them down, but Tom, Team Liquid, they've only got the W key.
Yeah, it does mean that they can't actually utilize the wall they've been putting down every single time, and Nats will capitalize off of that. Spike down. If he gets this timing right, he might find another couple. He's been a bit quiet so far, but that never seems to last for long. Yumpy honed in on his position, expecting a swing to try and confirm the ace. He knows that even just making this costly could be nice, but Nats is having none of it.
This is what we wanted to see. You know, we spoke about at the start, how sometimes that two-dimensional play...
Did they get the ult?
Or... Did they?
I don't think they did. No.
No
Like
money
he,
for
he
it.
dropped it before he went in with the headhunter, just to make sure that if anybody went for that retrieval, they'd have to run a lot deeper. So knowing as well that he has the tour de force in this next round, he can buy the weaponry for the rest of his teammates. And yeah, he's stopped Defo having the weapon that makes him ever more deadly.
A worthwhile trade, you should think. And actually, it's going to be a little bit of a different setup here, and that's alongside Chronicle, a little bit more passive after they see that wall come down from Team Liquid. They're back towards the B side. They're looking to aggressively hold that mid control and the control over Kitchen. And play the retake on B. I don't know if that's coming off the back of the orbital strike, but I have a feeling that they have an idea on what to do if Team Liquid do try to plant up here.
Well, yeah, especially with it being basically the identical execution every single time, with just the wall being such a almost crutch that teams fall back on. If he can just deny that timing of it, it's going to make things so incredibly difficult for them to actually get into an afterplant, which they've been going for the majority of times.
Just to make them that little bit more uncomfortable. Now, this recon is huge. It's going to catch all the info. Even if it just gets shot, that's practically enough. The wall goes up, the recon goes in. It's timed while everybody's distracted, spraying. Here comes an orbital strike. That was expected, though. Team Liquid were only trying to bait it out.
He hadn't used the wall yet, though.
Yep.
That's the thing. I feel like it was, yeah, more important for Mech to actually wait and be a little bit more patient here. Instead, you're now going to have that afterplant. The molly, though. That's superb. Extra counter utility being thrown in. Still something they haven't been able to break just yet. But the time, Midge, it's ticking down.
It's starting to get dangerous. They're going for the plant now. The spams are attempting to come on through, but players dropping like flies. Team Liquid taking that into more of an offensive stance. That's defense is a good offense in this situation, and well, they have well and truly succeeded with a 4v2 in their hands. This round is looking certain to be theirs. Inside the Viper's pit, Dreamus goes down. Not too much of a loss, though. They've still got their Viper online. Damage to Navera, but he doesn't go down. Defo has to hope he can catch him, but he's got help from up above. And so the round falls into Liquid's hands yet again. They've been doing well here on the attack side, building up these rounds. And I like the fact that they have a lot of these adaptations on the fly to just go super aggressive. It's the thing that this team has up their sleeve. They get into a sticky spot like that, and we've only got 10 seconds left to plant. All right, 3 of us will push up. Oh, 3 of us got kills. Let's fall back. Post plant. It's nuts.
I do like the way they seem very, very aware, though, of like the ultimates that are available for Mech, because I do feel like they were a little bit trigger happy there. They had everything set up to actually deny and just used it a little bit early. Now we're gonna have Nats already popping the Viper's pit. I think he's expecting a fast reaction, though. Like, you can already see he's just waiting on the angle and instantly takes down screen. Just gonna go straight back into the Viper's pit and now wait for the rotation of his team.
Oh, but Nats is coming back out. He's caught.
Down, B.
Push up through mid a little too strong, and sure, the spike goes down. Retrieving that might be a little bit of a pain. Just time-wise. Oh! More than that! Navera, where are you going, man?
I did not expect 2 players to already be that fast in the rotation. Like, the fact that they were both sat in Snowman is a little bit unlucky, but even still, they're now going to have to try and back away. A very real chance, though, of actually repositioning in towards this A site. Defo, I don't know if he's actually going to hear this. This could be a problem. He's definitely spotted the cross, but the thing is, the other player's still waiting behind, so there's going to be that afterplant available, and Soulcast's position could be enough to actually change around. In fact, they're going to opt to try and play this together.
I like the idea. They've got this perfect position. Potential fake the TP, but now extending into more of a lurk. Soulcast doing so well, and there's the side angle from Yuppie. Oh, Shados pulling out the nade at the wrong moment. That is 7-4, and Team Liquid's aggression again pays off for them. This is a team that you can just imagine how scary it is to be in these 2v3, 2v4 situations, because you think it's locked down, you think you're in control, but they're behind you. They're not looking to defend the spike. They're pushing the other side of the map to where they put the spike down. It's wild.
Yeah, I think their mid rounds as well have actually been pretty creative. Like, it's clear to see that their after plants are very strong. But even when things have gone a little bit wrong, I don't think it's been, like, almost panic. Like, I think they've always had a secondary plan, and even having some really nice ideas once they managed to take that extra space. Defo, again, aggressive, but it's expected by Yumpy. He's been doing so well on these openers. It's something that a lot of people on this chamber struggle with, but for Yumpy, it almost just seems like second nature. An easy first kill, no success for Defo, and wow, now all they need to do is convert the 5v4.
It's not always that easy, especially up against the defense if Mech make the right gamble, but they're hearing a ton of shots in mid. I'm not even sure if that's going to be confidence inspiring though. The players being that close to mid around the smoke, you can easily rotate into the A site. You can have a lot to deal with. A little bit of noise being made here. Rotations are coming instantly off Chronicle here in the sound cues. They're going to have the right gamble, the right stack. But Tom, I mean, there's nothing. There's no utility, really. They've got the molly to delay.
I love it.
That's about it. Good night.
He's just having a terrible time. Nats, the master of the Bulldog, but he's only going to be good for one. Well, Hunter not quite hitting the mark. Even got the res available to try and bring back one, although all it's really going to do is add another death to Scream's tally. It doesn't matter, though, with the advantages they currently have. And I think, actually, yeah, Shados is stuck by the seas above him. Just kept in that corner at least for another second or two. And well, even if he does manage to get out of there, I think he's in a real tough spot.
Locked in at 8 rounds in the half. I mean, this is a big success for Team Liquid. I don't think they can exactly be crying home about it. Remember that they started out by losing the pistol to kick things off. And then they end up bouncing right back into it and having a very dominant close. For Mech, I'm a little bit worried. If they don't pick up this pistol to start with, they fall behind quite a bit. It'll be one hell of an uphill battle.
I think as well, it looks like at least the choice of this map for Liquid looks very well prepared. Like, even in that round, you can see that Scream actually nades the one-way position that Chronicle wants to be sitting in. So it's like that's the real power of those one-ways, is you have a spot where you can sit, where you can see them as they run into it. Well, Scream just nades that spot. Then you don't have a choice anymore. You're stuck in a spot where you have to now run away and your smoke is now worthless again. It's just intelligent counters to what has been the same game plan ultimately for Mech.
Well, here we go, wall up. Plenty of Team Liquid right behind it. They'll be happy if they start to hear a stampede, knowing they're on the right side. But Mech, again, pump the brakes. They want to put a bit of pressure onto Team Liquid. By putting that wall up and not pushing on the back of it, they're starting to feel like maybe this could be a fake. It's backed up by the drone coming through mid. Making the right rotation, though. Right into heavy traffic of Mech. Plenty of players there, but again, narrowly missing each other and going back. Mech starting to make noise on A. That's dragging the rotation. At this point, Defo wants to work solo. He's got a TP here to work back on.
Oh, he's got 6 headhunter bullets. Didn't even get to shoot any of them. An instant kill from Scream. You don't challenge the master of the one taps to a battle of one taps. It's never really going to go your way. 30 seconds. Again, just this slow pace of Mech. They've got so much still to do to get into that site. And you can see how prepared Liquid are. 4 players ready and waiting.
Yeah, they're caught behind the wall. The Viper still being up buys them a little bit of space, but they're worried about that utility, and for the right reason. There was plenty of it coming their way, but 10 seconds left. Someone's got to bite the bullet and go for this plant. It's going to be up top. Players already swinging. They've spotted the planter. They've taken him down. It's done. They've won the time. It's already gone. All Navarra has to do is hold on to the back of the site. He'll go down, but time had already expired, and Team Liquid take it 9-4. The pistol round is theirs by a hair's width. My God.
I was about to say, I didn't expect it to be that close, but even still, the round over the line, 9-4, and yeah, I think they're kind of in the bin here. And I like the fact that Liquid even have, going into the last, 13-12 seconds of the round, they had that seize nade combo just ready if anybody went for the plant. As said, it looks like they're incredibly well prepared. for this matchup at least. And again, we've just got some of those performers missing. Like Chronicle 5 and 12. Like, you've gone for this pocket pick. You've gone for a sort of a play that nobody else really did before. Something that had a lot of cool ideas in the first run. It seems like Liquid are ready for it, and now there hasn't been any more depth to that agent. And even just him individually has not been, well, that world beater. I still stand by the fact there was a point where this guy was the best player in the world. Now, not quite there at the moment.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. And I think that has been the narrative for quite some time in my eyes. It does feel like it's only a matter of time before we see that step up, but now it's not quite there. Yampi on the chamber, been very fun to watch so far. I hope we get to see plenty more. It looks like they'll be pushing to double digits up against this, well, presumably Eco. I wonder, you know, for Mech, after that first half, they have to be a little bit disappointed, but you have to be realistic and think, look, it is the attack side. We can make the comeback happen, but it all boils down to either the next round or, like I said, Nats is invested into shields before we went into this tech pause. So at Defo. Defo already has his 6 bullets kept over. There is a chance that these guys decide to put it all in here and try to make the comeback happen.
Yeah, it would be bold. I'd obviously, for anybody wondering, the reason there's a tech pause is because Shados has a few FPS issues, so we're just gonna hopefully wait that one out. I don't know, maybe a game restart or something. Hopefully,
Jeez,
it won't be
maybe
something
I need to play with FPS issues from now on. God damn. This guy is 17 to 10, 7 assists up against Liquid. Hell yeah. 3 FPS gang. Let's go.
You know, he just has to be more patient and just hit that one shot. That's what it is.
Exactly.
Like, the rest of us are spamming at like the multiple attempts we have. He's like, well, I only get 1 because I've only got 3 FPS. So I gotta make sure that 1 counts.
Famously, that 1 taps are easier on 3 FPS. It's the way to go.
Yeah, everybody knows that. That's a fact.
Only high frame rate players can spray.
Yeah. And go near smokes.
Yeah.
Well, it seems like they are resolved. 9-4. As you sort of mentioned, they could have gone for something a little bit riskier here, but it seems like they're still just going to try and get something done with a few pistols they have. Chronicle upgrading. Obviously, still all of those headhunter bullets that were there for Defo in the last round are still there in this one, so he can hope to try and get some damage done.
Well, they were looking at the plant, waiting out some sort of a nade combo, but nothing came through yet again. It's going to try to find them on the way back through, but
They even have a slow on it as well. That's really nice. It means they can't even go anywhere. It's a little bit late, and obviously getting the timing on is going to be really difficult. Rekka, well, he's been caught from behind. Already problematic. As said, we didn't expect much from this round whatsoever, Mitch. At least something has to come through.
There you go. Already found the 1. I say already. The round is over. Double digits for Team Liquid. Now we'll be looking to get this tour de force online. Interesting ult commitment. 6 rounds in the lead, defensive side, tidying up that round nicely, facing off against Mech. Finally the full buy though. This is where the big change can happen. 3 of these players having to use light shields, so they might be powering up their weapons, Tom, but their shields could definitely use a recharge.
Yeah, I mean, I'm intrigued to see what they're going to go for here. It looks like a very aggressive A setup with just a reliance on Navira. Now, luckily for them, you can definitely rely on Navira. Like, he's someone who has had so many clutch plays, fantastic individual moments, but just look how aggressive they're getting. And in fact, the second they get caught out, they're going to start rotating straight away. Because if you see that many players off the back of a 0 point, you start hightailing it straight in towards B.
Deploying drone.
Well, Liquid had been sublime over on that attack side. Their defense might not be going so well against this buy round. They've stacked up the wrong side of the map. I mean, look, it couldn't work every time, could it? This isn't Team Liquid on the attack. They're not going to go A every round. But it's Mech, so I suppose they were probably right.
Oh, they're going to save
case.
the spawn for the first minute and a half.
Well, this time a little bit more pacey. They get the plant down.
They did spot all the players on A. Like if they
But,
just sat there,
Tom,
that would
say
be
what you will. It was
wild.
a bit more pacey. That's all I said.
Oh, again. Well, they know everybody's here. Actually going to use the orbital strike just to delay a little bit. Defo's gone down to the nade again. How much damage can they realistically do here? Now sat into an advantageous spot. Shock dart out. A vulnerable player on the other side. Shados now going to go down. This is starting to get a little bit scary. Spray doesn't work out. Nats is going to find himself a triple, though, but it's already been defused. They've just stuck it all the way. They used an orbital strike, had a free afterplant in a 5v5, and Liquid win the retake.
I don't know what can be said about that. Liquid should obviously never have gotten remotely close to what they just did in a round where Nat steps up like that as well. And a fantastic wall. All right, I guess we start there. Absolutely fantastic from Dreamus. In contrast to how he started out this map with his wall skills, I think he's gotten a little bit better.
It's the wall redemption arc. That's what we're looking at.
He needed to, hold on, warm up his ice walls. You know, warm it up, and now he's looking like.
Oh, do you mean his barrier
Team Liquid?
orbs?
Because he was team solid before, but he wasn't that solid.
Great.
On his performance with the wall.
Either way,
it was good.
We are going to have Nats just walking straight through his own poison orb. I think he's had enough, Mitch. I think he's just gone, you know what? If you guys aren't going to do anything, I'll just take things into my own hand. He's also Viper's Pit, but I'm not sure how vital this is going to be. It doesn't matter, though. It's almost like baiting in these peaks, and up until Scream, they were winning every single one of them.
Well, they've got their mid cross in with the Viper's Pit. Plan to be secured, to be attempted. Scream still sitting around Heaven, trying to be an annoyance for these guys. Yumpy. There's the barrel spotted. A huge mistake by Shados. 2v3. And having Scream and Yumpy in a 2v3, this round is not over yet. The Viper's Pit now proving to be a little bit of a menace. These players, though, especially with where it's planted, they can make their way around Heaven and not worry about it too much.
Yeah, they've still got the rest to deal with. Nats timing is going to be everything here. I don't know if he was actually spotted by Yumpy. Made his way through the edge. They're going to tap it, and he has now been seen. Back into a 2v2 scenario. Chronicle still has his Molotov, but swinging in to put it down is going to be tough. Never mind. There's the man we know and love. 2 headshots off the back of his Guardian. They're gonna, yeah, okay, the spike didn't quite go off. Otherwise, he would have been in trouble.
I don't feel like any of these rounds go as I expect. I think for a sec there, Chronicle was like gonna molly and then realized it's gonna up the ramp and it's into the left a little bit. Like, yeah, there wasn't really a safe angle for it. But also, it just wasn't needed when you've got those 2 players. And they want to take the swing like that. I guess they just got it done otherwise. Would have been safer, but 11-5 we go. How many more can they find? Look, this attack side is going to be extremely tough. They cannot make mistakes, and a team like Team Liquid will look to punish them every turn of the way. No ultimates to use, though, this time.
Oh, much faster pace round. A lot that could, in theory, be utilized, but the null command has denied basically everything. At least for now. In the retake, they could still try and use Showstopper, maybe a Viper's Pit to really cause some problems, but with the weaponry that's behind it, I don't know if they'll want to invest. I think a lot of it is going to come down to whether or not Yumpy gets a pick first.
Bring them down.
Well, they've gotten quite a bit of control off of that play down from Heaven. The Prowler cleared out a lot. The mid play takes Navera, though, and now they've got to be worried about their back. At this point, it's very difficult to get any sort of groundwork. Spamming away the tour de force, trying to catch a player or 2. You can certainly see the idea behind it. The bullets are going to disappear, so who cares? And Yumpy needed some legwork on that one. Of course, he was playing with his pistol, so it's not the end of the world. Scream's got a weapon. Yeah, he was running down.
I was about to say, I was like, he doesn't want to survive there, but 11-6. Still a very, very long road to go for the side of Mech, but they are making this one a little bit more competitive. We're starting to see those stars common line once again. Shados and Nats still up the top of the board. The only man above them is, of course, Yumpy, who Again, you can sort of see why every analyst from Twitter to professional has been wanting to see him on this agent. Nonetheless, it's actually going to be Mech calling the timeout. So even after 2 in a row, maybe starting to question how they can counter some of these ults. Because although the Tour de Force was used, Mitch, I think that Showstopper and Viper's Pit are still available.
It could certainly have their impact. I think that Viper's Pit in particular is something you want to deal with right off the bat. If you're Mech, you don't want to have them with just guaranteed map control. Have that light side to play on. And they've got the added benefit, of course, of running that Sova. So you can drone them out. A little bit more effective, I think, than the Prowlers typically. So once you get that tag, it's over. You know, as a Viper, it's your worst nightmare when you hear the sound of the drone. You're running for the hills. For Mech, they're going to spread out. Wall towards B early. I wonder, I want to see really what Navarro's plan is here. I think typically he'll jump spot it, right? But all right, he goes straight in with the Viper's Pit. I don't blame him, though. Get that control right away.
Nice shock dart utilized, but it hasn't managed to destroy the trap early, so something's still going to be available for the defensive side. In fact, it's going to be an instant pop off that Showstopper. It doesn't quite manage to take out Shados, though. I'm a little bit surprised at how nonchalant that was used, but I guess Scream just feeling he could almost force them back out of that position, and now they actually just go to reclaim more control over A, almost tunneling them in towards this A site where they had the majority of their players.
Yeah, I actually kind of like the Showstopper. It's for the round that's in it with the economy under threat from Liquid and Mech being so far behind. I think throwing through a Hail Mary like that isn't so bad every now and then, but it hasn't landed them success, and now they could have been in a lot of trouble.
That was close. If they couldn't get around the corner, it would have been a problem. Nice entry, though, from Chronicle. Trouble as well for DreamS. He's now the only man standing on the site, and the entries are superb. Mech may have been slow to start, but this man could be pain in the backside. A chance for a multi-frag, but they run around the corner just at the last moment. A single kill, and well, unfortunately for Navira, he's walked into the trap that I imagine they were hoping would catch Yumpy in the first place.
Unlucky, the late flank, the super delayed, it gets detected and gets caught. Mech gonna just tuck in, wait for him to come on marching through, but of course the save is called. Navarra needs the money. I think a bunch of his teammates are very low on cash as well. Not going to be the prettiest in the next round, but they can afford to have a little bump in the road like that, obviously with the lead that they have. Just don't want to see this blitz play out of Mech have so much success, right? Chronicle rushing in through those guys, able to just brute force the site out of their hands, essentially. And with 7-11 on the board, that's going to be a big concern for Team Liquid. If they're able to be overpowered like that, it gets you worried. Where are they going this round? 3 rifles on Team Liquid, Solkus and Yumpy still to buy, but those are going to be weaknesses.
Yeah, I guess Yumpy's probably just going to play whatever he's got already in the Headhunter. I would almost prefer him to just buy up the extra couple of bullets, but I assume it's just to make sure that he can have an operator in the next round, because I do feel like they need to start getting a little bit more aggressive. DreamS agrees. Almost managing to get that opening pick, but nothing really found. And again, it does just seem like we're going straight in towards the site once again. Chronicle, I like the fact that he's just got the ability to almost speed his way out of there, especially with the fact that they have the trail, they have the info, and so far those combos haven't had as much success as I'm sure they would have liked.
A minute left on the clock. Liquid clear close A, but that Prowler didn't get nearly far enough to get them valuable information, and the recon just destroys any notion of this site being clear. They'll stick around with a bit of a stack on this side. The next couple seconds are defining. This is where Liquid decide to stick on A or go to the B site fully, and there it is, the full rotation. They've thought, okay, no, this was a fake. They're going B. Now they realize there's a knife on A. We've left the site. The wall is up. They've got the plant. I know you got to fight your way back in.
Mitch, you're not meant to read the script during the game. Come on, you got to make it at least look a little bit less obvious to the viewers. Nat's already holding onto the lurk and catching off Yumpy as he attempts to rotate through, and he's just got to hold this. Nice shot from Navira, though. Prowler going to give the info of Defo's spot. It's still going to be easier said than done. The wall not really being broken. Orbital strike. He's only going to get it to half. The thing is, though, Navira's still fragging. He's already managed to get himself another. They need to get this Molotov down. Navira, he's got 4 already, and there's only one man standing. They're just going to stick it again for the second time, diffused under the noses of Mech. And a 12th now on the board for Liquid. It wasn't the round that was looking likely, especially after the rotation away. But they make it work, and a lot of it comes down to Navira.
I'll tell you, looking at these plays, I'm just feeling like Mech and Team Liquid are in a similar boat right now. I don't know what's happening, but they're in stormy seas. I don't want to say it's a problem with the captaining, with it like IGLing or anything like that, but the ship ain't going where it's supposed to go, and it's not sailing the right way. We see this team be one of the most calculated and intelligent teams out there, and this season they've been shaky, and we've many reasons as to why that could be behind the scenes. We know all about that. It's just seeing this game, this map here, definitely you can feel it. The Team Liquid, they're thriving on the chaos that's ensuing, and Mech, I mean, they're not. They're not as used to dealing with chaos as Team Liquid are, with 2 quick kills. This is looking like map point could be a map in favor of Team Liquid.
Yeah, once again, there needs to be someone stepping up on the side of Mech. Well, maybe Redguard's that man. Managing to at least catch out one. Yumpy trying to get a bit cheeky around the edge.
Planted.
Isn't going to be able to go much further than that. Otherwise, his escape plan quickly disappears. Almost hoping for a mistake. You can still see a late flank potentially coming in from screen, but I think they're actually just searching for Nats. Instead, the Redguard left wide open. A mistake, perhaps, but this now gives the Viper's Pit a real chance in this Autopilot. It doesn't really help out Defo too much, I'll be honest. It's not going to work with the Tour de Force, but luckily he has a rifle in his back pocket. Yumpy trying to sneak his way through, trying to find one of these remaining players, and they have. It's left to this man once again, Nat, to try and clutch it out. The Boombot almost gets him. They can't quite defuse, and now the Viper on the other side is going to be the one clutching things out. Scream has to flee. Nat will do it again, and an 8th will now be on the board for Mech, but dear Lord, was it close.
He's just such a sneaky player. It's impossible. Rooting this guy out of the sight. Look at how long he is just standing around, owning this position. Sure, the Viper's Pit definitely helps, but the amount of times he can do this on the map alone without these ultimates or massive utility bumps is incredible. 12.
Well, he earned it halfway through the play. So
yeah. Feeling it on the fly, man, is absolutely beautiful to watch. 4 rounds between these two teams now, Tom. 4 rounds between Mech and an OT on a map that they started out not too well. Not too well at all. This has been an impressive resurgence back into it, but Team Liquid still have more than enough runway to get this one closed. That's why they call the timeout here. See exactly what the road ahead holds for them.
That's the thing. We saw this in the games versus Big as well. Like it wasn't like Mech just got insta smashed. It was that they had really slow starts, really poor starts, and then they tried to grind back into the game. The problem is they never succeeded. And that's what we're looking at right now. Is there going to be someone that takes us over the line for Liquid? I would be surprised if not. And that's the thing. In the past, I'd be 100% on the Mech train, but they just haven't done anything this season to convince me that they have that same resilience they once did. If they're smashing a team, if it's like a 13-3, okay, it's just that momentum taking them over the line. But any blip on the radar now versus Liquid, and then this map is done, and they have to go in and try and sweep back the series. For this round, ults are close, and I'm looking at Yumpy. Because that Tour de Force comes online, this round can easily slip away.
Be hyper careful of see what do you even do, like, oh, don't let him take you down without being traded. Well, he can kind of make that pretty difficult. They're already baiting in as well. They have no idea. Like, come on, man. 2 kills. Not going to get the Tour de Force online, be able to use it, but he certainly set his team up to close this one out nicely. 3 versus 2.
there is a Hunter's Fury. Now, there's nobody actually coming on the flank, so that's at least something that will work in their favor. Nats is mainly going to have to play for time, and he is someone who's an expert. That goes swinging out, though, a little bit risky, and he's pressured by Scream. Now it's left all onto Redgar. The Hunter's Fury is not going to be useful here, and it's done. It didn't look like that would be the round, but a pistol play from Yumpy and Scream closing it out. It will be a victory for Liquid in map number 1, and while Mech now have to get that reverse sweep to confirm their safety in playoffs.
This starts to become very scary. As we said, the chances of another team upsetting the rhythm and putting Mech down are out there. And you don't want to leave it into the hands of other teams to decide whether you make playoffs. Certainly not for Mech, context of obviously the previous season and how that went for them. This is a surprise victory. It's certainly in how strong Team Liquid looked to me, Tom. We're seeing this addition of Dreamas. Obviously, it needs a little bit of time, as we've been saying over the last week or so, that you need that germination period of kind of a month or two, really have your impact and mold the team. And I'm impressed by what I'm seeing from Team Liquid. They look better week on week, at least with him in the team.
Yeah, of course. Luckily for us, there's plenty to break down in that one, and I can't wait after this break to see Lothar and the rest of the desk break that one down.
Dare to challenge yourself. Who's next?
Red Bull gives you wings.
I know we on the way. Gotta know we on the way. Yeah, it's time to make a play. Swear it's time to make a play. Let me tell the world the truth. Gotta tell the world something. Hard times never stay. Hard times never stay. Put in that work, yeah. No giving up for real. You know the deal. It's written in stone. We stay going strong. They already know what it is. They want us to lack, but we coming with stamina. Put a new vision, no camera. Bringing that pressure, no need to relax. It's about to get hot as it's ever been. I'm speaking the truth and bringing the proof. It's about to get crazy. Running them numbers up, legendary, amazing. Gotta be careful the fire we bring in this blazing. I'm just ready to see the look on their faces. Get a little extra, we killing it, you can't save them. Mark my words, this history in the making. Got another one showing up in this major. Don't wanna miss it, this something that you was waiting for. Call everybody you know and tell them the wait is over. It's time to open them doors and let the whole world know it. We on the way, ain't no looking back, cause we going forward. Finish line in the distance instead of going for it. Can't be impatient, just do it right, it's gonna last forever. Understand how reality speakers really clever. A lot of times we only focus on the bigger picture. But it's the details of the picture we gotta remember. I know we on the way. Gotta know we on the way. Yeah, it's time to make a play. Swear it's time to make a play. Let me tell the world the truth. Gotta tell the world something. Hard times never stay. Hard times never stay. Keep going till you get it. Man, you gotta keep going. Solid plan put in place. Gotta put a plan in place. Let me tell the world the truth. Let me tell the world the truth. I know we on the way. Gotta know we on the way. I know it's hard, but keep going strong. You already on. Tough times don't last long. Stay in the zone. Right. From the ashes to overtaking new milestones. Right. See, that's what happens when dedication is turned on. Right. Never give up when facing pressure. It'll make you better. A lot of things gon' come together in stormy weather. Just keep your focus on something better. Better late than never. Never give up on that level. It's closer than never. Can't be impatient. Just do it right. It's gon' last forever. Understand how reality speakers really clever. A lot of times we only focus on the bigger picture. But it's the details of the picture we gotta remember. I know we on the way. Gotta know we on the way. Yeah, it's time to make a play. Swear it's time to make a play. Let me tell the world the truth. Gotta tell the world something. Hard times never stay. Hard times never stay. Keep going till you get it. Man, you gotta keep going.
Solid plan put in place. Gotta put a plan in place. Let me tell the world the truth. Let me tell the world the truth. I know we on the way. Gotta know we on the way.
Dare to challenge yourself. Who's next?
We are bringing you all of the drama, unpredictability. We've got it all for you. Everything you could have possibly wanted with day one of week 5 of VCT EMEA challenges. My name's Ian Chambers alongside Kaquka and Lothar and Team Liquid take the... Look at him laughing. Team Liquid.
I was just laughing as Tom was also making a remark. I was like, those guys, you know?
Team Liquid take Icebox. And, you know, Mech in a little bit of trouble here, Kaquka.
Yeah, completely. I mean, if we remove, let's actually start removing the first 6 rounds that we saw, because I am not entirely sure what went on there. A lot of pistol rounds is coming and going, not full buys. To me, the outstanding performances have to be one on the side of Yumpy. It's not only what says there about an impressive almost 2 KDA and that over 350 ACS. It's more about the opponents that he was having. Most of the things that we have requested from Team Liquid is, you know, to stick to not changing everything match to match, and also to play the chamber. They have 2 players in Nivera and Yumpy who would be brilliant on the agent.
Yeah, it was kind of ridiculous that this team at some point was not playing chamber at all, you know, because they're like...
I thought that they were ahead of the nerves. They thought that teams were not going to play Jet, so that favored them, and that chamber was going to go away.
Yeah, but it turns out that just the guns are giving you so much power. It's just absolutely insane. The one round where Yumpy just got a 4K, 3 with a headhunter, and then like just pulls out the classic and be like, well, this is a gun too, you know? So, and he gets a 4K, single-handedly just wins them around.
Exactly, and then 2 rounds after, he has his ultimate, so he doesn't even need to play with the guns. The economy buff that now Team Liquid is going to have, and also looking forward to the next maps, I would expect that to go on.
You know what's funny is you mentioned the economy, right? And it's super interesting because the chamber buffs up the economy. Team Liquid won 6 out of 6 rounds when the buys were between 10 to 20K. And if you're like, well, that's not really a full buy, like an entire kit for the entire team. But the reality is, yeah, well, there's Chamber who almost doesn't spend cash, or he can drop someone. It skews the economy play a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned there the 4K from Yumpy. If he continues to pop off in this manner, you got to think that they've got a good chance of closing this out.
I mean, going to Fracture, I do not know if we're going to see the Sky operator again, but we'll discuss that when it comes to Fracture. On this map, also on the side of Mech, I do not know what is going on. Getting 4 rounds on the defense is not near enough for them to close a map. We were talking about how important the defense is for them, and the way that Team Liquid were playing around the map, just looking for the easy plant, just looked at the end too easy for them.
Let's take a look more at Yumpy. We keep saying his name, maybe because I really like to say it. But, you know, we teased this head-to-head coming into it, Lothar.
It's a bit brutal.
It is very brutal. It's hard to look at.
Let's say a bit, so no one notices.
It's more than double in every single one of the stats that we're seeing on the screen right now.
Yeah, Yumpy also has 8 first bloods, which is absolutely insane when you think about it. And in general, it just showcases that even though 8 first bloods were made by Yumpy, there were also some first bloods made by Mech, but even though when Mech has a first blood, in a 5v4, they only converted 4 out of 7. Like, they have bigger problems than just losing gunfights, you know?
Yeah, and it's not only that. If we take a look at the head-to-head also within the server, I think that it ended up 1 to death for 5 to Yumpy. And I think that first one was the kill that opened the game. For the rest of it, Yumpy was just on top.
Well, up next, we'll be taking a trip to Fracture, but before we go there, let's go to Lothar's lab. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm gonna one walk right here, and I wanted to say something in the pre-match. I was pointing out to the problems that Mech has on attack, that they are falling back to the old habits of being very passive on attack and not gaining any ground. And that literally happened on the first round of attack on pistol round. Look at the minimap right here. I'm gonna zoom in on this minimap. This is already only 35 seconds left on the clock, and pay attention to what is in the kitchen. There's still a chamber trap there, and there's literally no amount of ground gained because we had already Defo being killed on site. So they just literally walk into a trap because Liquid is playing retake on B side. And so look how everyone is just next to A side. They just go straight up into a trap. It's just really well played by Liquid, and Meg is just not gaining anything because no one does a mistake of overpeeking into them. And the next iteration here is another round when it's a very similar situation. You can see that Liquid did use the Viper Spit essentially to block any passage coming through, towards B side. Something that we didn't see, by the way, in the previous matchup, if you were watching it closely. Don't go for Viper Spit, by the way. So Mitch was actually wondering, why did Scream use the showstopper on mid, right? When it was like, no, they didn't see anyone. And the reason for that is because that Viper Spit could have funneled opponents into the mid. So that showstopper could have been actually a multi-kill because the team could have gone through that smoke on mid. And if that doesn't happen, then we had seen Liquid just gain the ground with Chamber going through mid because they know that the showstopper cleared the entire area in that point. So again, Meg are going into a trap because there are 3 players just waiting on site. But this time, fortunately for them, they just win the duels on the side, and because of that, they close out the round. But still, the Liquid's plan was actually working, and they had everything under control.
Yeah, and it's not only that, also something that I think Meg picked up wrong from the previous encounters is that, for example, we were seeing Chronicle playing on B most of the times. You were mentioning before the match started how consistent he was being on A using that one way, and maybe because of the fear that he was going to be counter-stratted and actually not looking for something that, for example, happened against Xilv, they tried to swap everything around, and it's actually something that happened also in Ascent versus Big.
All right, so Fracture is up next. Lothar, do you see this going to a 3-map series?
Yeah, I don't see it. Like, honestly, going into this match, I thought that if Meg will not drastically change the way that they represent themselves as a team, there's no way they win against Liquid, and I don't see any kind of improvement so far. So this is probably Team Liquid closing it out 2-0.
Yeah, I actually think I agree, even though I kind of understand the pick. It was a map that both of the teams have won against BBL, but to me, it took a lot out of Meg to actually close that one up. I believe that Chronicle even had a 1v4. I believe also that the last time that we were talking about BBL, we actually put it as in they threw this map. It's not that Meg won, it's that they threw the map and it should have gone for them. So I want to see the changes. I want to see the Meg that we saw on stage 1, the one that we got last year. I do not know who these 5 players are.
Yeah, it really feels like a different team. Well, we're actually setting it up as a very grim picture, but sometimes you have to do that because they really need to like shake it up, you know, or go back into what was working before because they literally changed.
Yeah, exactly. And if we know that the players individually, we've seen them, like, but if it depends, exactly. Yeah. If you require a 4K from Nats to win a round, it is not a good sign.
Yeah, and Nats is consistently consistent.
Okay, Nivera's not playing on that Sky, and actually, oh no.
Yampy is on Sky, so he might still play on the operator, exactly. But Nivera's on the chamber, so...
No, Cypher. I actually like the way that Nivera was playing the Cypher, but I kind of understand it. They're trying to swap around. I think that after today, they're going to decide who is going to stay on that chamber. But we were mentioning that these 2 players are the ones that can play on these agents, and it's going to be massive for them. This also opens up the opportunity, especially in a map like Fracture, where you have 2 entrances to every side, or 3, to bring back that double operator.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised that we don't see the Cypher alongside the chamber. That's also like a meta move, right? But I understand why Liquid is choosing Sky over even Fade, because they value the flashes.
You were going to say Phoenix.
No, over Fade, because, you know, you can play Fade on this map. She's very, very actually flexible, but they value the flashes being equipped by 2 agents instead, right? On Breach and on Sky.
Yeah, not only that, you want Solkas to be on the Astra. He's been brilliant on it, but if you wanted a Fade, you also wanted Solkas to be on the agent.
All right, the question is now, can Team Liquid ensure that Group B remains wide open and Fracture Mech's playoff hopes? Let's find out with Tom and Mitch.
Oh, Mitch and Tom.
Well, look, Tom, if we were to find a group of individuals who were going to throw that spanner in the works, it would be Team Liquid. They would want to do this just to cause a headache for some of these players, I'm sure, just to be the trolls that they are. You think they're going to take it here, though, moving on to map number 2?
I honestly wouldn't be surprised if they did. I think obviously playing, I think it was versus Guild, they had a lot of trouble when it came to this map, but I think Guild come in with a set game plan, set counters, they do their research, and honestly at this point I'm not sure Mech do. Like, that we haven't seen many composition adaptations from them all season. We haven't seen them lean into a lot of the meta picks, which is what Navira is currently doing as well. So yeah, I honestly think with this level of firepower, Soulcast's lurk, and just Yumpy being able to be a bit more cheeky with those aggressive flashes, I think they'll take it over the line.
Well, let's see how things are going to pan out with Mech on the attack side here on Fracture. This is going to have to be a huge map for them. They certainly started to bounce back, though, towards the end of map number 1. But perhaps that wind can carry them through this. Look at the aggression right away. Team Liquid coming down on B. Got a player on the left here, Chronicle. They might not expect, but they've spotted him now. Good headshot, connecting the one, but then he's done.
Yeah, it's already going to be a quick switch up to move back in towards this A site once again. Dreamass already in waiting to try and stop anybody crossing through, but actually he's been held off by an aftershock, and actually Defo's found another. This now gives them an opportunity in this round.
Spike planted.
There's certainly a chance. You hear that spike in the distance being planted. Mech still have good control over their flank. They have that wire there to watch it late. Of course, for right now. All worried about the door. Good kill. Oh, Defo. Down as the door closes. 6 HP on Scream. No one can take this guy down. Eventually, Nat steps up, but now the spike is in danger. They're closing in. They're already starting to defuse it. It's halfway as Nats comes through the cage. He'll win the first fight, but he won't win the second. Solkas trying to get on it, and he'll have it just below 5 seconds left as 1-0 comes into play. Well, Tom, lovely stuff.
Just below 5 seconds. That's what you're going to say, right?
Beepin was a little quiet, I'll be honest. It's a little louder now, though. Okay.
That's funny. Either way, it is going to be Liquid taking the pistol. A little bit close for comfort in the end with Nats, and still showing that he can be that menace at any given scenario, but Scream just hitting some lovely taps. And again, I'm so impressed with Soulcast on this map. It was shut down by Guild, but as said, I really do think that you have a team like Guild where Coldamenta, Barber are doing their research. They're doing their prep to directly stop certain individuals, to directly counter certain plays. I don't think we've really seen that from Mech all season. I think a lot of it, that they've had like some decent setups in certain rounds, but if that hasn't worked, they don't have that same level of adaptation as some of the other rosters right now.
Obscuring vision.
And Tom, walking into this round, you don't expect much. Pistols in play for Mech. They're already able to gain some heaven control now, swinging on this angle. Good luck to you. Yumpy's going to make quick work of them, but Nat's able to trade one more. Is huge. I mean, this damage out of Mech, it's unreal. And I don't particularly mind playing up in heaven, but the timing wasn't great. Getting there as they're just coming to the top of the rope. You can see how quickly that swing is and how ridiculously accurate you can be on a rope as well. I mean, like up close, you might as well just be 100%.
And that's still looking sharp is definitely a good sign. And this is where the investment will come back through for them. They're going to have to purchase on the other side. And because of the amount of damage that was done, things aren't particularly pretty for Liquid. So we'll see what they can do to try and close the distance, get themselves into a slightly better spot. Of course, Nats has already spotted some of the utility. And the second he breaks it, there is counter utility to try and shut him down. Luckily, he gets far enough away that it won't do any damage.
Solkas, he's managed to get into a nice little angle here, but they're ready for him. Well, Sheriff, not quite the weapon you want in that situation. Plant coming through. and Mech will be able to exit the site safely as well. I mean, at this point, Team Liquid, they don't really have any tricks up their sleeve. This is just going to have to be raw aim duels. And even at that, Mech are going to be so careful. You know, like, even if you don't know that Nevera's playing the Marshal, which I think they do, he could still be on any angle and one-shot headshot you with that pistol, the headhunter in his back pocket. So you're just not going to over-peak angles at this stage. There's no reason. And Mech are showing you that. This is probably the most patient team. Maybe Navi challenged them for it on the planet. When they eventually peak, it's on the back of a stun. And they still lose Shados. Okay, cool.
One player lost. The rest are going to go down to the spike. No ultimate orbs gained either, and I think Chronicle maybe just looking for some pistols or something to bring into the next round. But yeah, very clean from Mech. A good way to get themselves onto the board. And yeah, this is where the response comes through. Instantly, an operator brought up for Nevera. I think this is the difference between the two players, is that Nevera will bring it in a lot more. I think that's the dynamic within this map. Like, you're going to see a lot more aggression out from Yumpy, so having an op, it won't really make the same level of sense. So 2-1. This is where things do get that a little bit more difficult, and ultimately, it's going to be a very fast initial attempt. Both raises stunned up straight away, but ultimately, Defo's done his job.
Yep. Yeah, space has been taken at this point. Scream up close. The hard angle to fight. One already found. Nade through. It's martyrdom. It's not going to catch much damage, though. Very little onto Shados, and all that's going to be his life traded out for it. We're going to try to cross over to site. The smoke no longer down. Gives Dreamus the angle, but Nevera misses. A big miss, and almost the follow-up onto Dreamus. That could have been disastrous, but instead, Team Liquid are still in a pretty uncomfortable spot to get back into the site.
Well, Seeker's thrown in. They have the info at least. Trying to spam out the player from the backline, stun through as well, but ultimately they've got to try and clear the trades from Mech are solid, and now it's left all onto Soulcast. No utility to really play with, and the dual peek out from Mech will grant their second round. Even considering throwing in the res, I wouldn't have necessarily minded it just because of the financial value, but then when you look at what's actually being brought back through from Liquid, and it wasn't really needed.
Well, yeah, there's no need to overcommit to it. You can certainly respect the restraint on their part. I look at Team Liquid. It's a tough one. You know, in a round like this, you can at least still, on a map like Fracture, you can get so much value if you can fight for the orb, or if you can crunch, and I think that's what they want to do. Looked like Northside crunch to start with. Certainly 4 players moving towards that information on South with the flash. Going to try to skirmish off the back of it. They know at this point that most of these players are likely around here. They've not seen any contact. The flash didn't hit anyone outside of B. And with A main being clear and no noise, your rotator, you know, heard that, door's not open, all that sort of stuff. You've got good info. The only place left is Northside for these players to be crammed in and waiting. So I like the Team Liquid aren't pushing all the way, Tom, but eventually, you know, it all comes down to who makes the move first. Are Mech gonna walk into this choke point, or Liquid gonna need that info a little bit too much and get impatient? Well, doesn't matter, they're getting the kills anyways. What the hell's going on?
That was such a good flash. Nice shot as well off the back from Nevera, and the second flash is even better.
Oh.
Luckily, Redguard is just able to see.
Oh, what the hell?
And while his hand's still inside the flash by the looks of it, but nonetheless, stun through is going to catch another. They've somehow managed to bring this back into a point of contention. Soulcast trying to chase them down and get stuck. Unfortunately, well, now Nats has been able to take this control almost for free, even having his cam within the edge of it. They do have to be wary, though, because Soulcast could come in on the flank.
Oh, yeah, he snuck his way through nicely. And you know, these guys are probably going to make noise now. If they do, all eyes on drop. You know, that plan has to come through. Number one focus.
Spike planted.
They haven't managed to stop it. Showstopper out. And Scream does get Defo. Huge kill. That flank still hasn't been spotted. But Nats is coming around, checking it just now. And Soulcast wins it anyways. Redguard the last alive. 1 versus 3. This shot is perfect. He's trying to get to the site. He can't let them defuse that. They could already be on it now. The wall obscuring any noise, but Soulcast was swinging in to take him down. Gorgeous play out of Team Liquid. a round that they started out with next to no control in, no chance in. They've walked out with a thrifty win.
Yeah, I think a lot of that comes down to just the information game, like taking so much control early on, gambling in towards the dish, and then just basically having the flash set up. Like the initial pop from Dreamass after they take contact with the headhunter is perfect, and then you just have Yumpy doing Yumpy things. Like I've got my pop flash out, I'm just going to go around the corner and we're going to take these fights. And that was the thing from then onwards. Even when it got into the after plan, it just looked shaky from Mech. It looked like the pressure of that round, or just the aggression of that round, almost got to them a little bit, because normally you'd see them recover that quite easily, and well, not being aware that anybody could be behind them, that seems like an oversight.
Yeah, it definitely is a mistake that I think they just didn't have the time to account for in the moment. There's so many other things going on. That little oversight, it comes back to bite them. Now we look towards the B site with Mech very much setting up for it. Team Liquid are already here. They've got advanced A main control, a trap for Dish, so they're ready to stack it up, happy to gamble on the B play, but they've still lost Navera on the way through. Scream is close to try and recover this, but there's 2 players to swing. He spotted the first and taking him down. The spin is perfect. He still gets out with 2. 4 players just swung Scream, and he got 2.
They try and deny the plant with the Rolling Thunder, but it's just a split second too late. That now makes Nat's position ever more valuable. He can just hold on to this cross as expected, but he's just winning those battles. Rez gonna look to bring one back. That pull has actually done quite well. Unfortunately, just finding the kills off of it is gonna be easier said than done. Left onto Soulcast once again! What are those headshots out from Soulcast? Instantaneous reactions. Well, this man in clutches today has been nuts, but that takes the biscuit.
Wow. I mean, those are some of the most fun rounds to watch. Just shot after shot. The reset. It could not have been more precise. I mean, this is a man that has his mechanics down to a T. Those players did well jumping out of that grav wall, but that's about all they could manage. Look at that. God.
I feel like you have to have such a level of confidence in your own ability to not spray there.
Ooh, 2 bullets.
Yeah,
like he knows.
It's just, I don't know. I feel like that was like vintage Scream.
Either he hits the first one and then follows up on the second, or he's already dead. So it's, oh, the nade's gone too far.
No.
You've naded Navera. That was nice. Sorry.
Well, it seems like it's going from bad to worse. Soulcast is going to add another to his tally. Nice shot from Redgar. Now, they have to be a little bit careful. And yeah, Scream's basically gone, you know what? You can have my rifle, but you're not getting that operator. I'm not giving you that for free. Ooh. Dreamass needs to go to the Soulcast school. No, okay, this is why Scream doesn't AWP. It's definitely not as pretty as what we were expecting it to be. And now they've given an operator over to Redgar, who looks like Nats.
For half a second, when you said the word Nats and we're floating behind a player, I thought I was watching him. Like, that is the Nats POV, right behind someone. Very nice by Team Liquid. I have to say, it's hard to watch them play this map without a smile on your face. Like, just out of the sheer audacity of some of the plays. Like, Scream, right there, he's pre-firing with an op, and then he's like, oh, I'll throw a no-scope in. We'll see how it goes. Like, he's willing to just fight by any means necessary, take that kill. Even when the means are maybe not necessary, he'll still pull them out. It's nice to see that level of confidence in play, and it serves them at times for sure, even if it does feed into overconfidence. It's working. They're at 5-2 right now. The defense is looking strong, and they've called a timeout. I respect the play. They're fixing some issues that are not that glaring, evidently.
No, I think maybe just a slight oversight in some of the rounds when they already have an advantage. Like, even though I think the Mech are far from the form that we want to see from them, it's still, anything can just blast them straight back into a game. And that's the thing you always have to be wary. You don't want to risk giving an operator over to Shados, or you don't want to risk like going for these sort of no-scope fights and just getting a little bit ahead of yourself. Because for Liquid, this is a chance to guarantee themselves that second place spot, to also potentially help in eliminating mech, which, as said, whether they're in form or not right now, top tier mech is more terrifying than anyone else who could potentially get through. And especially if you're Liquid, who have already beaten the others.
Well, tour de force right off the bat. Navera wants to get aggressive, take this fight right to them. The whole team's around this corner, and he has no idea. But I think he might just catch the straggler. Nats only just now coming around the corner. He's taking a position at the boxes. Navera's close to peeking it. Nats is ready. I'm not even sure who wins that fight.
Last time it was Nats. I can tell you that for free.
Yeah. That's what throws the uncertainty in. We know he's capable. The noise is being heard. He crunches the other side. Here's Navera now. Peeking out just in time. And Nats, oh no! The timing, it's doubled out. I mean, they know that unless he's behind the box, he can't be here, but they're not expecting him to be the blast pack.
Beautiful.
In fact, they are. That was gorgeous.
They're expecting him. He's been there multiple times. Now the rest of the team are trying to hit through the other avenue. Nice entry for Defo. He's going to go blast packing actually towards the spawn. The problem is Navira's just farming. They still have another operator that's yet to even be shot just yet. And while Defo's position is well and truly known, nice shot to at least make things a little bit more costly. But getting out of here is not happening.
Wow. It's so nice to see Liquid on this kind of form. The reaction play is there. The early peaks, I mean, seeing Navera with the tour de force in hand, practicing such restraint. Just holding that angle for so long.
It's also just the fact that they don't then just assume it's clear. Like, oh, I waited here for 30 seconds. I cleared almost every angle except one. It was the call of, hey, I need to go back to the site to hold on for the push. Nats is there. Check it. And that's what I'm enjoying about this Liquid squad right now. I don't feel like there's anywhere near the same sort of level of slip-ups we've seen out from them. He says going into a pistol round versus mech.
No, don't do that, Tom. You've really gone and done it now. Yeah, no, look, for Team Liquid, this is a style that suits them, but that equally looks a lot more polished than what we've seen before! Ooh. Jumpy with a beautiful double.
Oh. Play being attempted. He's now made it a triple. Well, there might be a showstopper online, but it's not really done any... Oh, no. Oh, delete the VOD. I don't want to see that ever again. Don't put that in the replay. I know it's part of what might be an ace. No, never mind. No. They allowed him to go for it. Oh, well, thankfully that might not be in any montages then, because it's just a bit whiffy.
Look. That was nice.
Yep.
And we leave it before that.
Yeah, I had my eyes closed.
Yeah, that's the way to go. 7-2. In quite a strong defense so far out of Team Liquid. They're coming in here with 2 operators on Fracture. So I'm going to assume here, Tom, we're seeing some aggression out of these guys. And there's a lot of pings. They're all over A, mainly aggressively on Dish. Let's see how this one plays out. The timeout as well for Mech. I really rate up in the pace and taking it to your opponents after timeouts. I love when teams do that. If you get a timeout, your opponent's thinking, okay, yeah, we're going to do this. This is kind of like how we want to approach our default or whatever it is. Most basic of scenarios, they have a set play they want to go for. And you just run it down, take it into their spawn, take those fights. It throws them off. And it ruins the rhythm. You feel like you can't dictate the pace of your own game. The difficulty is, Tom, all that said, doing that against Mech is lunacy. This team is just so slow. They wait for teams to push them and destroy them. But on a map like Fracture, it's kind of what you got to do. So there's a fine balance to be found there.
Here. That goes there.
We'll see if they're going to finally find that balance, or if it is just going to be allowing Liquid almost to take this control. Because that's the thing, playing this passive, they are just holding on to so much ground in nearly every single round. Look where they are right now. Deep dish already taken, and no, I'm not talking about the pizza.
Oh.
Oh. Mitch hungry.
Wow, now. Thanks, man. A lot of pressure coming out of Mech here. A lot of noise inside of A main. Dishes being taken. Team Liquid have that control. North side practically clear at this point. It'll take a few more seconds to figure that out fully. But in the meantime, Mech are on their way. Not towards A, but B. Through the spawn, a showstopper activated one side to the other of spawn. You don't get to see that every day. And they are now on the B side. A complete flip and reverse coming out of Mech, and it has worked. Can you get out of the way?
Can you move?
Let me plant, bro.
Well, it's given some extra time. Now, for Liquid, they have cash. Now, obviously, they're playing a double operator setup, so it's expensive. It's pricey. So they're not going to want to overface too much here. But if I'm DreamAss, I'm looking to try and farm up some ult orbs. Chronicle, low on HP, especially with a swing in here. He might not expect him, but he can react fast enough. And while now Navira far enough away just to try and hold on to the weaponry. And that's the thing. That was a faster paced round. For Mech standards, one of the fastest. And the fact that I will say the absolute balls on Yumpy that his response to hearing a showstopper is, I could peek that. I'll kill him before he shoots. And unfortunately, this time he was wrong.
Yeah, I think also like 2 more people peeked him at the same time. Probably on some level assumed that showstopper was aimed at the A side, at cleaning up A main or going up in a dish or doing something like that. But yeah, it was at him, unfortunately. 7-3 we roll. Another round for Mech. Very much needed. I don't know they'll catch them off with that kind of pacing again. I mean, this was a unique round from Team Liquid trying to crunch up again towards that top side. They're destroyed by it. Because Mech up the pace, I wonder if that'll happen moving into this one. They might be inspired by their newfound aggression. And certainly looks like it on Defo's part as he's again going up for this aggressive A main take. Gore's going to be opened. They've got the cam clearing out their A home. They know that sight's the main danger, but I mean, there's no one, and then there's dealing with Navera.
Oh, they're going to go through. Timing's so good. I think they caught Yumpy potentially using a flash, and while the operator wasn't expecting a push like that, DreamAss.
Spike planted.
I don't know where he plans to go from here. Double cages in, but he's hoping that somebody gives him an angle and maybe makes a mistake. Soulcast also wrapping around. I think this is such an obscure position for Defo to be holding. He might not necessarily be expecting him to be here. He still hits the dink first. Both players at least tagged at least a little bit. He can try and pull him into the corner. You're also going to have an aftershock, forcing Chronicle back, isolating these jewels. The utility from Liquid is superb. They've made this one very awkward, but do they still expect this position to be here? They do, and now it's left all onto Nats. He's trying to line up the spray down. He's actually got it wrong. He's got it completely wrong. They're just going to defuse right in front of him, and Scream pushes through. Liquid pulling off an insane retake. The utility there was fantastic.
3.59 seconds, Tom. If he cancels that when he's initially spraying, I think they've done enough to win the round. That's ridiculous. The ping was on the spike, but there's an area. It's right out to the
four
left.
Pings was on the spike.
What? Yeah. With it not being planted back as well, because obviously it was in the open, it gives you much more of an angle to the left than typically when it's in the corner, but still, that one has got to hurt. 8-3, so desperately in need of another round. Mech, they're stalling out here. They're finding it hard to connect. Early round, looking very good for Team Liquid, and there's Nats dropped by the aggression.
Where's he going? Where is this man going? It's such a confident swing from Yumpy. Oh, in fact, they're even going to throw in a Rolling Thunder here. Just give up all of that ground. Nice shot from Chronicle, left blind. But there isn't a trade. If anything, somewhat unnecessary aggression from Liquid, but hey, they're feeling confident at the moment, and they still have a man advantage.
Yeah, I think they've thrown a lot of risks in there, and they've worked so far. So, you know, given the success rate, I don't flame the aggression. Certainly not ideal, though. Making their way back across, reset into a later fight. This round, so valuable for them. Up against this double op setup, slowing it down and resetting it could be a problem. They could end up running into the op again. Luckily, they're not. They're moving right towards B main. There's
30
currently a
seconds
smoke
left.
down. They can get nice and close. They don't have a flash. They don't have anything to get them out of here easily. And now they've been spotted. Now they're being slowed down by this breach utility. The stun is in play. Defo stuck forward. Orbital strike. A little early, but they've still got the cross held. And there's the spike on the floor. Absolutely no chance. Mech have been shut out of this half.
Yeah, no, I'm really impressed with what we've seen from Liquid. And as I said, I think it's their on-the-fly adaptation that's probably impressed me the most. Like, the way that Soulcast has been using his utility, even in the sort of late rounds, to just fight awkward battles. But it's the calls on the fly. Like, I'm still thinking back to that Aftershock round. I hope that's one that's going to get pulled on the desk. It's just, it's not something that was set up. It's not something that was planned. It was just good communication that I need this spot cleared so that I can take this fight. And then they get rid of such aggressive spawn control that was there for Mech, because in that afterplant, there is absolutely no way the Liquid should have been getting back in, and they still managed to do it. And well, double operator, always going to be a solid showing for this team. It's something that they pretty much wrote the book on. But Soulcast on this Astra, well, I saw some stuff earlier. I think it was in the Angel interview saying like, oh yeah, there's a lot of better choices for Soulcast right now. I'd be inclined to disagree.
Yeah. No, I have to say, I think he's proven himself to be one of the more adaptable players out there. You know, the amount of hurdles we have seen this guy run into brick walls, sure, but he has broken through again and again and again. Someone like that, I want on my team, because I know no matter what, no matter where this game ends up meta-wise, 6 months from now, Soulcast will be adapting. He's already shown he has that footwork, that leg work to get there. There's a lot of pressure on Team Liquid, or sorry, on Mech to get this.
Yeah, I don't think there's much pressure on Liquid.
Liquid feel pretty breezy about this one. Navera, he's not quite landing these shots though. Now
what
he's
was
landing
that?
those shots there.
Sorry, I heard you say
calibration
something,
shots. Pardon me.
Well, Chronicle and Reg are in real trouble. If they weren't already, well, the rest of their teammates have died in a row, and now the rotation's going to come back to B, which is currently completely open. Retake, okay, there's a little bit of utility to play with, some smokes that they could potentially use to try and gain some ground, but you can see how patient Liquid are being. Nobody getting aggressive, nobody overfacing. Just going to try and wait for them to push through.
Oh, those shots. Not quite on for Scream, but the damage is done. Chronicle 2 HP. That's stun pinpoint, and Navera just as accurate. Pulling out those classic shots. 10-3. Double digits hit for Team Liquid, and another nail in Mech's coffin. It would seem, at least. Come back from this point. It's a big ask.
Well, yeah, I think there's a lot of Liquid supporters today. Like, if you're a fan of Na'Vi or you're a fan of Big, you're needing this victory to come through. And I think especially for Na'Vi, the cleaner this win for Liquid, the better it is. Because I think they're working with tiebreakers and like map difference and stuff like that. So it really could be a huge difference if they manage to win this one nice and clean. And for Big, obviously, then you're just relying on the Na'Vi game tomorrow and winning your own. It really does become very interesting from this point onwards. Slaughter. Every single member trying to pincer in. This corner being checked. Chronicle will get one, but the boom bot is there for the trade onto his teammate. They know exactly where this last man is, or at least did. And even getting the heals back in as well.
Oh, Chronicle's got full HP, so he's got a good shot in these fights.
Does he have 4 good shots?
Maybe not. Maybe not.
To be honest with that gun, it's not even 4. It's probably about 8.
You don't believe in the frenzy? All right, prove him wrong. There you go.
That was already more than 4.
Oh,
that is a lot more than 4.
He would have won that.
There we go.
If he used the frenzy from the start. That's all I'm saying. Unlucky.
I'm gonna doubt that one.
11-3. Strong position for Liquid. This is where Mech are going to try to make that final stand, right? They're going to try to power up those rifles. But Tom, do we have faith in this round?
No.
That's the one I'll ask. This round right here. You think
this
Team
round
Liquid
in
take
particular?
it? This round.
Do I have faith?
Do you think Mech have powered up their economy enough?
I think Mech should win this round. Do I have faith? No. No, at this point, no. I don't have faith in any of their rounds, which is depressing to say, but it's the truth. I think Liquid have been by far the better team in this match. I was expecting a close one. I have done throughout this entire, like 5 weeks, but unfortunately, Mech have only really been there in blips, it seems.
I can definitely empathize with that. I think the disappointments have been there. They've outweighed the victories. Let's see. Oh, okay, Chronicle. That's a good start. Nice little cleanup on the site. The smoke's down. The others don't want to push through. Cam catches the other player who was on the other side. Navarro was going to sneak on through, but well, it's not going to happen this time around.
I'm starting to wonder if Chronicle has some sort of like script that the second he earns his orbital strike, it instantly gets placed about a meter in front of where he's standing. Because it's just so often where I'm like, this round's looking sewn up. And you just hear the orbital strike and you're like, oh no!
Concealment.
Wow. Oh, wow. Chronicle's really showing up in this one. He is cleaning house. Good old Sulcus, left on his own. He's adapted to so many situations in the past, but the Spectre 1B5 he hasn't learned just yet. I'll forgive him.
He's got to
for that.
adapt to a bullet in the head. That one's a little bit more difficult.
It is tough. It is tough. 11-4. Oh, Team
Nature
Liquid
always finds a way.
Look, they got a 7-round lead. I think that's a little bit of breathing space, a little bit of room to work with.
Just a little bit.
Small amount. And Chronicle, look, he farmed up some kills, but he's still decently far away from finding that orbital
Yeah,
strike.
'cause they used it.
Yep.
He used it in this round. They'd got 3 kills.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess maybe that was the plan. Just try and farm it back up again. I guess it was because he was low and he just wanted to stop them pressuring him. In all seriousness, but
yeah,
it does. I don't feel like I've seen enough impactful orbital strikes out from him ever while playing a Brimstone.
Let me preface this with I love Chronicle, and I think Chronicle's a fantastic player. However,
Of course.
and his smokes are great, but I think orbital strikes, he might have the worst orbital strikes in BCT. I think if someone asked me on the spot, who is it? I would say Chronicle. Defo's in the corner. He hasn't been spotted. They've cleared it out in inverted commas, but they have no idea that there's a player tucked. Luckily, though, Team Liquid aren't going to go towards that. They're not going to fall into the trap. Instead, they're setting their focus on B, leaving a lurk behind.
I'm almost trying to sell it as a bit of a fake. The thing is, though, the rotation really hasn't needed to come through because Shadows already walled deep in towards Arcade, and while Chronicle has the information, they're going to try and make their push elsewhere. The slow put down instantly as they look to try and make their way into the site. And now things become quite difficult for Liquid because they've given up a lot of the ground behind them. You can see the push coming through on that flank. And they're still needing to take any level of space.
Got nothing to cover their back on that south side where most of the team's coming through, but they ain't going to worry about their back. It's their front that's causing a bit of an issue here. Still tucked in the corner there. Shados is holding on to site control and pretty much closing this round out. The spike's down on ramp. Navarro's got no chance of picking it back up. And so the round goes to Mech. Another defensive round clocked up. They're on the road to recovery, but it's, as we said, quite a long one.
But yeah, for Navarro, saving here actually makes a lot of sense because he has his tour de force, so he can actually just drop a rifle over to someone else, especially with their economy. He could play the tour de force, and then you're really looking at like a lot more of an opportunity to do some damage in this round, whereas otherwise, I think you'd just be left in the mud for what is likely to be a very weak purchase. The one thing I will say as well, which it sort of had me worried just because of this scoreline, like in a lot of other maps, if there was a chance for Mech to streak it back, I really would believe in it. But on Fracture, it's so hard to either just play like a full retake on a site or just like cover everything. So these faster paced rounds, it's going to be tough to play with. It's interesting that Navarro's actually keeping the rifle. I guess he just plans to pop the tour de force in their next buy instead.
The reality is, you know, Mech have the best defensive side in, I think, the world, but VCT, EMEA at least. When it comes to this one, Fracture, defending is just so different that I
think if you exclude the last few weeks, because even then they've had shaky defenses as well.
Mech have been shaky though in general. Yes. I think everything that we take for granted about Mech has been shaky. Hello.
Okay.
Yeah, they've got the pistols, little gap, and that sneaks through. Unlucky, and that's the spike down. So this round with their weaker weapons not likely to yield all too much. Actually now in a lot of danger. If also got a tour de force, if he can get a weapon in the hands of Solkas, things could look very spooky.
He's had it. Like, he's had his tour de force.
He's coming under, yeah, but he's coming underpass with that tour de force, and that's the difference. This is the perfect angle for him to fight. And look at Mech. Immediately, they had 2 players standing on the spike. They hear that, they're like, let's not be here. Let's be anywhere but here down this shooting gallery.
It's just 20 seconds.
Gotta go.
They don't have spike. They've got to literally almost W key towards it at this stage. Nice shot from Chronicle. Trade back once again. They're gonna grab it for just a second though, and then that's it. It's done. He needs both kills. That's the only way he can win this round at this point. He might as well go for it, but no. They're just going to opt to hold onto the rifle once again. I guess because he popped that tour de force, he needs to make sure that he actually has a rifle for the next round.
11-6. These rounds are creeping on up. The gap closing in slowly but surely. The mech economy strong. They can even afford to lose one and still keep on fighting. So OT looking very possible at this point, at a minimum. I don't want to go too far and say the victory now. That's a lot of rounds in a row. But they can have a little stumble. They have a little bit of wiggle room now. They've bought themselves back in enough. But here comes the timeout from Team Liquid where the curveball could be thrown in.
Yeah, they should still have a relatively decent purchase going into this one. As said, I feel like finding those sort of cheese rounds on Fracture, especially on that attack, can be a lot easier than other maps. Like, I think a fast-paced push can very easily like cause havoc. I think there's so many opportunities for late lurks. Like, look at the success that we've seen from Soulcast in some of their earlier series within this map. I think it was BBL was the main one where you sort of really sing his praises. Chronicle, though, starting to come online a little bit. And again, like, we've sort of hyped him up all the way through the season. He is someone that has been considered at least like a top 3 player within the world at a time, probably top 1. Like, he was fantastic. Nats as well has definitely been. He's an MVP of a Masters event. They're called Masters 3 Champions because he was the Masters 3 Champions MVP. So ultimately, there is still stuff this roster can do, but we have not seen all of them or even most of them online all at once.
Yep. Some of the pieces have always been missing, it feels like, every day that we see them. It's a strange face to see on Mech, but Team Liquid, they have looked, as we've said, better than ever. Stumble in these last couple of rounds. Now look to see what they can get done. Now with the rifles, now with the ultis, the Rolling Thunder, the Showstopper. Power in play for Team Liquid is huge. Mech have to navigate this one very carefully. I mean, look, there's no one on A site because of that Rolling Thunder. You just don't want to get your day ruined by it. The same on B. They're literally, let's hold spawn, let them execute, play retake. That's the way. And with the Orbital Strike, this could be the first time we see Chronicles Orbital Strike be impactful. It damn well better be, Tom, because that's what this whole round is based around.
He's going to put it on, like, Generator or something. Why would he put it there?
We've got attacker spawn. Yeah, they are literally in spawn playing full retake.
But yeah, it has to be just for plant denial. The problem is they're not going to hear it. Like, that's the great thing about this ult, about the Cosmic Divide, is they're going to have absolutely no idea when this is coming to until it actually happens.
And if they try to punish him now, he just TPs. They're not going to. They're waiting for the push. I like it. Oh, yes.
They've saved this Rolling Thunder for the after plant screen. He's already going to drop one. He's going to have to push forward and will be isolated, but still, this ult is held. It hasn't been utilized just yet. They are waiting for the moment where they go to make their move, and that's where they'll get stunned up. 3 players caught by this and just delaying them that little bit of extra time. Naviru already going to turn this back into a 3v3.
They're rushing into the site. The molly for heaven could lock them out completely. They've lost Nats. That off angle. He's losing HP, but the Crabwell's there. Chronicles pulled into the open. It doesn't matter whether he gets these kills or not, because the time has won the round for Team Liquid, connected 12-6. And put them on map and series points against the Masters 3 champions. The new face of Team Liquid has a chance to take it without dropping a map.
Yes, this should do.
it's unfortunate because again, that's a round where I really don't think Mech did anything wrong, other than maybe just misread the ultimates that were available. I think Dreamass with his timing there was so perfect because he held that for a long time. There were many occasions where he could have opted to play that forward. Instead, they almost sacrificed Scream just to delay enough, and then the time is the winner there. That's all they were really hoping for, and they burnt out ults on the other side as well. So now there's not really anything to play with here. Okay, Defo's not far from a showstopper, but to get one of these orbs, you have to take a gamble.
Well, this one's not going to be taken by Mech, that's for sure. Ish fully seized by Team Liquid as they look to move into the A site. The rest of the team pulling back from that south side, sweeping over towards A main. But a wall's just gone up. Interesting problem. Do you break it now? Try to fake you go back? Or do you actually go back? As could be the case here for Team Liquid. They've started to shift in the other direction. But it looks like breaking the wall is going to be a fake for A.
This is something we've seen from Yumpy in the past. A lot of the time he'll be left behind just to try and sell some of these fakes. Instead, though, the rest of the team could still look to push forward.
What?
That's so risky.
He liked
from
him.
Shados. He did like him, but even still, I think that must be a complete misread on the scenario to go for that sort of play.
30 seconds left.
Well, they've come back now. Sharks in the water smelling blood after taking that first kill. Nats. Oh, he's got another. Yumpy was low, so it was easy. Navera, not so much. But Nats still gets out of there with the triple. 12-7. 5 rounds left to go. It's one hell of a streak for Fracture, but it's possible.
Yeah, I can't say I'm a believer. I think even at 11, I'm still going to have that hesitation just because it's Liquid. I think they have so many stars that can get this one over the line, and honestly, like, there's still been some sort of upsetting plays out from Mech, even in that round, just risks that didn't seem necessary. And up until that point, the round looked good for them. Even still, though, they have those stars. They have the likes of Nat still performing. And in this one, it's going to be mostly pistols. But that means that Liquid can get up to something a little bit more audacious.
Oh, here we go. Flash through the crunch from Mech. They're looking to take control, and they'll get it. The orb is theirs for the taking. Yumpy wants to try to sneak his way up, not checking his right. Nats will catch him. Good catch for Mech. And that gives away 2 players close in main, and they're going to just push off the back of it. I'm interested, like, even versus this kind of a buy, Mech seems so willing to get into these aggressive spots. It's a big risk.
Luckily for them, it's going to pay off this time. Rez now confirmed for the next round as well. Slow probably won't pay too much of a part here. And actually, Chronicle's under a little bit of pressure. Again, just playing it safe, not taking too many risks here. Nice shot from Navira, but he's very far away from the action. Needs to try and get back into spot if they're going to have a chance. Ah! That's not the right button! What just happened, Chronicle? Unforced errors once again. Dreamass has now got a gun. Now, this was something that they might not have had to face off against. Nats, though, with decent timing. He's going to have the Rolling Thunder again. He can make sure they're not defusing. This gives a little bit extra. Dreamass now into the 1 versus 1. It's Shados on that operator, and he swings out and closes it. A huge mistake for Mech, and a finish for the new player of Team Liquid.
I got to say that I've never seen someone slapped in the face with a stim beacon right before a fight.
I can't believe that.
That was something else. Just come swinging around the corner. Wow, it was like frisbee. Oh, that should do damage. That's another thing. We've never thought of it before. There should be little blades on it, and when you throw it, it can do like 100 damage. Something else coming out of them there. And I got to say, Tom, overall, Team Liquid, this new face of Team Liquid. We had some questions around Dreamass last week. We're like, it wasn't fantastic, but already I loved watching them play today under some severe conditions. I do wonder, though, going into playoffs, if they'll be able to hold steady with that same sort of face. Well, speaking of the faces, Tom, I want to talk to the people at home about the players on the team, the players of the match.
Yeah, we've got Yumpy, Navira, and Scream. I think some very usual faces to the player of the match. And I genuinely think that I think you could have put anyone in today. Like, I think Dreamer's maybe a bit quieter on the first map, but second map was great. Soulcast as well. Like, his second map was superb. Yumpy completely popped off on map 1, though. So I feel like it's always going to be difficult not to choose him in these sort of scenarios because ultimately, sometimes the stats don't lie.
Well, ain't that the truth? Speaking of which, let's get back on over to the analyst desk so they can break down all of the stats that happened and became into existence here today, as stats do, Tom. Let's toss it over to the analyst desk after this commercial break.
Dare to challenge yourself. Who's next?
Red Bull gives you wings.
In and out. I get what I need and then I'm in and out. I get what I need and then I'm in and out. In and out, in and out, in and out. In and out, in and out, in and out, in and out. I get what I need and then I'm in and out. I take what I need and then I'm in and out. In and out, 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 in and out. I get what I need and then I'm in and out. I take what I need and then I'm in and out. In and out, in and out, get it in and out. Yeah, I'm in and out. Start and finish routes. I can't even stay there like what this about. Ain't got time to waste her like when grilling up. Hey, what you really want? I want a million times 100. I'm number one like Zion Williams, say I'm dunking out. Don't condone violence, but I'm killing them off one by one. Got many rings, man, I've been ballin' since a young gun. They never seen anything like him, he's a one of one. I show up early, but I leave out after everyone. Hey, I go harder than the hardest of the legends, huh? Hey, hit my line up when you ready, I'll be ready. I ain't playing with you, I'ma get you in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out. I get what I need and then I'm in and out. I take what I need and then I'm in and out, 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 in and out. I get what I need and then I'm in and out. I take what I need and then I'm in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out.
Splash Bros, we make it rain, you need a levy now. I need some help getting in my back, cause it's too heavy now. You see a op, then put up shots, ain't nothing to talk about. No, it ain't sweet, oh, you got beef, oh, yeah, that's in and out. I'm a beast, off the leash, call that animal stuff. Fans love my style, I make them go up. They can't compete, they ain't like me, coach, sit them down. I'm the one, I'm the source, I'm a powerhouse. Whenever they say go, I'm who they talking about. I'm always on go, I am not a slouch. Watch me take control, I'm the captain now. When I'm in my zone, I can get you in and out without a doubt.
In and out, in and out, in and out, in and out. I get what I need and then I'm in and out. I take what I need and then I'm in and out, 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 in and out. I get what I need and then I'm in and out. I take what I need and then I'm in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out, get it in and out.
Who's next?
Welcome back to VCT EMEA Challenges Week 5. That right there was your last map of the night. Can you believe it is flown by? Team Liquid leave Mech's playoff hopes hanging in the balance. My name's Ian Chambers, joined on the desk by Lothar and Kaquka. And I'm not going to lie, no word of a lie. Kaquka was running around the green room, laying on the floor, shouting things in Spanish. All sorts of stuff was going on. It was intense, right, to watch?
I mean, to be fair, I always scream things in Spanish, especially when games get this close and we see so many mistakes and so many weird things. I'm just going to say this is me officially asking Riot for the Steam Beacon to deal impact damage, so or at least like a name punch or something.
Like
but some rounds were just I don't know.
If you hit someone with a Steam Beacon, he jumps up like it's a breach ultimate, you know? But yeah, Kaquka just screams in Spanish and runs around the room, and I just stand there with like my hands on my head, you know? It's like, what am I witnessing? Because this was crazy. Like, I literally said, this is probably the round, as a joke, this is probably the round that Team Liquid wins because they have 5 pistols and nothing else. And then Yampi just dies and it's 4v5 and Kaquka goes, well, you jinxed this right now. And then they win anyway. I don't know. It just blows my mind that Mech is capable of throwing huge advantages. This is not the first time today even that we have seen stuff like this is happening. Like the discipline of the team is just gone. Team Liquid on the other side, I feel like they're just playing kind of like a, let's say, Team Liquid of the past, but a little bit better with a little bit.
Which one of the iterations of the Team Liquid from
there was a lot of there was a lot of them.
Yeah,
but let's say that they played better than the worst ones that they had in the past.
Okay, we'll take it. I think that Team Liquid gained the momentum super fast. They were thriving after what happened on map 1, and they managed to bring it back to this fracture. All the executes that Gambit had under their sleep were completely broken. The timings were not there, and on the side of Mech, for them to get around, we had to see plays like this one, like Nats getting a 3K and breaking. Oh no, do not play it again, please.
Duno is a Navi. Never mind.
Oh, sorry.
But yeah, it's just crazy.
I'm losing it, Lothar, please don't.
It's just crazy. You know how many 5v4s did
Tell me, please tell me.
Mech win? They had 4. How many did they win? 5v4s.
They had 4 5v4s, they won 1.
Yes.
What does that tell you, though? Because like it's rare.
Bad news. That's why.
As a team, right, you get opportunities to clutch a position in the playoffs and to completely, I guess, flop. It's tough, right?
It's crazy. I mean, we could rewind all those rounds. It's just always like something similar was happening on other maps. It's like whenever they have an advantage, suddenly one player loses the discipline and just pushes in and dies because someone is holding a corner. And that's it.
I mean, it kind of looked like Mech definitely had something prepared for the defense, but I think we caught up with that excuse a long time ago. This could not keep happening.
Well, Mech's playoff dreams aren't quite over yet. We'll discuss that a little bit later on. But for now, let's talk to Nevera of Team Liquid, who's about to join us on the show right now. Nevera, welcome to the show. How are you?
Hello. I'm good, and you?
Yeah, very good. You guys must be delighted with your group stages overall now. 4 wins, only 1 loss at the hands of Xilv. It feels like you're getting better and better as the weeks roll on. Do you feel that way?
Yeah, definitely. We're trying to work on our discipline and our team play because we know individually, I always say that, and all my mates said it, individually we have like really strong players. So yeah, we just need some discipline, some team play, and yeah, we're trying to work on it. And it's pretty much doing good for the team now.
Absolutely. I mean, I was reading an interview with Yampi a few weeks ago, and he said that Mech were the toughest opponent in that group, and he wanted to get revenge, for a couple of recent results. Was that playing on your mind during the series? Did you want revenge?
To be honest, we didn't have a lot of pressure because we were already qualified. And I think that's really important. And also, funny story, I never won against Gambit and M3C. So it's the first time I'm winning, and it's pretty cool. So yeah, but overall, we didn't have a lot of pressure. We just played our game. And yeah, as I said, we played discipline. We're still not like a really good disciplined team, but we're trying to work on it a lot. And I think for the future, it's promising.
You use the word pressure there. One player that might be feeling a little bit of pressure at the moment is Dreamas. How do you feel like he's fitting in, and what's he like behind the scenes with the team?
I think Dreamas to be honest, it's an amazing player because we asked him to join like one day randomly, and he was not ready for that. He has to play a new role. He has to play in a new team, and everything is new for him. And I think personally, he's doing really, really good. And yeah, he just won like the clutch to win the last map. And overall, he's doing a pretty good job for like a new role, new team, new environment. And yeah, he's a really good guy in real life. And I think this guy is gonna be really, really strong in the future.
Seems like it. Congratulations on your win, and good luck in the playoffs. Thanks for joining us on the show.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye for now. What a lovely guy. Humble as well, right?
Yeah, exactly. We know Nivera. We don't have that many interviews with him, but every single time that he joins, he actually gives us what we expect. It's good to know the Dreamers is also a good guy, IRL.
I wouldn't believe that anyone else is allowed to join Liquid.
What do you mean?
I mean, every single one of them is always known as a good guy.
Yeah.
You know? Nice guy.
Lothar, you've been standing there for too long.
Yeah.
I feel like you're becoming a piece of the furniture. You need to get yourself over there.
All right, I'm going over.
Okay.
Actually, something that Nivera spoke about, the discipline that they're working on, something that they want to have in the future, was actually showcased in a beautiful round that we have seen on round 5 when Liquid was actually on a lower buy. So let's just jump straight up into it. This is a 3v3 in post plant, and Meg is standing on the side. Scream is just going in with the showstopper. I kind of questioned why do you want to do the showstopper in such a situation when you don't really have a big advantage and the superiority of hardware is on the other side, but this is just opens up this entire round. That showstopper is just so important for the team that because of that, the confidence goes in for Soulcast coming in from A side. But now this is the important part. Once Soulcast uses this ultimate to cut off the side, this is a big problem for Redgar, because now Redgar has an issue because he will not hear if someone is starting to defuse the spike. And if he doesn't hear that, he cannot really push, or he has to push through a wall, so that's a problem for him, right? And now the discipline kicks in because until this wall spawns here, the player behind it can still die. So for Soulcast, it's imperative to not die before he taps the spike, but also the second player on top of drop, he is not allowed to die as well because he needs to give the info when someone is close to the wall, and that's the moment where Soulcast just pushes out and they have a crossfire essentially set up against the breach player. And this was why the discipline was so important. And by the way, if you wonder what is so important as well, I'm gonna rewind it a little bit here. Look at Nats. Never crouch against a sheriff in a 1v1. You get one tap. That's the recipe for disaster. And also I wanted to showcase something in one of the later rounds is where Nats is in a 1v2 potential situation, 1v3 actually, and he's trying to spam the spike through the smoke, but he's failing to do that because of the plant. Look at the position of the plant. Right here, a player can be standing in all of those positions around the spike and still have the range to defuse the spike. All of those dots is essentially a player. But if the spike is planted in the corner here, then player can only sit here, here, and here. So it's easier to spam in that position through the smoke, and it's almost a guaranteed kill. And last clip, because it's post, show, so I can have a little bit more time. It will not kill me. This is more of like an interesting fact. Nivera chooses to push through a Brimstone molly here, just on shift. This is like a Hail Mary play, but it's worth high risk, high reward because he's only having a classic, right? So there's not much to lose, and no one expects you to push through the Brimstone Molly because this Brimstone Molly overall deals 57.5 damage per 1 second. So you're dying in 2.5 seconds essentially. That's your timer when you're trying to sneak in through that Brimstone smoke. So a high risk, high reward play from Nivera this time didn't pay off, but if this would pay off, that would be one of those plays that you're talking about. It's like, wow, this guy's crazy, Because then he would start running and it would just survive with like 10 HP or something.
Would it be also one of those rounds that Team Liquid win that we're like, no, they're not winning this, right?
No way. And then they win.
No way.
The producer did just tell me that you're not allowed back after going overtime. In Lothar's lab, by the way. Just briefly, Kaquka, what do you think it says about Mech here? Were they maybe lacking courage, or were they just beaten by the better team?
To me, it's a little bit of both. I think the Team Liquid, now that they picked up the chamber, they look even more scary. I think it's very, it is the right move for them. For Mech, I think that after the first half of the first map, they saw themselves as losers, and that is a point of no return.
Do you want to go to the post show, by the way?
Yeah, sure.
I'd love to go to the post show. I don't know if we've got time now because of you, but let me just
I'm sorry, my fault.
We can go to the post show. Let's go to the post show.
It's gonna be the fastest thing in the universe, right?
Here we go. It's coming.
Yeah, here we go. Yeah.
Just like that. Simple as that. This is...
Welcome, Ian, to your first...
I did promise that I was going to do a backflip here, so here we go. No, I'm kidding. I can't do backflips. I'll damage myself. Yampy is our guest here on the Push Show. Let's bring him in. I'm really excited to speak to him because he had an incredible series there. Yampy, welcome to our Push Show. You must be feeling delighted with that performance.
Yeah, do I have to do backflip?
Yeah, can you?
Nah, sorry. Yeah, it was a nice match.
I know that you can play piano. You can play something for us, maybe.
He has a guitar
Piano
in
is
the back.
not in this room, unfortunately. Yeah, that's the old guitar hero.
That's Guitar Hero. I was going to tell you.
We're just going to ask Yampy to do like tricks in front of the camera. Is that?
Can you sing?
Sing? No, I don't wanna, you know. I want you still guys to hear after this day, so I'll save you guys from the voice.
Well, seeing as we've got you here, Yampy, it would be rude not to take a look at who the player of the match was. Guys, who do you think it might have been?
Probably him, yeah.
You think it was Yampy?
Yeah.
I mean, the 8 First Bloods was actually quite a lot on the first map, you know?
Yeah, let's take a look at who you guys at home voted for. Of course, Yampy, you were player of the match. Did it feel that way to you? In particular, that first map was stellar from you. You were incredible.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, yeah, the first map I got some nice shots, definitely. I don't know what's been going on lately, but yeah, it's fun to always hit some headshots, and yeah, it's fun.
It's easy when one of your skills just kind of like incentivize you to do that, right?
Yeah, definitely. You know, the chamber is always has been fun to play with me, so it was nice to be back on the stages after like a few months.
So what was the decision-making process behind moving back to the chamber? Was there anything in particular that made you guys feel like you had to be back to playing it?
Not really. I used to play the Omen before, and I think we got like usage of the Omen from myself, but I think I said to them that like people can read us much better when I play the Omen, and of course because we didn't have Sentinel in practice, we had like a lot of trouble holding Tube, and maybe our like plans was too much focusing on the Tube because we didn't have trap, so I think the chamber just helped with the extra trip, and yeah, it's also like a good AWP agent, so it suits us really well.
Overall, you've had a really good run in the group stage. You know, 4 wins, 1 loss. Now that you've got a bit of time, a really small amount of time to reflect on the group stages, how do you think they went?
Yeah, I mean, I'm still, if I'm honest, I'm not that happy how, like, against example for BBL, we should have lost, like, so badly. And I think, was it also against Navi, we got pretty lucky. So I wouldn't say I'm, like, proud of how we played. Like, the skill level in the past few matches been, like, going up, but also we had the player change, so that also affects us a little bit. But yeah, I'm happy we got the 4 wins, but I'm not, like, happy how we played overall.
So the thing is, now that you are secure for playoffs, actually you're going up first against FPX, if I'm not in the wrong. What do you think needs to change within Team Liquid, all of the mistakes that you have mentioned, and to come in strong for playoffs?
Just play more and get comfortable with Auris playing with us, and yeah, just change all the comps so they cannot read us. You know.
Change all the comps. Oh my god, that comes from a team that changes all the comps all the time. So that's kind of hilarious. But I wanted to ask about changing comps actually. So on Icebox, you decided today to play Chamber, but on Fracture, it was Nivera who plays the Chamber. You play on the Sky. Was there at any point of discussion about when you guys were planning for Fracture that you would be playing on Chamber? And if not, why did you guys decide to give Nivera this champion on this particular map?
I think it's more just about my agent pool, because I have like, I play a lot, so I can just learn any agent. And I think in that map also Nivera used to play Cypher, so we just kind of did like one-on-one, changed the Cypher for Chamber, and I just kept playing on Sky. So it was just like nothing. We never thought of me playing on Chamber because yeah, I can play Sky, and Nivera is super good with AWP, as you guys saw. So it's just like one-on-one, changing the Cypher to Chamber.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Pete, a bit of a different question here. Like, when you finish, look at his eyebrows, he's a little bit concerned here. You know, when you come off the back of a win like that, like, how do you unwind now? What do you do now? After you come off this interview, what will the rest of your evening look like?
Go party the whole night and celebrate this victory.
Oh, yeah?
So,
I
always say that it's so not finished, you know?
Just chill at home and eat some nice food, and tomorrow I have a little trip going, so just prepare stuff. And
where are you going? Do you mind me asking?
Just have fun. Going to Sweden for a nice ship trip from Finland. It's really nice. So.
Beautiful.
Just chilling.
Lothar, you said prior going into this final series here today that you're never quite sure which Liquid will show up. which Liquid showed up here tonight?
Well, this Liquid actually was looking more stellar and more disciplined. Not in all of the rounds, but in some of the rounds more disciplined than the previous iterations, which is nice to see. But I wanted to ask something actually to Yampi, a little bit off topic. But are you guys like, when you go into this match, were you guys aware that if you guys win, there's a chance, you guys are aware that there's Mac might not actually go to playoffs because of this win that you guys did, right?
Yeah, we saw it. We saw it that I think big clans, if they win against.
And what would you anticipate? Like which one team will go through? What do you think?
I don't really mind. You know, it's for me, it doesn't really matter.
Well, I'll tell you what, you hold that thought, because I am going to get your thoughts on our schedule going ahead into tomorrow. So let's take a look as we start to wrap things up here today. What we're looking at tomorrow, we have got Na'Vi versus top of Group B, Guild, and then it only gets even more, exciting from there. We've got things on the line here. It's all up for grabs still, Kaquka.
Yeah, exactly. I actually wanted to ask you, Yampi, if you could choose between facing Guild and Fnatic, who would you choose?
Fnatic, of course.
That's what you want today, huh?
Yes, of course, Fnatic. You know, we have beaten them like the past 2 times, I think, but we haven't played them in a while. I think the last time was in some kind of online tournament, like Monster Energy tournament or something.
There's no turning back now.
yeah. So of course we're gonna face Fnatic, and Tempe looking super good lately. So of course it would be nice to play against them, and yeah, I love to play against Derga.
Can I just try something before we wrap up, Yampi? Can you just put your left fist out for me at the camera?
Yeah. And
there we go.
Also,
like he's
special shout out to Slug Club for huge support today. It was really amazing to see.
Good stuff. Thank you very much. All right, I just want to give a quick call out as well. NA, if you want to see more Valorant, you can. Here are the details right now. Stay tuned. Plenty more action coming your way. And speaking of more action, we'll be right back here on this very channel. Me, Lothar, Kaquka for day 2 of week 5.
Yampi too. Yampi, you're coming tomorrow.
Yampi, you staying?
Oh no, he's going to Sweden. Never mind. Have fun, Yampi.
Have fun in
Yampi,
Sweden.
you have a nice trip.
Thank you.
Massive thanks to everybody for watching. Plenty more to come. See you soon.
I can't stop me now. You 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 can't stop me now.
Dare to challenge yourself. Who's next?
Here we go. It's time to show the world. We gonna rise up.
There's levels to this, and we taking a crown. We on a level of